Je vois que l'honorable député.
I see that the Honourable Member for Avignon-Missisla-Matane-Matapédia is rising. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to respond to the question of privilege raised by the member for Cowichan, Malahat-Langford, on November 7th. I also attended the meeting of the Public Safety Committee on November 5th, 2024, and that is when Ms. Lauren Chen was called to testify, and I was also, like all my other colleagues, astonished and angered to see that she refused systematically to respond to the questions from the members around the table. And even though there was a formal order, and I think that this is a very serious issue, and it is important that she should have answered the questions concerning foreign interference. Her name appeared as part of an indictment targeting 2 employees of the Russian public broadcaster in the New York district of the United States. She and her husband are part of the Roaming Millennium Inc. Company, which is based in Pointe-Claire, Quebec. And there were 32 pages that was of a document that was issued. And these employees are accused of having paid some $10 million to companies that belong to this company owned by Ms. Chen and her husband. And the money was supposed to be used to hire right-wing influencers. And they were supposed to disseminate messages that had a hidden agenda. And this is according to the Department of Justice in the United States. And so she was summoned to testify before the committee. And it took a number of invitations before she agreed to come and testify. And so she finally did come on November 5th, accompanied by her lawyer. And in advance, she sent us her opening remarks. But she refused to answer all the questions asked to her by the committee members. And this systematic refusal was so obstinate that she even refused to answer a very simple question that I asked her. I asked her what her first name and her last name was, and she even refused to answer those questions. So you can understand that for the members of the committee, it was extremely frustrating to see that we were very prepared, well prepared to ask her serious questions about her involvement in this disinformation campaign, and she refused to answer. So I'd like to remind you of the standing orders and the rules of parliamentary procedure. Anyone who testifies before a committee has the same protection as the members of parliament, and they should be able to answer freely without worrying that their answers will be used by other authorities. And this immunity stems from the Constitution Act 1867 concerning the Parliament of Canada Act, and courts have said that this extends to people who testify in committee in order to encourage them to communicate all the information they have with frankness, openness, and transparency, without which the Parliament is unable to carry out its works properly. Being thus protected, these people who testify before parliamentary committees must answer the questions that are asked of them, but there is an exception. A witness can derogate from this rule by raising an objection about a question asked by a member of the committee. However, if the committee agrees that this question requires an answer, the witness must obey and answer. Otherwise, they might be reported on by the House. If the committee tables such a report in the House, the witness could be accused of a breach of parliamentary privilege or contempt of Parliament. And that is what the House decided in the case of Christian Firth, who refused to answer questions in the OGO committee, and some of his answers were considered to be falsehoods. This was adopted unanimously on April 8th. Now, the situation that we're talking about is a violation of privilege and contempt of Parliament in the opinion of the Bloc Québécois because Ms. Chen answered none of the question asked her in committee, knowing full well what the House procedure was. And she even said in her opening remarks that she mentioned these House rules. Therefore, the Bloc Québécois considers that the House should look into this to ensure that this type of scenario does not repeat itself. The Bloc Québécois, however, does consider that the reasons given by Ms. Chen to justify her systematic refusal to answer questions could require a certain analysis, that is, as to whether immunity linked to freedom of speech, which is allowed for Canadians, should be respected before a body that has competence in another country, for example, the United States, given that Ms. Chen is actually under investigation for a criminal act in the United States. In the case of versus Kalashnikov, 24 CR 519, Southern District of New York. I'm sorry about my accent. And that is what Ms. Chen had also mentioned in her opening remarks. She referred to the United States, for example, taking the fifth, and in order to not answer questions. And we know that here in Canada, though, this does not apply. So at least she could have given us some testimony, but she said that she was worried that what she said in the House of Commons in Canada be held against her in the United States. Now, in this case, I think it is important to take into account this consideration, and the Bloc Québécois feels that this matter should be referred to PROC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Avignon Métis Matane Matapédia for her intervention. And now on the same point of order, the honourable member for Kildone and St. Paul.
On that same point of order, I'd like to add my comments to the question of privilege raised by the member of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford on November 7th concerning the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, to which I am Vice Chair. And I would echo many of the comments made by the Bloc Québécois member, who's also Vice Chair of the Public Safety and National Security Committee. Conservatives are certainly very concerned with the display we saw at Public Safety Committee on November 5th by Ms. Lauren Chen. Now, as you may be familiar, Mr. Speaker, our committee is studying the impact of Russian disinformation in Canada, and certainly all committees have heard testimony and from this study and from others that certainly Russian interference in Canada is a very serious matter. They're looking to sow division, to sow discord in Canada, and they ultimately want Canada to fail. They want Canada to be weak. It is a very serious matter of what's happening in the Western world from Russia, and we are studying that as a matter of priority in public safety over the last few weeks. And what happened on November 5th was, I found, quite appalling and quite an affront to our ability to have accountability tools to hold people and ministers and others accountable as a check on power that we have as official opposition members and as members of the committee. And so Ms. Chen was at first, in fact, invited to willingly come to committee to answer quite serious allegations. There's a Department of Justice in the United States, an indictment that involves her company, Tenant Media. The allegations in that indictment are that her company, Tenant Media, received $10 million from covert agents from Russia today for the purposes of spreading influence through her platforms of Russian propaganda. Quite a serious matter, and really an issue that would be at heart of what we're discussing at committee. And so we invited her. Again, her testimony was certainly welcomed by all parties, but she refused to come willingly. And given the shocking allegations against her company and against herself and the covert actions that she allegedly engaged in some of them are actually quite shocking. She invited other influencers to come speak and failed to, as the allegations go, failed to inform them where funding was coming from, failed to inform them, allegedly, of the influence Russia Today had on her platform. And so all of these individuals were sharing their message under Tenant Media, which was being influenced by Russia, according to the allegations. So a very serious matter, and certainly as topical regarding our study. So she was invited, she refused. The committee unanimously agreed to summon her. she came, and then I've never been witness to this. I know it has happened rarely, though has happened at other committees, but she refused to answer any questions. Even as the Bloc member pointed out, she had asked her name. She wouldn't even answer the question of what her name was, let alone important questions that we had about the influence Russia Today had, which again is a propaganda arm of Russia, who again is looking to undermine and weaken Canada, what involvement she had in playing along with that and receiving millions of dollars to do it. Very important questions, Mr. Speaker, that I think are of primary importance to the health of our democracy and certainly our ability to hold wrongdoers accountable. And she refused to answer. And so the NDP member and the Bloc member have outlined, and I would agree with their assessment on various regulations and certainly our ability, as outlined in the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, 2017, on pages 1078 to 79, which of course states the following, as you well know, that witnesses must answer all questions which the committee puts to them. So we agree with that very much, and I know you know procedure likely better than anyone other than perhaps the experts sitting at the table in front of you, which we all rely on. But I would say, just even beyond that, Mr. Speaker, when you're considering this matter, this question of privilege, I'd ask you to consider the impact your ruling will have. Do we want to allow, as parliamentarians, as committee members, this precedent to be set, which I would argue is a very dangerous precedent to set for the accountability mechanisms we have as parliamentarians? If this is allowed to go ahead and Ms. Chen is not called to the bar or is held accountable for her lack of responding, what does that say to all other witnesses? What does that say to perhaps government ministers of any political stripe? What does that say to anyone invited to committee who's just a bit uncomfortable or for whatever reason of their own does not want to answer questions? What does that really say? What your ruling, I think, will set is that either Parliament believes that's unacceptable, people must come to committee to answer questions, or they don't have to if they don't feel like it. And so I'd ask for you to consider what this precedent will set moving forward, because I think it will be quite impactful. If Ms. Chen gets away with her bad behavior without a clear reprimand, I think that would be deeply impactful and concerning for Parliament and for our ability of committees to hold wrongdoers accountable. And again, she has not been convicted of anything. She actually hasn't been formally charged. But what we are saying and what we are concerned with that committee is that she took money from Russia to further their propaganda to undermine Canada and other Western actors. And so even regardless of what she was there to talk about, which is very serious and we need those answers from her, but regardless of what it is, if she's allowed to get away with that without a reprimand from Parliament, as we've seen with Christian Firth and others, I do feel that that is, again, a very dangerous precedent to set for accountability. We are saying as Parliament that it's okay if you can come and you don't have to answer any of our questions. And committee does incredibly important work, as you well know. All the committees are seized with critical issues right now. And so if we have witnesses that come and don't have to answer, what are we all doing this for? What is our duty as parliamentarians at committee? What is our duty as opposition members if people can just show up and say nothing? And we have, of course, in our rule books, we have as precedent for hundreds of years, people have to come and answer questions. She did not do that. And in fact, I found that it was quite insulting to the institution at large, to parliamentarians at the table who have been duly elected by the Canadian public to fulfill their duties. We've been appointed to committee. Our duty is to hold people accountable, to gather expert testimony, to finalize reports, to issue recommendations to Parliament, to ensure Canada and Canadians are well aware of what's going on in these critical issues that they are concerned about. And of course, Russian disinformation deeply impacts us all, just like interference from China, interference from India, interference from Iran and Pakistan. This is not a nothing issue. This is a critical issue impacting modern democracies and impacting the foundations and the security of our institutions. So I'd ask you to consider, of paramount importance, the precedent that your ruling, whatever it will be, will set. I think given, and I'd also ask that given all parties support this and have supported this every step of the way, that this is in fact not a partisan issue. This has nothing to do with somebody's political leanings. This has nothing to do even with the issue itself, although serious as I have outlined. It is the fact that the question is, can people come to committee and disrespect Parliament by saying nothing? I would say no. And I would hope that you would agree, sir, after you review this and rule on this question of privilege. So Conservatives have supported, we've been in lockstep with other parties on this. I think that speaks volumes that for once we are united on something. It is a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker, and I'd ask that you use the tools at your disposal and at Parliament's disposal to ensure anyone who's doing this is held accountable. And again, just to conclude, on the specific matter that Ms. Chen was called to committee about, as a patriotic Canadian, as somebody who loves this country and is honored to serve it in this capacity, I was quite appalled to read that indictment and to think that a fellow Canadian is taking money from a foreign government to undermine the Canadian interest. And I was quite appalled as a parliamentarian to sit there across from someone who refused to answer for her own actions, who didn't have the integrity to answer for what allegedly she had done. And so there's a lot in here that I think sets quite a precedent, and I'd ask you to holistically consider those things, and at the end of the day consider, as parliamentarians, has our privilege been violated, that when someone is invited to committee, again by all members and summoned by all members to answer questions on something of this importance, this magnitude of importance, and even if it's any other issue, do we not have the privilege to hear answers to those questions? Is that not centuries old of tradition? And if someone is allowed not to answer, what does that say about the strength of our democracy? What does that say about the committee process? What does that say out of our ability as duly elected parliamentarians to hold people accountable? I think that calls into question all of those powers. So I think this is a much bigger question of our democratic institutions, Mr. Chair, and I'd ask that you consider that holistically and really think about the seriousness of the decision you may set and the precedent that will set. But ultimately, the Conservatives believe that committees should be used and the powers that we have to hold wrongdoers accountable, and certainly to hold people accountable for, it's tough to say this in this House because it's a very serious allegation, but someone who may very well be a traitor to this country needs to be held accountable for not coming to committee and answering questions on those allegations. Mr. Speaker, so I'd ask you to consider that. As a patriotic Canadian, the Conservatives want to see people held accountable. They want to see our powers maintained. They want to see respect for this place maintained. And it happens with decisions that you are about to make. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member. Puis encore une fois, je remercie.
Once again, I'd like to thank the previous member as well. This is a very serious file. We will take into account all the comments made by members that represent various political parties, and I also hope that soon I'll hear from all parties that have yet to speak out on the matter.
To order, the honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a separate point of order. It's one that was raised by the member for Edmonton Strathcona yesterday, with respect to pins that are worn in this place. Briefly.
Before the honourable member goes, I thank the honourable member. Yesterday I'd heard a couple of interventions on this, and the chair is fully apprised of this issue and endeavours to come back to the House as soon as possible. I'm not certain if we want to enter into further discussion, given that the chair had indicated that he was going to come back to the House on this matter. So I'll invite the honourable member to share if he has new and pertinent approach to this for a short declaration, because again, I think the chair heard a pretty comprehensive perspective on this and is endeavouring to come back to the House quickly on this matter. So the honourable member from Kitchener Centre for new and pertinent contributions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do understand this is something you're currently reviewing. I think it's important for you to be aware, as someone in this House who does wear a moose hide pin on a regular basis. I wear this pin most days all year round, including during the 16 days of action against gender-based violence. I also when I at times speak with respect to the epidemic of gender-based violence in this place. And I encourage you to include that in your consideration of different members in this place who wear pins when they are in fact speaking about the topic with respect to that pin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his brief intervention and pertinent intervention. I will come back to the House. I see the honourable member from Calgary Nose Hill is also rising on the same point of order.
On a brief intervention.
And pertinent, please. And you.
In the interventions that were made in the House on this point of order, you were asked to equate a watermelon pin with the poppy, the remembrance poppy. I would hope that no one in this place meant that equivocation, and I would ask in your deliberations that you do not equate a watermelon pin with the remembrance poppy, which stands as a symbol of Canadian Armed Forces contributions to our country and our right to stand in this place free of persecution. That was ridiculous. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member. I think we're getting a little bit into debate, but I do appreciate the honourable member's suggestion. The chair will come back to the House as soon as possible. I see the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby is rising on a point of order, and I would hope again that it is brief and pertinent to this issue. And new.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, just to cite that was simply the intervention from the member from Calgary Nose Hill misrepresented the intervention that came from the member from Edmonton Strathcona yesterday.
Now we're getting into debate, and I see that all the members are rising on their feet, participate in this debate. I have heard all the interventions which I need to hear in order to come back to the House with some guidance on this issue. And I see that the honourable member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge, is rising. I hope it will be both, or it will be equally new, pertinent, and brief, and as well as not entering into new debate. The honourable member.
Well, my point of order is different, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday you had made a ruling and you had informed the House that you would come back, but I'm just confused because this morning now you've allowed debate about that which you had already made a ruling. So I was wondering which rulings are we allowed to revisit and keep talking about, and which rulings are actually firm and have to be complied with?
Yes, out of thanks to the honourable member, there was no ruling that I had made yesterday. I had indicated to the House that I would come back with some guidance or with a ruling if necessary, and I am doing so. Some honourable members wanted to raise some issues, and I allowed them the opportunity to raise issues if it were pertinent, brief, and new. So I thank the honourable member for his intervention. Routine business. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements from ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Bachrach, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Strategy for Universal Eye Care. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm pleased to introduce the National Strategy for Universal Eye Care Act, with thanks to the honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley for seconding this bill. This legislation mandates the Minister of Health to develop a national strategy to support universal access to eye care, vision correction, and vision aids. Currently, access to eye care varies widely across Canada, resulting in inequitable outcomes. More than 70% of private eye care expenses are incurred by Canadians out of pocket, putting a significant strain on household budgets. This bill is the result of the vision of a talented high school student from my riding of Vancouver Kingsway, Delina Nguyen from Windermere Secondary School. Delina is this year's winner of my annual Create Your Canada contest held in high schools across Vancouver Kingsway. I hope all parliamentarians will support her vision for a better Canada and work with the NDP to create truly head-to-toe, public, universal access to health care for everyone. Thank you, Delina.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Bachrach, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Bill be read for a second time at the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions. Mr. Savard-Tremblay, seconded by Mr. Perron, moves that the 21st report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, tabled on Wednesday, the 30th of October 2024, be concurred in the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, 0. That is the number of shipments seized at Canadian Customs because the goods were made through forced labour, excluding a single shipment in 2021 that was seized but released following an appeal by the importer. In comparison, Washington, so the US, is accounting and has accrued billions in seized goods, all from one single region, Xinjiang. Canadian laxness is total. In March 2023, Ottawa released its budget. It stated that the government intends to, and I quote, table legislation by 2024 to eliminate forced labour from Canadian supply chains and to strengthen the prohibition upon the import of goods produced by forced labour. End quote. It was written black on white on page 195 of the French version and page 171 of the English version. But, as far as I know, we're now in 2024, so no bill was tabled before the end of last year, 2023. Shattered promises, but a promise that's been immediately renewed. March 2024, in its new budget, Ottawa once again indicated its intention to table a bill with a view of eliminating forced labour from supply chains and to strengthen the import of goods made from it before the end of the year, this time 2024. Once again, it was written black on white on, you can have a look, Mr. Speaker, on page 369 of the French version and page 320 of the English version. That is why I had this motion adopted in committee, because we thought this was an unacceptable timescale. Well, it was a motion that was adopted as a majority. The Conservatives voted for, the NDP voted for, and now we submit it to the House because there is about 1 month to go in 2024, and so the House must state clearly that it considers this inaction to be deplorable and that the use of practices that violate the fundamental rights of workers, vulnerable people and children is totally unacceptable. Last year, in March 2023, we were told by the end of 2023, so last year, I had the Standing Committee on International Trade unanimously adopt a motion asking us to draft a letter to the government reminding it of its commitment to proceed before 2023 and demanding an explanation for its inaction. This letter went unheeded, as the government did not even deign to reply. This government then dared to make a simple cut and paste in its next budget, simply changing the end of 2023 to the end of 2024 as the new deadline. That's too much, Mr. Speaker. This Parliament must stand up and adopt our motion and clearly say that this is unacceptable. We don't want blood in the products that we buy. In the United States, a couple of comparisons. In the United States, Customs and Border Protection has the ability to issue denial of release orders, or DROs, for goods that it reasonably believes were manufactured using forced labour. These orders may target single entities, regions, or countries as a whole. And the onus is upon importers. That's the important point. The onus is on importers to satisfy Customs and Border Protection that the goods have not been manufactured using forced labour. In addition, since December 2021, the United States have enacted and enforced the Uyghur Forced Labour Prevention Act, which creates a rebutable presumption that all imported goods, products, articles, and merchandise that are mined, produced, or manufactured wholly or in part in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region or by entities on a US government list are manufactured through forced labour and are prohibited from entering the United States. So everything that comes from that list and from that region are deemed to go through forced labor. And so the onus is on the importer. The rebutable presumption also applies to goods manufactured or shipped in the People's Republic of China and other countries that incorporate materials or inputs manufactured in or that have transited through Xinjiang. The burden of proof, therefore, lies with the importer. In Canada, as a comparison, in Canada, the customs tariff is used as a legislative framework that allows custom officers not to consider a good to be prohibited, but to determine the tariff classification of the imported good on a case-by-case basis, according to the likelihood that forced labor has been used based on the information available at the time of importation. Giving the CBSA responsibility for filtering means assuming that the use of forced labor can be detected by inspecting shipments just by having a quick look at it. The astounding result of this approach is that nothing has ever been seized at the Canadian border. Ottawa has created a veritable paradise of impunity for this kind of behavior. This is also applicable elsewhere, not only imports, but if we broaden our perspective, this also applies to behaviors, to accountability, to due diligence in the hands of Canadian companies. In 2023, yes, a majority of the House of Commons adopted Bill S-211. It was presented by Ottawa as a bold step forward, but in the end, it was just a flimsy measure, a very soft and flimsy measure. All the bill introduced was an obligation for companies with 250 or more employees and only with active and significant revenues to report, to declare, so just draft a little report. And this would only be on an annual basis with regards to measures taken with regards to forced labor by adults and children. That's the only question that had to be in the report. A company that would refuse to report this could be fined. It could be, perhaps. But this company is perfectly entitled to simply report that no measures have been taken. It can just say, nothing to report. Thank you, good night. My job is done. Let's see you next year, my friends. So, this law is about as useless as a Senate from which it originates. Reporting, even if it means reporting that nothing has been done, is not due diligence, Mr. Speaker. What we see here is a typically Canadian attitude, reproducing the same culture of pure empty gestures. Ottawa now has plenty of time to sit on the fence about so-called progress that isn't progress at all. And that is the reason for which I voted against this empty shell of a bill with my colleagues from the NDP and the Bloc Québécois. On the other hand, I'm co-sponsoring Bill C-262. It's an NDP bill. We've always said if we approve of a bill, we'll support it. So I will co-sponsor this bill, which covers all human rights. It covers companies of all sizes, involves the communities affected, and above all, it offers recourse to victims. That is what due diligence is all about. If Ottawa does not keep a very close eye on the products that enter the country through its approach, which gives responsibility for seizure to customs officers and removes the burden of proof from employers, Ottawa is no more serious about the behaviour of Canadian companies abroad. This can be seen in trade agreements that we study. They refer to fine principles, but without any obligations. We talk about international agreements, but with no actual binding clause. That is the case with the free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. The only amendment that was approved was mine. The one that says, well, this chapter's all well and good, but the Minister for International Trade also has to tell us here in the House every year what has been done on this file, especially with regards to corporate behaviour. In 2018, the same thing happened through the Corporate Responsibility Ombudsman. This is like a complaints office, an apathetic response to scandalous behaviour. At the end of the day, it examines complaints filed by Canadian companies that deem that they've been accused unreasonably of this accusation. When the position was created, this officer was meant to have investigative powers to compel companies to produce documents and testify, which is important in an investigation. That seems to be the basis of any investigation. At the time of writing, these powers have still not been granted. The Mining Association of Canada has made public statements opposing the granting of these powers. But don't worry, everyone, the Ombudsman has a great-looking website. But the main thing we'd be taking away is the ability to compel the production of documents. In 2009, the Bloc Québécois tabled a bill that sought to create a commission to monitor foreign activities, the foreign activities of Canadian companies, but it died on the order paper. This would have been an independent body, would have received complaints, but could also have launched its own investigations, and it would also have been able to publicly call upon the Department of Foreign Affairs of the time to stop supporting offending mining companies. We would have had a truly effective mechanism. Unsurprisingly, Parliament refused to comply. Myself, as a member, I tried to table a motion for unanimous consent in order to establish a real institution to monitor the behaviour of Canadian mining companies abroad. Consent was, of course, not forthcoming. I'm mentioning the mining issue because it's very interesting. Even when it can be likened to an imperialist, colonialist, or internationally dominant country, Canada is once again a sieve, a true paradise for foreign interests.
Because around 3 out of every 4 mining companies in the world are Canadian, and the vast majority of companies operating in the sector are listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange. So Canada is a veritable flag of convenience, where a mining company only needs a post office box to be considered Canadian. Many of these mining companies are Canadian in name only. To take advantage of Ottawa's lax legislation, any investor can set up a company here with Canadian co-shareholders, but they could be operating in a developing country. There are a number of companies that could be suspected of dubious behavior, and they also benefit from financial support from Export Development Canada, which only has the most cursory accountability mechanisms, so it doesn't look really great on that front. But they also get diplomatic support through Canadian embassies. In a report published in 2022, the Justice and Corporate Accountability Project mentioned that serious acts of violence had been committed at the Marlin mine in Guatemala, which was acquired by Goldcorp Inc., a Canadian mining company, in 2006, and there were credible allegations of environmental contamination and harm to human health, but the report argues that the activities of some Canadian officials in 2010 and 2011 to defend the interests of Goldcorp Inc. have undermined the efforts of especially indigenous Mayan communities to access and defend their rights under the inter-American human rights system. So there is diplomatic support in addition to the financial support of the Canadian state. And at a time when Canada is negotiating a free trade agreement with Ecuador, one wonders why the Canadian ambassador refused to meet with the country's indigenous communities, but rushed to meet with representatives of the mining companies. They seemed not to have a problem with that. So when they appeared before the International Trade Committee, the ambassador didn't seem to appreciate my questions, and they also rejected the concerns of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights about the unrest in 2 regions where police repression had been particularly strong, notably to impose Canadian mining investments suspected of having an impact on water contamination and social division. What's more, just a few weeks ago, the behavior in Tanzania of Barrick Gold, a member of the Mining Association of Canada, was again reported in the media. And we're talking here about rape, murder, mutilation by mine security, and this has been reported on several occasions since at least 2009. Again, brutal murder, discharging of firearms, rape, mutilation. And this actually is the 7th case brought to our attention involving Canadian companies since 2010. Since 2007, we've had 6 cases before Canadian courts. And here we're talking about attacks, rape, again, the displacement of indigenous populations by the security staff of the mines, use of slaves, and the contamination of rivers with toxic discharge. In 2020, I was part of an observation mission in Chile, and I was able to observe the problems faced by the local populations, pollution of the water sources and other types of pollution, expulsions of local populations, and even personally in Colombia, I was able to observe, so this is first-hand experience, not something someone told me. Private security of a mine was actually controlling the traffic on public roads. Do you find that to be normal? In 2016, the Canada Brand report stated that violence linked to Canadian mining operations in Latin America had left at least 44 people dead in the region, 30 of them in targeted attacks. So there is no shortage of terrifying anecdotes, Mr. Speaker. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? 4 minutes? Well, I can also refer to another report from 2009. Canadian companies were the largest group involved in unfortunate incidents in the development circles. Canadian companies are more likely to be involved in disputes involving community conflict, environmental violations, and unethical behavior. And these are the words that I'm quoting. It's not my words. The Canadian Centre for the Study of Conflict related to Natural Resources, meanwhile, revealed that Canada held the record for contraventions among developed countries that operate mines in developing countries. Another 2016 report produced by researchers at York University documents incidents corroborated by at least 2 independent sources for the period from 2000 to 2015, 44 deaths, 403 injuries, 709 cases of criminalization. A broad geographical breakdown of the violence shows deaths in 11 countries and injuries in 13, cases of criminalization in 12. The document also shows that Canadian companies listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange do not include reports on violence in their mandatory corporate performance reports. There is, of course, a great deal of work to be done in the fight against human rights violations in the name of profit. I'm just trying to give you some ideas, and not everyone is going to agree on everything, but we need to put the onus on importers to prove that they do not use forced labor. We need to adopt real due diligence legislation to tighten the screws on Canadian companies operating abroad, as C-262 is doing. We have to offer real remedies to victims and strengthen the powers of the Ombudsman if we do not have a real commission that is independent of political power and capable of conducting its own investigations. We have to put an end to Ottawa's complicit diplomatic policy and keep a closer eye on where Export Development Canada's money goes abroad. These are just some ideas, and not everyone is going to agree with all of these elements, and I talked to colleagues from other parties on these. We're not going to all agree on all of these, but eventually we want to see a bill. But in the meantime, it's more than a year. So we should have seen this since more than a year ago. So we have to be clear. I therefore call on the whole House to remind the government clearly of its unfulfilled commitment to introduce legislation before the end of the year. We do not want blood in our products. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the discussion, no doubt, that we'll be having over the next few hours. What I'm interested in is to get the members' thoughts in regards to S211. This is legislation that actually passed and took effect in the sense that I believe that it does do all of us a great service dealing with the issue of forced labor. And when we know of some of the results that are actually very encouraging, and I would suggest that it is a wonderful, significant step forward, given that nothing was there prior. If he could provide why it is that he's not content with that or wants to see it expanded beyond some of the comments that he's put on the record already.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, listen, my colleague is asking this question, but I referred to this element. For multiple minutes, I talked about S211. This bill does not apply to all human rights. Of course, we see human rights as a whole, and this only applies to forced labor of adults and children. Of course, that's valuable, but it's limited to that. For companies with employees, 250 employees and more with significant revenue, and it's not an obligation to introduce measures, but to do a report on the measures that are in place. But reporting can also mean I don't have any measures in place, thank you, and see you next year. That is why I voted against, and I do not regret having voted against. And I knew that this was coming. Well, we have taken these measures and these steps, and we have this in place, but it's not sufficient. It is just an empty shell. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This report about forced labor uses very strong language to denounce the government's failures. It describes the government's failures to take seriously the issue of forced labor as deplorable. And I note that in the committee meeting where this report was adopted, actually the Liberal chair of that committee, the member for Humber River Black Creek, voted in favor of this motion. You have a Liberal member voting in favor of a motion that is calling her own government's performance on the issue of forced labor absolutely deplorable. And it's no wonder that Liberal members find the actions of their own government deplorable on this file. Because as it relates to Uyghur forced labor in particular, which the member spoke about, the Americans have been so far ahead, stopping many, many shipments of goods over concerns about forced labor from the Uyghur regions. But Canada has not stopped a single shipment. And I believe this puts us in breach of our obligations under CUSMA to have all partners to that agreement act to combat forced labor. So this is going to be a challenge not only to us morally, but also in Canada-U.S. relations, that we're not doing our part. I'd like to hear the members' reflections on, in particular, the impact on Canada-U.S. relations of the failure of this government to take the issue of forced labor seriously.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, I need to first add something to what I've said. The Liberal chair did not vote in favor of the motion. They were not attending that day, so it was the Conservative co-chair who was in the chair. So it's my colleague's colleague who led us to that outcome. But I would like to thank our Conservative colleagues for having helped us reach that outcome. And we have to make it very clear that we're not happy with the current outcome. So 0 shipments, all regions combined, but in the U.S., we're looking at multiple billions from one single region in seizures, so there is no comparison to be had at all. And my colleague underlined, of course, there's a human aspect to this issue, human rights defenders, etc., but there is also a geopolitical and economic aspect to this with regard to confidence that our American neighbors have in us. So we need to start showing our partners that we're not allowing simply Chinese products to flood the market.
Comments, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Merci, Monsieur Président. Je veux remercier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for his speech.
We're working with him on the international trade file. I'm sorry I'm not on that file anymore, but we've been through all this together. I'm glad he mentioned S211, which the NDP, as he mentioned, also thought was completely inadequate. And so the Bloc and the NDP voted against that, while the Conservatives and Liberals voted in favor. And his support for Bill C-262, which was brought forward by the NDP member for New Westminster Burnaby, which would be a really significant and great improvement on what this government is doing. I would like to, there's so many things I would like to ask my colleague because I know he has a lot of good things to say about these subjects, but I will hone in on one thing that I know the International Trade Committee was studying, and that is the free trade agreement with Ecuador, which the federal government is now negotiating with Ecuador, which is clear that they want to put in investor-state dispute mechanisms to protect Canadian mining companies in their fights against Indigenous people, against minorities and people living on the land in Ecuador. And it just goes against the real sense of what Canada should be doing in the world.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Well, there are many elements in what my colleague just has said, but for me, S211, we support it, we have supported it, and I would like to thank the NDP for having brought forward this bill, and we do support it. So, without any issues or any nuances, it's the example of a good legislation on due diligence. So, S211, Conservatives and Liberals voted in favor. And as I was saying, and I finished on that note, we probably would not agree in terms of what we would like to see in this legislation on imports and the elimination of forced labor from supply chains. I do respect that because this is a democracy. We can debate on that when it's time. Today we're focusing on the sole issue whereby this House should indicate to the government its clear direction. We are seeing the legislation, we will debate it, and we probably will not agree on it, but we will have to remind them that their engagement has not been upheld. There have been many promises and many things said, and I referred to this in my speech when we had the Canadian ambassador appearing before the committee. They were not able to explain the situation to us or justify the violence that happened and why they met the mining companies but not the Indigenous communities. So, of course, we have to keep an eye on that, and I got together with Ecuadorians and we had a press conference, and they are inviting us to keep a close eye on that. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent work, his rigor, and his speech. So I'd like to hear him on the fact that Canada is the country of nice words, but also the country of inaction and passivity, Mr. Speaker, because we do these beautiful speeches, but in the meantime, there are real abuses that are happening as we speak today, Mr. Speaker. There's real rape, forced labor happening to real people. So I would like to give my colleague the opportunity to underline that point. Mr. Speaker, if you can give me 2 or 3 hours, because there is so much to say on that. Well, this question comes from someone in my camp, and I would like to thank him for his unrelenting work and his question. Well, I don't have a written response, but there is so much that could be said. There are so many things at stake here, and this also ties into the question asked by my Conservative colleague. Beyond the human aspect, beyond the common sense of it all, and beyond, we also have the question of strategy and the question of leverage and the question of using a state that can set strategic goals for itself. And this applies to foreign direct investment and all kinds of other things. So it's all interconnected. So in Washington, if it's not already the case, they are looking at us a certain way. And when I say us, I don't include myself in that bunch. But Canada is seen as being a country that is not really holding its promises, and it's not really contributing to the question of North American security.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the issue of forced labor is something that is not new. It's been around for many, many years, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting in listening to the questions and answers. It's a bit much when you hear a Conservative stand up and talk about the issue of forced labor when Stephen Harper and the leader of the Conservative Party did absolutely nothing in dealing with the issue of forced labor, Mr. Speaker. And now, sitting in opposition, we now have the Conservative Party, and in fairness, I'll be fair, you know, we had the Senate Bill 211 that came before us, and the Conservatives did join us in ultimately passing S 211. So at the very least, they have done some things positively in working with the government in recognizing the issue of forced labor. It's interesting now that we're having the debate on the issue, primarily because, Mr. Speaker, of what I've often now referred to as a multi-million-dollar game that the Conservatives are playing. And what's happening is that we're seeing now other opposition parties, as opposed to participating directly in the game of the filibuster, bringing forward motions of concurrence. And I can appreciate the frustration that other opposition parties would be having, because day after day for weeks now, we have had the Conservative Party bringing forward a filibuster, putting the self-interest of the leader of the Conservative Party and the Conservative Party in general ahead of the interests of Canadians. So instead of us debating things such as the legislative agenda that will help and assist Canadians in many different ways, whether it's issues like protecting children against the internet, transferring military courts to civilian courts on issues of sexual violence, Mr. Speaker, to Canadian citizenship, to the fall economic statement. And that's just some of the government agenda, Mr. Speaker. Then you also have issues like private members' hours, opposition day motions. And I would have suggested to you that this would have been a great debate for an opposition day motion, Mr. Speaker. I truly believe so. Because at the end of the day, the issue of forced labor, as I say, is nothing new. Even though Stephen Harper and the current leader of the Conservative Party ignored it completely, 100% during their tenure, it would have been a great discussion to be able to have, at the end of it, have a positive resolution to it. You know, we have raised the issue in budgets, as it's been pointed out in terms of the motion itself that came before the Standing Committee. And I do compliment the efforts of the Standing Committee and those that they listened to in coming up with the report. But I would remind members that, you know, we have made a commitment to bring forward legislation that will look at improving S 211, government legislation. Now, of course, one has to take a look in terms of why it is that we're having a difficult time getting legislation through the House of Commons. But that's no fault of the Government of Canada or even the Bloc or the New Democrats. That responsibility falls on the shoulders of the leader of the official opposition. So we will continue to look at ways in which we can bring in the legislation that we committed to do, Mr. Speaker. And hopefully that sense of enthusiasm that the first Conservative question was based on, Mr. Speaker, we'll see that when we bring in legislation that there will be a warmth to the idea of allowing that debate to occur and possibly even allow legislation to go to committee and ultimately pass through third reading and be given royal assent, Mr. Speaker. What a wonderful idea that would be. But somehow we got to dislodge the leader of the Conservative Party's belief that this legislature or this Parliament is here to serve him and him alone. That we need to understand that this Parliament is here to serve Canadians and Canadians first and foremost. And then we'll be able to ultimately do more for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. So, on the issue, one does not need to expand in terms of the literally millions of individuals around the world. Virtually in every country, Mr. Speaker, we will see forced labor being put into place. And we need to recognize, as we have as a government, that the government can play a significant role. Without the support, and I compliment, you know, there's some that have absolutely no time for the Senate. I, for one, see a great value in the Senate. And S211 is a good example of that. When the Senate of Canada passed that legislation through their system, Mr. Speaker, it came to the House of Commons. First, actually, reading of that bill took place on May the 3rd, 2022. Second reading then was completed on June 1st, 2022. It was then went to committee in November of 2022. Report stage completed on March 6, 2023. And third reading was actually completed on May the 3rd, 2023. And actually, what we saw was royal assent given shortly thereafter, where the legislation took effect in January of this year, Mr. Speaker. That's the type of things that we can see take place, not only on Senate legislation, but also on government legislation, Mr. Speaker. The primary difference is now that we have a leader of the Conservative Party that has put his interests first and foremost, we see more and more often legislation being put on hold as a direct result of that self-interest, Mr. Speaker. I think there are many pieces of legislation that are before the House and that are going to be introduced to the House that deserve the merit of not only debate, but also going through the process and ultimately becoming law. I would suggest to you that Canada is a better society as a direct result of Bill S211. Think of the results. Before that legislation passed through this House, with the support of the Liberals and the Conservatives, before it passed, there was nothing that was really in place. As a direct result of getting royal assent and dictating January in terms of its effective date, we have literally seen thousands and thousands of businesses or companies that have actually had to report in, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of forced labor in the supply chains. We have now seen and identified a very high percentage of those that have reported in raising concerns in regards to that supply chain in a very real and tangible way. So for the first time, the government actually has a much better sense of the degree in which forced labor is actually being used here in the Canadian supply chain. The issue of forced labor is something in which the government takes seriously. You remember when we were having the trade negotiations with the United States, Mr. Speaker, On the one hand, we had the Conservatives crying and wanting to capitulate and say, it doesn't matter, just get an agreement. That was the Conservative approach, Mr. Speaker, to the Donald Trump first trade discussions that were taking place. Capitulate. Do whatever it is that the United States wants. Just get an agreement signed. Mr. Speaker, we worked very hard on the CUSMA agreement. Canada has, I would argue, the very best in the world in terms of individual abilities to be able to negotiate trade agreements. And I don't say that lightly. No government in the history of Canada has signed off on more trade agreements than this government. We do that, Mr. Speaker, because we recognize the true value of trade for Canada. If you want to strengthen Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, you have to focus attention on trade. And through that, Mr. Speaker, and working with Canadians, working with the different partners, we are seeing record numbers of new jobs that have actually been created. Virtually double the number of jobs that Stephen Harper created in his 9 years of governance, Mr. Speaker. So if you take a look at the issue and how it's been evolving, take a look at the CUSMA deal. And you'll see that within the CUSMA deal itself, we negotiated to prohibit importing goods made with forced labor, Mr. Speaker. Now, does that mean it's a perfect deal? No one's saying that, Mr. Speaker. There's always room for improvement. And when we sit down with President Trump President Trump-elect, Mr. Speaker, in the future, know that we will have Canadian interests in our minds and heart. Unlike the Conservatives, who will advocate to capitulate based on their previous negotiations, we will ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the deal is in the best interest of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And we have a record to clearly demonstrate that as a government that has signed off on far more trade agreements, not only as Stephen Harper, but in the history of Canada. And people understand and they know how important trade is between Canada and the United States. When you talk about jobs, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of good quality Canadian jobs that are dependent on successful negotiations. And Canadians need to be aware that it is this government, it's this Prime Minister that got and signed off on the trade agreement known as CUSMA with the United States. And it was the Conservatives that wanted us to capitulate and give them whatever they wanted. And it's because, Mr. Speaker, of our experience in dealing with trade agreements that we were able to achieve what it is that we received. And within that, we talked about labor. Interesting enough, Mr. Speaker, you'll remember one of the most recent trade agreements that we signed off on was the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement update. You'll remember that because the leader of the Conservative Party actually voted against it. And he instructed his minions to follow suit and vote against it. I withdraw the word minions just in case some people are a little offended by it, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives, on the other hand, voted against a trade agreement. What's really interesting, it's the very first trade agreement that the Conservatives, from what I can recall, ever voted against was the Canada-Ukraine updating trade agreement, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting how we were talking about a point of order, a privilege earlier, about the influence that Russia is having. You know, there was a story that talks about how Russian influencers are trying to say all these bad things about our Prime Minister in an attempt to prop up the Conservative Party of Canada. Interesting connection there, Mr. Speaker. And we'll have to wait and see. I would love to see this issue go to standing committee. I'd love the opportunity to actually see to what degree you have interference affecting the Conservative Party going into the next election, Mr. Speaker. But I digress somewhat. I believe that when we take a look in terms of where we go from here, as I've indicated, whether it's budgetary measures, legislative measures, dealing with the issue of forced labor, that we continue to move forward. And that's why the minister has provided assurances, as instructed by the Prime Minister in terms of mandate letters, that we do put into place legislation that will enhance and protect the interests of Canadians. And we know that the values that we have, Mr. Speaker, say that we have to look at our supply chains and deal with the forced labor issue. And that is something in which the Government of Canada is prepared to do, Mr. Speaker, in a very real and tangible way. And that's why we've maintained the commitment that we will, in fact, be bringing in, Mr. Speaker, legislation to that effect before the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, can you indicate how much time I have left? 3 minutes to go. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's just not enough time because, at the end of the day, we could talk about trade and supply lines and issues related to it like forced labor for many, many hours. Because as a government, more so than the Conservative government ever did, we understand how by looking at trade and international trade, we can actually build a stronger and healthier middle class while at the same time deal with the social issues that Canadians are concerned about. 100%. Whether it's issues such as forced labor, in particular in areas of mining to manufacturing of products and so forth, Mr. Speaker, as a government, as the Prime Minister has clearly shown, we can do both, Mr. Speaker. And the numbers, as I've indicated earlier, through the policies that we put into place, policies driven by budgetary measures and budgetary and legislative members, that we have built a healthier middle class, Mr. Speaker, especially going through the economic times, which can be a challenge, Mr. Speaker, for many of the constituents in which we represent. But the nice thing is, Mr. Speaker, is that things are getting better. Interest rates are going down. Affordability is so much better, Mr. Speaker. Inflation rate is below 2%. We are doing, in comparison to other countries, exceptionally well, Mr. Speaker, exceptionally well. But it doesn't mean that we can't do better, and that's why we have a Prime Minister and a government and members of the Liberal caucus that continue to persist every day in improving the conditions of Canadians. That's where our focus is, Mr. Speaker, unlike the self-serving interest and focus of the Conservative leader today and the Conservative caucus. Having said all of that, Mr. Speaker, I would move, seconded by the member from Bonavista, Bruin, Trinity, that the question now be put.
The motion is moved from the member, Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Rogers, that the question now be put. It is order. Questions and comments. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I'm just wondering why the government is so eager to move on from debate on this issue. Certainly, it's an important motion that's been put forward on behalf of my colleagues, and I just don't understand why the government is so eager to move on. What do they have to hide? Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Seriously, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the member fully understands in terms of the process. On a concurrence report, you have a 3-hour debate. What we're doing is just kind of advancing it in case anyone stops talking. If people stop talking, then we can actually go to the question on it. I am very comfortable in having the full 3-hour debate. At the end of the 3 hours, the question ultimately will be put, and we'll have a vote on it tomorrow. Members of the Conservative Party don't need to push the panic buttons yet, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, hopefully they will get back to their filibuster on the privilege issue. I'm sure that they're glad that they don't have to talk purely on the privilege, that they can change the topics while at the same time continue with their irresponsible multi-million-dollar filibuster. And that's ultimately what we witness every day now for many, many weeks, because the leader of the Conservative Party is more interested in himself and his personal advancement and the Conservative Party than the interests of Canadians. And as such, we find that that is very shameful, and that's fine, but we will continue to focus on Canadians.
Questions and comments?
Comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Salle-Mort. It's always words, 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 nothing but words. So here are some more words, Mr. Speaker. In the March 2023 budget, the government pledged to adopt a bill, and it didn't do so. And then it did it so again in March 2024, but it didn't keep its promise. And now again, they're saying they're going to do it. And now he's saying that again. So what is this government waiting for? The apocalypse?
Honorable député.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, the government indicated that it would be doing it in 2024. If the member takes a look at the calendar, you'll find that 2024 has not come to an end. So before he passes judgment on that particular issue, maybe he might want to reflect in terms of what it is and how it is that members of the bloc can not only see government bring in legislation, but how it is that we can actually advance legislation. It's one thing to bring in legislation. It's another thing to be able to get it to advance through the system. And the only way in which we can advance it through the system, because it's a minority government, is you have to have other political parties that are like-minded and prepared to work hard for all people in all regions. And that means, Mr. Speaker, that we have to focus some attention on trying to get the leader of the Conservative Party to stop with this day in and day after day of filibustering. I would ultimately argue that the leader of the Conservative Party is borderline in contempt of this Parliament because of the way in which he is filibustering and ultimately abusing, I would suggest to you, the rights of all members of the House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, November 20th is the National Day of the Child. And it's a day to celebrate and honor children. But today, around the world, 160 million children, many of them as young as 5 years old, are forced to work and denied the opportunity to go to school. Now, we have been calling on this government for due diligence legislation, human rights legislation, and we've criticized this government's deeply flawed approach. And it wasn't just the NDP, it wasn't just the Bloc criticizing the government's approach to Bill S11. It was Oxfam Canada, Amnesty International Canada, Human Rights Watch Canada. They stood together to say that Canada's appalling record on human rights violations abroad cannot be addressed with an empty bill that just pays lip service to this issue. Now, I hear the government saying that they're going to bring in legislation, but forgive me if I'm skeptical, if Canadians are skeptical of more liberal promises. Will the member commit to truly rigorous accountability, due diligence legislation that will hold these companies liable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government.
Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the question that the member is putting forward. And when we talk about S211 and the government working and at least getting the support, not too often, from the Conservative Party, where we were ultimately able to pass the legislation. I understand that the NDP and the Bloc were somewhat uncomfortable with the legislation, and there has been a very significant positive impact with that legislation already to date, where we have seen thousands and thousands of companies that have now reported, and we know there's a very high percentage of areas. So for the areas where there's forced labor that needs to be factored in, to the degree in which we believe that we will have better legislation that's going to be able to be introduced before the end of the year. I would remind members of the New Democratic Party that before this particular administration, absolutely nothing was being done on the issue, and it has been a very busy legislative agenda, and for the last number of weeks, all we've seen is a great deal of filibustering on preventing legislation from being passed to any stage by the Conservative Party. And we look to our friends within the NDP who have worked with us in the past to try to get legislation through. So hopefully we'll get the bill that's the minister's talking about for a first reading, and even get it beyond that. In order to do that, we need to have a partner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting because the member does speak to the government's intentions of advancing legislation. I know constituents within the riding of Waterloo sent me to this place to have tough conversations to actually get work done on their behalf. They can't be here, so I try to have conversations with the diversity of perspectives, and when it comes to legislation on forced labor, they know the government has intentions to advance it, yet they recognize that the Conservatives have paralyzed this House. They brought it to a standstill. They refuse to have work done. Today we started the House on points of order and just comments in regards to witnesses at committee and not having the best interest of Canadians at hand. What's clear is that the Conservatives have gone to Prime Minister Stephen Harper's way, and they'll fight for Conservatives, but they won't fight for Canadians. That's one of the reasons I put my name on a ballot. And I think the member has articulated very clearly that the Bloc and the NDP suggest that they want to get work done, but they don't want to get work done because they know how we can get back onto a legislative agenda. They know that they have a role to play, but they refuse to play that role. So I would like to ask the member, when it comes to the intentions in this House, when it comes to actually getting work done, how can we get this work done? And is today's move by the Bloc Québécois, which just wants to separate our country, the NDP, who actually is more concerned about my attire than they are about policy, what is it that we can do in this House to actually get to the legislative agenda so that we can actually deliver for Canadians, middle-class Canadians, those working hard to join it? Because today, this concurrence motion, I agree, is very important. I think the issue is very important. But the government has signaled time and time again that we want to advance legislation. Why is it that the government's not able to advance legislation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would answer it by saying the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper was the only Prime Minister in the history of Canada, in fact the entire British Commonwealth, to be held in contempt of Parliament. His Parliamentary Secretary at the time was the leader of the Conservative Party today. And nothing has changed. The leader of the Conservative Party today feels that he can borderline be in contempt of this institution by playing this multi-million-dollar filibuster game. And not only that, outside the chamber, he is the only leader inside the House that doesn't recognize that he has a moral responsibility to get the security clearance so that we can deal with the issues in a better way, the issue of foreign interference. Foreign interference, Mr. Speaker, is such a serious issue. We have seen people murdered. We have seen all forms of extortion. We have seen political manipulation that goes right to the leaderships of political parties, including the Conservative Party. Yet we still have one leader in the House of Commons today, the Conservative leader, that refuses to get the security clearance to become informed. It's a good question to ask. What is the leader of the Conservative Party hiding from Canadians? Why won't he come clean and tell us why it is that he really refuses to get that security clearance?
Resuming debate. Point of order. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Speaker, I just think it's also important for the record to note that the Leader of the Official Opposition also doesn't
Debate.
want...
That's debate. That's debate. Let's resuming debate. The honourable member for Bay Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm pleased to start debate, and I'm also pleased to announce that I'm sharing my time from the member of Chicoutimi de la Ford as well. Canada needs a government that understands how to build an open economy, how to build an economy, how to create jobs, how to create powerful paychecks, and to ensure that we have economic growth not only for our nation, but our provinces, our regions, and our citizens. In the book, Why Nations Fail, the book emphasizes, this is by the way the finance minister's favorite book, that countries prosper when they foster open economic systems that create opportunities for growth and provides incentives for people to save, to innovate, and to invest. And when we look at Canada right now and the challenges we have and Canadians have, they are losing those opportunities, and those opportunities are going south. We talk about a carbon tax that is set to increase again on April 1st that punishes our farmers and our businesses. We talk about a housing crisis right now, the largest in the whole history of this country, in which we've seen rents double, mortgage payments double, the amount needed for a down payment has doubled. And we talk about debt and a budget, where already we're talking about increased deficits coming to the budget if we ever see one in 2025. And what does that mean? Well, it's been proven over the last 4 years that we have increased budgets or debt, and we have increased in spending by an over-increasing growing government, that we have high inflation, and high inflation then adds the cost, the invisible tax, to every Canadian. An open economy, though, isn't just about trade, it's about democracy. A strong democracy promotes freedom, transparency, and fairness, not only within our borders, but also with those we engage with within the world, our trading agreements. Trading agreements which we have in Canada that were all set up by the previous government. The European Union Trading Agreement was set up by Stephen Harper. When we look at the TPP, which became the TCTPP, it was set up again by Stephen Harper. And this government, when it came into power, got to sign those agreements, but they were agreements set in stone based on our shared democracy and our shared freedom and those values. And what has happened with that over the last 9 years is we've seen those values erode, and we've seen certain parts of our trading relationships result in what has been, Mr. Speaker, forced labor. And we have forced labor camps that are forcing citizens into camps, into grueling conditions, and those products are ending up on Canadian shores. And we look at our trade and our democracy, and Canada being a steward for freedom and to ensure that we have democracy and freedom here at home, but into nations abroad. We can use that trading relationship we have with nations to ensure we force those values that we find to be important. And I'm going to walk you into a couple stats that are apparent with this. In China, reports indicate that over 3 million innocent Uyghurs are currently detained in concentration camps, where they face indoctrination, forced labor, and torture in various degrees. It's work or service from any person under the threat of penalty for which the person has not offered himself or herself voluntarily. It estimates that more than 80,000 Uyghurs are transferred out of East Turkestan to work in factories across China between 2017 and 19. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to walk you just through a day in a labor camp, because this is really important for Canadians to understand a story of survival and resilience. Imagine being abruptly taken from your home, your family, and your life, accused of crimes you didn't commit, or simply targeted because of your ethnicity or your beliefs. This is the reality for countless individuals detained in forced labor camps across the world, particularly in regions like Xinjiang, China, where Uyghurs and other minorities endure unimaginable hardships. You arrive at a sprawling facility surrounded by high walls, watchtowers, and armed guards. There is no trial, no lawyer, just an accusation. Your identity as a Uyghur, a Turkic Muslim, or a member of another minority group is enough to condemn you. Upon arrival, you're stripped of your belongings, including any of your dignity. Uniforms replace your clothes, and your name is replaced by a number. Each day begins before sunrise with roll calls and chants praising the government. After that, the work begins. For many, This means long hours of poorly ventilating workshops or factories producing textiles, electronics, or even solar panels for export. Others are sent to agricultural fields, picking cotton under the scorching sun for 12 to 16 hours a day with minimal breaks. Conditions are grueling, there are no safety measures, and injuries are common. A cut from a factory machinery or a sprain in the fields isn't treated. You're expected to work through the pain. Malnutrition is rampant, with meals consisting of watery soup, a piece of bread, and occasionally some rice. Hunger gnaws at you constantly, sapping your energy and your spirit. There's punishment. Stepping out even unintentionally results in severe punishment. Some are beaten or slowing down from falling to meet their quotas. Beyond forced labor, detainees are subject to indoctrination. Hours of mandatory classes teaching loyalty to the state and to its leaders, denouncing religion or cultural practices. Uyghur detainees are often forced to denounce Islam, shave their beards, or eat pork as signs of progress. And the end never comes. There's no clear end. You know, that's the reality of forced labor for those listening at home. And the fact that Canada, to this point, has not announced or brought to Parliament any legislation that would disallow this kind of treatment and these products to end up in Canadian shores. And the products are many. I'm going to read some of the products that we're bringing into Canada. You know, we've got textiles, we've got electronics, we've got agriculture products. We talked about cotton, we've got artificial sweeteners, we've got Christmas decorations, coal, cotton, electronics, footwear, garments, gloves, hair products, nails, textures, toys, tomato products. These are products coming in, and the U.S. Department of Labor announced other products that they're including, which include steel, artificial sweeteners, aluminum, and seafood. Mr. Speaker, Canada is not the nation it needs to be. Our failure to address forced labor in our supply chains is both a moral and economic failure. While the United States has taken decisive action to combat forced labor, and despite clear evidence of forced labor in global supply chains, Canada has done little to then pay lip service. The U.S. has banned products tied to forced labor, especially from China, while Canada allows these goods into our markets. In February 2021, the House of Commons voted 266-0 to recognize China's treatment of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims as genocide. 266-1, you'd think that was all of Parliament. But no, the Prime Minister and his cabinet abstained from the vote, including the member from Waterloo who was just standing up in this House, abstained from the vote, said they didn't have enough information. Mr. Speaker, there's enough information that shows this inhumane treatment and what the toll has been. And yet Canada stands talking about being a steward of trade and democracy in the world and refuses, and he so far has not brought legislation to outlaw this forced labor in terms of being part of trade and included in our timelines. You know, America took the lead. In 2020, when the U.S. enacted the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, blocking imports tied to human rights abuses in China, the legislation set a global standard of showing that trade must align with ethical practices. You know, and here's a couple instances where this fell through the cracks in Canada. In November 2021, Canada Border Service Agency intercepted a shipment of women's and children's clothing suspected the links of forced labor. In January 2021, at least 18 Canadian companies imported PPE from Top Glove, a Malaysian manufacturer banned by the U.S. over forced labor concerns. And Mr. Speaker, this brings our main point. When it comes to Canada not being aligned with other nations, it's going to affect our trading relationship. And our trading relationship with the Americans is the worst of all at present. Because of this issue and because of others that misalign ourselves from the world's largest and our #1 trading partner, which, Mr. Speaker, has resulted in us being, when Stephen Harper was in power, the U.S.'s #1 trading partner, to now we are the 3rd trading partner to the Americans. The Mexicans are #1, Canada is #3. It's because of the lack of trade relationships and partnerships that this government has done, but most importantly, it's because they fail to link freedom, democracy with trade and with the growing threat of slave labor coming from China and other nations. We have to fix that, Mr. Speaker. And a conservative government will ensure, first, that we do great trade with good nations, but also to ensure that we do it ethically, responsibly, and we outlaw slave labor from nations like China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I find the member's comments really interesting because Conservatives, actually quite like the NDP, like to take credit for things that they haven't done. And within, the riding of Waterloo, constituents are really proud of the diversity of conversations we have. And when we were actually up against the U.S. when it came to CUSMA, the last negotiation of NAFTA 2.0, it was interesting because all political parties came together to fight for Canada. And what we've seen since then is a conservative approach of returning to Prime Minister Stephen Harper's ways of only fighting for Conservatives. And that's not the Canadian way. I'm born and raised in the Waterloo region. I'm born Canadian. I choose my political party, but I'll always fight for my constituents. I'll always fight for my community and our country first. And Conservatives right now are hell-bent on having an election rather than fighting for Canada. And so I find his comments quite interesting because he likes to attack, yet they don't want to take any recognition of the approach that they took where they actually divided communities. So my question to the member is, if this issue is so important to him, will he commit to actually calling the question on the question of privilege, which all members agree to, so that we can actually get legislation brought forward and we can actually address these issues that matter to my constituents, and I'm sure they matter to his as well. And I hope we agree that we have to fight for Canada first and foremost, and I hope we would pick our country over our political parties. I sure do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we will commit to ending the privilege debate when this government hands over the unredacted documents that this House has asked for, and we're fifth week now in debating and stalling up any legislation. And the member is right. There is lots of good legislation that this government has put forward on behalf of all Canadians. And let's make one thing clear, Mr. Speaker. We are here on behalf of Canadians. Conservatives will go out to talk about fixing the budget and ensuring we axe tax and we build homes and we stop the crime, but we do that on behalf of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue on behalf of Canadians.
Questions and comments. Honourable member for La Salle-Verdun. Mr. Speaker, this morning, Toronto Star and Globe and Mail, the Globe and Mail from Toronto had an article saying, making the point on the government handing over the documents, and we've been spending so many sessions on this. So what does my colleague from Bay of Quinte think about this editorial, and why does he think that the government is still hesitating to submit the documents? Honourable member of Bay of Quinte.
Speaker, and I'd like to say bienvenue to our colleague, newest colleague to the House of Commons. And yes, the Globe and Mail, newspapers, pundits, Canadians, most importantly, have stated that we want either Parliament to move on or let's get an election so Canadians can decide on behalf of Parliament. Look, this House represents the people. The people in this House and the power of Parliament requested documents to be handed over. This government refuses to hand documents over, and of course, government is paralyzed because of this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
And I want to thank my colleague for speaking on this, and I think all of us, this is important. This is something that was unanimously supported at committee and in the House here. And Mr. Speaker, we haven't seen the government take action when it comes to modern-day slavery in our in Canadian supply chains. And I guess my question through you, Mr. Speaker, is: does my colleague, will he stand here today and make a commitment that Conservatives will actually hold up big corporations to ensure that those companies beef up their disclosures, to ensure that we see what's in this supply chains, and will they block and go after those big corporations that are practicing modern-day slavery by, and support eliminating forced labor in our supply chains? Thank you.
Member for Bay Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with the colleague that we have to look at our supply chains as a whole. That means ensuring we're looking at our trading agreements and making sure that Canada wins when it comes to trading agreements. Better jobs, better paychecks. But when it comes to corporations, the answer is more competition. When we look at what it means to ensure that companies are acting more ethically but more responsibly and creating better paychecks and better working positions and working for their unions. It's competition which will bring that. Of course, the government's role then is to ensure we have good laws and we have good trading agreements to ensure those supply chains are ethical and they're the best for Canadians. But most importantly, it's competition that will bring that aspect to Canadian corporations and help fix this big problem we have. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lefjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to talk about an ever-growing problem in terms of human rights, but also in terms of the economic future of Canada. Forced labour in our supply chains. This issue impacts directly products coming into our market, especially those coming in from China, a country where forced labor is well documented. But efforts to put an end to it are insufficient, in great part because of the inaction of the Liberal government. And this situation is all the more concerning when we consider the economic consequences and the morally unacceptable consequences of this practice. Beyond manufactured goods, we are talking about entire industries that are impacted by this systemic exploitation of vulnerable workers. The impact is real and it goes well beyond the simple ethical considerations. It has an impact on our supply chains, on our economy, and on the working condition of our very own citizens. Now, let's focus on the EV battery industry. The essential materials that are required for the production of these batteries, such as the silicium, come, for the most part, from the Kesanjan region in China. This region is unfortunately notorious for its use of forced labor of Uyghurs. The polysilicium, which is used in the production of solar panels and batteries, is produced by workers who, for the most part, are forced into working in inhumane conditions. These minerals and components leach into our supply chains, and they are used in industries that are considered to be key for the energy future in Canada, especially the transition towards EVs. These criminal practices are not only a question of human rights, but they also constitute a problem that endangers the competitivity of our companies. By allowing these products to come into the Canadian market, we are actually facilitating the unjust competition that Canadian companies are facing, but Canadian companies are subject to strict environmental norms and they pay decent salaries, but they find themselves obliged to compete with products that are the fruit of exploited labor, so they are much cheaper. Despite its international engagements, China continues to cover up and encourage forced labor practices in its factories. Uyghurs, a Muslim minority, are being persecuted, and they are forced into forced labor in conditions that are described as being close to modern slavery. Millions of workers, they are forced to produce products ranging from clothing to electronic components, from products used in construction industry and in renewable energies. The reality is that beyond the cheap prices that we find in our stores is a systemic and intentional exploitation. Our supply chains are contaminated by these harmful practices, but the response from our government is insufficient. By allowing these products to penetrate our borders, we are violating the ethical principles that we seem to be defending. Almost 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, in March 2023, the Liberal government was promising to legislate against the imports of products made with forced labor. However, after a year from the state, no legislation had been adopted. And as you know, in November 2023, a unanimous motion was voted to force the government into fulfilling its promises. But even to this day, we have not seen any concrete action from this government. Nothing has been done to really stop the infiltration of these goods into our markets. This inaction is a moral shortcoming, but it's also a strategic error which weakens our economy in the long run. The American government adopted legislation such as the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which bans systematically the import of goods coming from this region of China. These measures have been held up as a model of responsibility, and it offers American companies protection against unjust competition vis-à-vis products that are manufactured under absolutely unacceptable conditions. In the meantime, the Canadian government, without equivalent legislation in place, makes it very easy for these products to penetrate our markets. And once again, these are made under slavery conditions. In 2023, no product was blocked at the Canadian border due to forced labor. No product, none. But the United States intercepted in the same period thousands of shipments, but Canada did not do anything. The absence of concrete measures is putting our Canadian companies in an unfavorable position. They have to deal with foreign competition, which relies on completely unacceptable practices, all the while benefiting from subsidies and regulation, environmental regulation that is less strict, and from inhuman labor practices. Our local producers, they are subject to labor norms which ensure the dignity and security of our workers, but this comes with additional costs that they have to bear to be in compliance with these ethical principles. Mr. Speaker, the injustice does not end there. Our companies also have to deal with the many carbon taxes and strict regulations. While China doesn't have to deal with the same restrictions and continues to inundate our markets with products, deplorable conditions, and this distortion of the competition undermines our capacity of being competitive on international markets, and it also endangers or puts in danger, rather, the jobs of millions of Canadians. So the Liberals have failed to act in the face of this danger. In the budget presented in March 2023, the government referred to the introduction of a legislation aiming to eliminating the use of forced labor and in our supply chains. But the budget presented in March 2024, the government said that they were going to do the same thing in 2024. But to this day, the government still has not followed up on these promises, and we have seen no legislation that has been tabled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question's in regards to S211 and the fact that through S211 we have now had literally thousands of companies that have come forward as obligated by law, indicating issues concerning the exploitation of labor. And what we have seen is a very high percentage in terms of to the degree in which we have forced labor being used in a supply chain. As a result, we have, at least in part, the legislation that we're going to be bringing in, which hopefully provide more strength to S211. The question I have for the member opposite, does he believe that there's any obligation on the Conservative Party to allow legislation to not only be introduced, but allow it to be voted on, go to committee, and go through the system?
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. While we have to be very vigilant when it comes to forced labor, and we have to make sure that we are doing things ethically. But I also would like to remind my colleague the following point. I think he doesn't really want to talk about the inaction of his government, but I will come back to the unfair practices that we see internationally, and the fact that we have absolutely done nothing since 2023 to this day, and we are not protecting our market. I think what's important is that we have a new government. Our party will be vigilant on this point. Thank you. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord for his sensitivity on this question, which is dramatic on the human front, and it's a big stain on Canada. So if the Bloc is putting forward this motion, it's also to apply pressure. So the government made this promise twice to ban forced labor in Canadian supply chains, but we find ourselves in a political context, the one that we know. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague if we ever have elections and what is happening here, or rather what's not happening here, will the Conservative government make the promise of tabling this legislation to stop forced labor? The member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I'd like to thank my colleague. I think it's very important to be vigilant on forced labor in our Canadian supply chains. But once again, we have to protect our market against products coming from China. So I think the government in place, the current government, hasn't taken action, and we've been asking for some thing to be done on this since 2023, and it's unfair. We're faced with unfair practices and competition, and it's undermining our Canadian market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Courtney Alberni.
I do appreciate that we're having the time today to remind the government of the promise they made in their budget this year, Mr. Speaker, to table legislation to eliminate forced labor from Canadian supply chains. But, Mr. Speaker, when I asked the previous Conservative about whether they would prioritize taking action on this, he cited that we need more competition. Well, more competition is not going to solve getting rid of modern-day slavery and eliminating forced labor in Canadian supply chains. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, is that this would require corporations to have more disclosures when it comes to forced labor. And I know that the Conservatives constantly talk about getting rid of red tape for businesses, which is something I support, Mr. Speaker. But in this case, I guess my question is, and I support it myself, do the Conservatives support having businesses be more accountable and putting human rights first, or do they support just allowing corporations to have a free ride when it comes to using modern-day slavery to make profit?
Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Once again, we have to be very vigilant when it comes to forced labor in our supply chains, in our Canadian supply chains. It's extremely important, of course, and I do share my colleague's opinion. But right now we're talking about China, and they can send their products over here that are made with forced labor, and this is unfair competition for our Canadian companies. So how come is it that our Canadian neighbors have already intercepted thousands of shipments coming from forced labor, and us, Canada, we still haven't done anything? Thank you. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A pleasure to be here today to talk on this issue, and it's important to recognize the significance of it because this place and the other place, being the Senate, have already passed some legislation on forced labor. However, that fraudulent legislation never got to doing the things New Democrats have called for many, many years. And the products and the types of impact on an economy are certainly significant, not only with regards to the impacts on the individuals, mostly often being children, that are part of this. There's also prisons and other places that we have to compete against in terms of our own economy with forced labor being put in. But child labor, obviously, everybody likes to say that they're opposed to it, but at the same time, when we knowingly allow our supply chains to be infected by those types of economic contributors without repercussions is significant. And there used to be a thought, or at least the argument was, that it was happening from some of the most suspicious companies out there with regards to forced labor, and maybe not mainstream companies, maybe ones not even traded on the stock market, maybe ones that were seen from developing countries. But we saw most recently in the last couple of years the infestation of forced labor into the supply chain, including some companies in the United States that were called out on this, that included major automotive manufacturers. They included some of the gig economy. They included a number of different groups that you would not normally expect to have this type of behavior related to it. And I remember the debates that we've had in this chamber over the years, that if we just brought in trade itself and a trade agreement and opened the market, then we would then end this type of practice. It's been used as an excuse over and over. And thankfully, the former member for Essex, Tracy Ramsey, who represented the NDP at that time, fought when we actually needed the fight to happen to include labor and environment in the new NAFTA. You can call it USMCA, CUMSA, NAFTA 2.0, but the reality is finally in that trade agreement there are some modest steps that actually have labor laws incorporated into the actual act, and they also have environment incorporated into the actual trade act. That is significantly different because we have done, and as New Democrats raised this concern consistently as this country went to several different paths with regards to trade agreements, and one after the other happened at the Harper regime, and they made sure every time we tried to move human rights and every time we tried to move the environment and issues like child labor in the agreements, they were actually ripped out and those amendments were defeated. And many of those countries now still continue to have some of the practices that we raised, and they have an increased impact on our actual trade and supply chain to this day. So the notion also was that we were going to actually diversify our economy with these agreements as well. But you know what, Mr. Speaker, and I'll wish you well as Madam Speaker assumes the chair there, is that we have seen, though, the increase of these problems, not the decrease related to the promises that were made. And on top of that, it was often said that Canada would get into a supply surplus with regards to those countries that we've signed on. And heck, no, we haven't. I think every agreement except for the United States, we're actually in a trade deficit. So not only did we actually enter agreements where we have lost parts of the economy and we have become a deficit trading nation, we have also surrendered any opportunity to effectively negotiate improvements for the environment and also for the economy. So on a mere selfish point of view with regards to the use of this reprehensible part of our economy is the self-interest of Canadians, and some of them who have come from those countries that continue to lose their jobs or do not get economic investment in this country because of child labor and slave labor that is continually used within the system. And a recent report came out that talks about some of these things. And again, the notion here, what we're dealing with regards to this to bring forward was promised before in 2023. And we were supposed to have improvements. And there was very much a well-recognized criticism of how what we passed was not going to actually improve things whatsoever. And basically, it's actually done the worst of things, is provide a shield for the government to basically hide behind when we know that the practices are actually increasing. And we've also seen them in key parts of our economy like never before. In fact, I've actually introduced legislation on knockoffs and other types of rip-offs related to copyright and other infringement, so our CBSA officers can actually apprehend those goods and services at the border and get proper training. And the reason counterfeit issues like that are so important for New Democrats is because those products, you may not think that they actually are that important. In fact, sometimes they're seen as, running shoes or purses or clothing or items, but they've also escalated to airplane parts, automotive parts, hospital merchandise that has gone into their electrical. So one of the things was electrical panel, even things that are copyrighted or stolen that appear to be copyrighted properly are actually part of the sophistication of organized crime that uses this type of labor in terms of children and slave labor as part of their repertoire to bring in profits that also go to other types of crime across the globe. And that's important to recognize, Madam Speaker, by not dealing with this in the supply chain that we have in our country. And then there's those in the debates that happened before in this chamber, mostly from the Conservatives and Liberals at that time, was that it was going to have this ill effect on the Canadian economy and consumers, so they had to risk it, so to speak, in terms of keeping this out of trade agreements and keeping the environment out of trade agreements. But the reality is that actually costs Canadians more in the future because the resources and the profits that go from this infestation into our supply chain is then used for other illegal activity. It's not like it just goes back into them growing their system independently from that. The organizations that use this are using other types of criminal activity with the resources for it. And it's one of the reasons I fought for a number of years, and I do give credit, but we did get the change, as at one point in this country, you used to be able to write off any environmental fine, penalty, or criminal fine that took place as a business-related expense. And the NDP got that actually fixed and actually eliminated through a budgetary process that then, I would give him credit, Ralph Goodell actually had to write into his budget at that time, because the rest of us collectively in industry committees and others supported my motion to actually hold up the committee and doggedly pursued that. And there was a number of different people, including at that time, all the opposition parties against the Liberals, that did that for over a month and a half until we got them to agree to do this. And they finally did it after breaking their word 3 times. 3 times. And so specifically, Madam Speaker, on that, it's hundreds of millions of dollars per year. So you can imagine this. We had cases at that time where there was drug companies that were illegally manufacturing drugs that were harmful, went to the court systems, were fined up to $40 million in one example, but then they got $11 million back at tax time as a business-related expense. And there was other companies that would do environmental damage, and then they would later on get that money back, or partial of it, up to 50% at tax time as a business-related expense. So it did 2 things that were absurd. Obviously, criminal activity should never be subsidized, and had been done for decades under Liberals and Conservatives prior to that. And that was the tradition of why it was attractive to invest in Canada, is because you could do whatever you want and you get caught, and then you actually can get some of that money back at tax time. And then second of all, it dissuaded, and it also was used as a subsidy against businesses that wanted to do the right thing, against organizations that wanted to invest in the proper environmental and other practices. So instead of dumping that oil down the basic sewer system or something else and capture, containment, and treatment and scent, which costs more money, the subsidies of the people that got caught later on would then actually be the incentive to continue to do it again and again and again. And there's no difference with regards to this case here, is if there isn't that economic repercussions of all magnitudes, from the smallest to the largest, that it only encourages the reinvestment into child labor, or the support of countries that continue to turn a blind eye to child labor, and a continued dependency model that doesn't allow free market forces to enter in a competitive nature to actually provide products that do that. One of the saddest examples I've seen of this and the abuse of this issue in particular is we've seen the decline of, in particular, the Toronto, but also more specific and more to the end, the decline in Quebec of the garment industry. We saw for many different years different types of trade agreements that went through, and other countries with knowing problems about that get preferential treatment to the Canadian market, despite us raising the issues that were there. I think of Jordan as an example. I think of others that, when we went to the Caribbean and other types of countries that, then moved that industry from especially the Montreal region and other parts of Quebec to overseas. And at that time, we were sold under the lie that we couldn't manufacture anymore because it wasn't competitive enough. We were told a lie that there was nobody willing to actually invest, and the workers couldn't do the jobs, and that's why we had to actually let this go overseas. And we had the same philosophy, Madam Speaker, under the tech industry. Everybody's complaining now because of the chips issue with regards to microchips and so forth. Well, Canada at one time was a leader of that in Mississauga area of Ontario. We were actually the world leaders, but we let that be taken from us to go to a developing another country, and they now actually are the world leaders, and we're seeing the United States and others reshoring. And same with the garment industry and so forth at that time. We were told all of these different things, and the only thing we could do is just accept it as fait accompli. And so all we did was push the problems further on. And then what happens when workers reunite in those countries to push back about that? And I think about some of the actual workers in Mexico and other places like that they push back against this, then the operators of this behavior just try to find and move on to another country. And then it pushes it further away, and there still is no solution. I remember when we were looking at the current agreement under NAFTA with the workers that came here to this place from Mexico, and the argument that was pushed against them all the time, and that was put out there by the right wing and those that believed in so-called free trade was, we're going to take jobs away from those poor workers, because if they're going to have the same standards, if they're going to have the same wages or similar wages, then they'll close and they'll move those jobs just unilaterally from that. But what we said and what we heard from the actual workers who came here to the Hill, they came here to Parliament Hill, they said, no, we need you to stand up for us because it will never solve itself, and we have to put force the actual measures there so that they can then stop them from reshoring outside their zone, but there would be something legislative there related to the trade that's happening back in the trade agreement to Canada and the United States. So that was one of the reasons that gave them some empowerment, is because it made it more difficult for those companies then to actually close the shops there, and they're willing to take that risk because they knew what had been always the case, is every single time they fought for something, it would be diminished, it would be eliminated, and instead of raising everybody up or partially up or getting close into that atmosphere, then they would then be taken away. And so by not addressing this issue, we see what's taken place in the Canadian economy. And one of the reports that's coming back in terms of child and forced labor continues to grow. Here's some statistics on it. Canadian imports of risky goods totaled $34 billion in 2016, up from $26 billion in 2012, a 31% increase in the value of risky goods coming from countries with higher incidence of child and or forced labor. And in the data, it's actually really disturbing when you break out some of the things. 42% increase in garment imports from Bangladesh. So a 42% increase there. And we've also seen what's taken place with climate change in Bangladesh. We've seen the extreme poverty. We've seen all those different things, and we cannot continue to turn a blind eye to this. A 97% increase in tomato imports from Mexico. And that's significant for my region. We have the greenhouse industry, and we know that there's been lots of investment there, and we actually have a number of different operators. And when you have an increase of that, even as supply is increased into the market, the significant increase for that is something that we need to address, and that should be forced through our negotiations with NAFTA and pushing it harder. A 107% increase in coffee imports from the Dominican Republic. So there's another destination of choice for many tourism, but at the same time it has exploitation in the market. 124% increase in footwear imports from India. And there you see again where we have actually had a detailed development take place in Canada with regards to the Modi government, and how not only have they operated has been very difficult in their own country with regards to human rights and behaviors and so forth, on the very openness of many things, including political and other dissent, to the mere fact of India's involvement with regards to the Canadian electoral system and also Canadian citizens. It should be a significant motivator for this government to actually bring into effect legislation that's going to actually be more significant to push back against that. And it's interesting, Madam Speaker, because this hands-off approach by Conservatives and Liberals, I saw firsthand. As a hockey coach, I have a chance to, I'm retired from hockey coaching at the moment, but I had a chance to coach for several years until about 7 years ago. And I had some of the parents on my team, teams that we coached, actually had people coming from India to train in the engineering field, then go back to India and take the job that then would be actually taken out of Canada and back to India. So they actually had people coming into our country, trained for those positions, and then they'd lose their job after training that person. And so when we look at a country like India, for particular in this, that should be motivation enough for this government to do this as a way of pushing back very specifically and very carefully, and that's to the benefit of many Canadians that actually have this. There has been an 8,852% increase in palm oil imports from Indonesia. And there's another country, excuse me, Madam Speaker, that has some record issues with regards to human rights that are well documented. In fact, I got involved in politics back in Windsor in the day because at that time it was Indonesia genocide in East Timor that later on led to some of my work for the genocide recognition of this place, of Srebrenica, and other things. But there's a good, well-documented historical case there of problems that we have. And do Canadians actually care about this issue? They do. But right now, we do very little to educate Canadians or put information in front of the public about who are the worst operators of this type of behavior, and if they're in our supply chain, how do we get that out? And so if we're going to fall behind global leaders with this, Madam Speaker, with regards to dealing with it, it would be at the expense of, I think, what Canadians want, and it's going to be at the expense of our jobs here, and it's going to be at the expense of our manufacturing. We saw what COVID did with the supply chain, and it's interesting because now it became attractive, and there's been massive subsidies that have been provided for the manufacturers and others over time to deal with the subsidization taking other places with regards to the auto industry and other types of industries, including ourselves buying a leaky pipeline in the umpteen billions that we're still continuing to pay for and paying interest on it as we're in a deficit projection right now. But there's been an increase in terms of investment, so that should come with additional conditions in terms of supporting Canadians and their priorities. That's the way that we deal with that. And I was around all the time where they actually said, no, we got to get into the service industry. We can't do manufacturing anymore. It's not cost effective, all that. And now you see even the right wing in the United States pushing to try to get some of these jobs. And then we also have some of the right wing in the US even funding some of these jobs. So with regards to our position on this particular issue, we want to see the report to come forward with regards to the recommendations. We want to see Canada take advantage of tabling something, and this is really important with it. Even if we tabled legislation here, it's not going to necessarily get through this chamber and the other chamber in time. So if you look at actually the government reports on this, 5 days ago they were still calling out for information with regards to opinions on this. So everything that they're doing right now to say basically it's at the end of the year coming in is just basically a whitewash of the reality is that we saw none of this come forward until this committee report has pushed the issue even farther, which I support. As New Democrats, we support. We warned everyone that we would be in this situation. We warned that it's actually going to have a negative impact not only on the children's lives, the slave labor lives, but also the economy with regards to pushing Canadians with legitimate business interests and investment out of markets that they really should actually have an advantage at. And that's actually going to provide taxes, resources, jobs, and a series of different benefits for that. And then we're going to be able to help other countries with regards to bringing themselves into real compliance with our trade agreements. So as I wrap up here, Madam Speaker, I think it's really important to notice that we're in this situation for a reason, because successive Conservative and Liberal governments have been comfortable with this hidden secret that actually when you just turn over the rock every single time, you see things scurry out because we know it's in there. And it's also in parts of our newer economy as well. When you look at some of the electronics that are taking place and some of the brands that are involved, we know that this isn't going anywhere. In fact, it's getting deeper as the stats I just read, but also play out across the globe with regards to minerals and resources and so forth, that we are creating a dependency model. And it should be very uncomfortable for all members in this chamber because we are really at a point that we actually set ourselves up to be.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've been talking a lot about S211 as a good, positive first step. I understand that the NDP voted against that particular private member's bill that was sponsored through the Senate. But the government has committed to bringing in further legislation in terms of first reading before the end of the year, and hopefully it'll address some of the concerns that the member has raised. But I'm wondering if he could provide comment. It's one thing for us to introduce legislation. We have other legislation that's actually on the order paper. Some real good stuff. A lot of it the NDP are actually supporting, whether it's the citizenship, the protecting children over the internet legislation. Yet it all seems to be at a standstill. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in regards to how it is he believes we can overcome the standstill.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we just need to get the documents that we've been asking for, and we can move ahead. I mean, as simple as that. And second to that, if the government wants to right now, if they have legislation that's sitting on the shelf or whatever, there's certain components of that they can actually release to the public. If they can't physically table it here entirely, they still could table a lot of the different information about that legislation. It may not get here into the chamber right now, but they could actually get us ready, and we could be ready to roll on this. They could also bring up the fact that perhaps if the legislation is in good order, we can actually have our critics work on it so we could pass it expeditiously in this House. So there's lots of things that the government can do, but I don't believe that legislation is drafted. I don't believe it's available. I've been waiting in industry committee for amendments on Bill C-27 now for almost half a year, and we're still waiting for those amendments on their own government legislation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable colleague in his long history on this file and understanding tremendous things about our industry, one of the industries that I am concerned about is sugar beets and sugar in Canada. We're down to 8%, and we now import from various sources that don't have the same environmental standards we do in Canada. They used to have sugar beet refining in Ontario. Now they grow them in Ontario, but they ship them to Michigan on trucks a long ways away. What would his opinion be on trade that we're getting cane syrup from somewhere else in some other countries that wouldn't have the standards for labor or environment that we do in Canada? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you. I actually appreciate this question, and it's an interesting case. I'm somewhat familiar with the sugar beet issue because it's part of, like, when you start looking at some of the refining, for example, even refining of rice in Canada, how dependent we've become upon others for that. And the member brings up a really interesting point, is that we're actually creating more production costs for it by having to ship it to the United States, deal with all kinds of different things, where we haven't been able to have a good system in place to deal with it, where we would actually have the investment grow for refining and replacing that manufacturing equipment and so forth. That's why I've been a strong supporter of the capital cost reduction allowance as part of manufacturing and making sure that the actual equipment gets the actual subsidy and not the company, or reduced taxation, so the equipment gets there, because it's harder to take the equipment away and allows for actually the increased thing. But sugar beet refining is a good example of several sectors out there that they may seem single and small on their own, but that the same, when you start to lump them together, we're losing our impact.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, Madam Speaker, here we are talking about forced labor and our supply chains. But, when we look at what's happening here in Canada, we had the report of the Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Slavery, and she cited that modern-day slavery is happening today in our temporary foreign worker program. And, Madam Speaker, in my riding, there were some workers that were working for a local mill, and they were living in deplorable conditions: no running water, no sewage treatment, Madam Speaker, no flushing toilets. It was just unbelievable, Madam Speaker, the horrific conditions they were in. And when it was uncovered, the government didn't send inspectors in to come and help them. It took amounts of pressure to actually get them the support they needed. Finally, they were removed by a local nonprofit that helped house them and give them support while they waited a couple of months to get open permits. But, Madam Speaker, these workers were subjected to horrific working and conditions and living conditions. So through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like my colleague to maybe express the flaws in the temporary foreign worker program and what's happening here to workers at home. Because in Port Alberni, our community is reeling from what happened to these workers, and it's a human rights issue. It needs to be addressed.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for the great question. It was the Harper administration in 2014 that really exposed and brought in this type of a foreign worker program. And we saw some of the things that were being done by the operators in this program, being the companies. Often there have been some of the larger companies, but also family-owned ones that were very wealthy. I've seen this in the agriculture sector around my neck of the woods for sure. And the response by the Conservatives and Liberals on this issue was to subsidize more money to the corporations and to these rich families, living condition supports, other types of taxpayer supports to help offset the cruelty that was taking place on their almost plantation-like systems of bringing foreign workers in there. And what the excuse was that they couldn't find any Canadians for these types of things. But at the same time, we had lots of Canadians in my riding that were willing to go out there, but they had no form of transportation. The wages are so low, the training is so bad, and the investment is so poor. And so the response has always been to provide more subsidy to the corporations and to the rich families. That's got to end because Canadians do want to work, but they have to be proper transportation, proper safety, and pay a fair market wage. Those are the reasons that we see issues of fairness depressed with regards to wages and working conditions. That's got to end.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Windsor West for his intervention and statement. He's very committed to defending human rights. He's been in this House for a while. I'd like to hear him on the following. The federal government's inaction, what image does that give of Canada internationally? Is he tired of seeing that year after year after year, this government just kicks the can down the road and doesn't actually act to stop forced labour of children? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank my colleague from the bloc who's also been part of the industry committee for very many years, raising this issues and other economic issues, how they relate to human rights. And it is absolutely correct. It's embarrassing on not only just a level for our country. I think it's embarrassing for this House of Commons and the Senate for passing laws that are phony laws that don't really actually affect what we say when we do. And when it comes to dealing with children, shame on us and shame on the other House for doing that, because we actually use that as a shield to protect from real good change. And so this has got to end right now, and we have to also make sure that we live up to our trade agreements in the United States and Mexico by pushing human rights and by pushing environmental rights in the agreement that we have, because that's going to be more investment not only in terms of fairness across the board for all of us, but then we can also compete more internationally stronger than ever before.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just to follow up with the question that I had posed, the member had indicated just give the Conservatives what it is that the Conservatives want. The Conservatives want us to grab unredacted documents and hand them directly over to the RCMP. The RCMP don't want that. They've said they don't want that. The Auditor General of Canada has said they don't want that. Other legal experts have said that that should not happen. My question to the member is, does he believe that we should listen to the Conservative Party or the RCMP, Auditor General, and other legal experts? Who would he listen to if he were me?
Order. There's an honourable member who's trying to answer questions, and he doesn't even have the floor. So I would just ask him to please wait till the appropriate time. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I know I just find it, like we were talking about another issue, but I find it ironic. I was in this chamber when the Liberals, under their current leader, supported Stephen Harper over 110 times on confidence motions without getting a single thing from the Conservatives at that time. Nothing on the environment, nothing on the economy, nothing on human rights, nothing at all for anybody, anything. So we'll take no lectures from the Liberals in terms of their dilemma on how they deal with things, because I actually saw the physical evidence as the Harper government tore down labor rights, tore down environmental issues, invested in things that were not good for Canadians, because actually during that time we had austerity issues get reversed around, and they actually ran up one of the largest deficits in Canadian history. And all of that was done by the support of the Liberal Party unilaterally with not a single condition over 110 votes. And I think that's important to note, because that's the real history of Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Export, Promotion, International Trade and Economic Development. Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, respect for human rights, labor, and the environment lies at the heart of our trade policies and our high standard trade agreements. Canada's trade agreements prioritize Canadian values, focusing on workers' rights, environmental standards, and opportunities for underrepresented businesses like SMEs, women-owned businesses, and Indigenous enterprises. It is this government that signed the CPTPP, CETA, the new CUSMA agreement, with our largest trading partners in both the U.S. and Mexico. And we will continue to create more jobs through trade as we continue to focus on opening new markets for Canadian businesses. More Canadian products shipped abroad means more good-paying Canadian jobs in communities across Canada. I think it's safe to say that members of the House deplore the continued existence of forced labor in today's global supply chains. It is a priority that is very important to our government, which we have included in our budget to very clearly state that we would have legislation introduced by the end of this year. However, as we've seen, the Conservative members who continue to gum up the House, paralyzing this House, wasting millions of dollars, who are in fact blocking very important legislation like this one from coming forward. Mr. Speaker, for those watching, it's important to note that the official opposition is in fact opposing the very legislation we were hoping to bring forward by blocking and paralyzing this chamber using ill-informed tactics that no Canadians appreciate. Canadians want us to be able to work together to bring forward legislation that helps them, that helps eradicate forced labor in our supply chains. Forced labor traps workers in conditions of exploitation and abuse. It is a denial of human freedom and dignity. Forced labor is wholly incompatible with building a more prosperous, fair global economy. It is a practice that undermines jobs and businesses where fundamental labor rights are respected. Enterprises that use and profit them forced labor not only deny the rights of their workers, but also prevents Canadians and Canadian businesses from competing on a level playing field. Forced labor contradicts the values that we as Canadians share with so many others around the world. It is a practice that Canada and the rest of the international community must look to end. Madam Speaker, there is no question that eradicating forced labor is both an essential and urgent task. I therefore welcome the opportunity to inform the House about actions the government is taking to maintain Canada's leadership in the global effort to eradicate forced labor and to uphold workers' rights. Madam Speaker, members of the House will recall that Canada introduced a forced labor import prohibition in 2020. In 2020, this change was part of implementing our trade agreement with the United States and Mexico, CUSMA. The prohibition operates to stop goods from entering Canada that are mined, manufactured, or produced wholly or in part by forced labor or compulsory child labor. I'm proud to say that Canada was the second country in the world, after only the United States, to implement a ban on forced labor imports. The import ban remains a vital part of our effort to eradicate forced labor from Canada's international supply chains. It is also important to delivering on the common goal of all the CUSMA partners to eliminate all forms of forced labor. That is why the government has committed to introduce legislation this year that will make Canada's ban even stronger. Madam Speaker, in October, the Minister of Export Promotion, International Trade and Economic Development launched public consultations on potential measures to strengthen the import ban. As part of this process, the government has published and is seeking feedback on concrete options to enhance the ban. These include a possible requirement for importers of publicly designated at-risk goods to provide additional documentation on the supply chain journey of those goods when seeking to bring them into Canada. In short, this would place an onus on importers to demonstrate why the ban should not apply to any designated at-risk goods when they wish to bring into Canada. Madam Speaker, the government shares the ambition of members of the House to strengthen Canada's forced labor import ban. But at the same time, the government recognizes the importance of consulting with all Canadians to ensure that any new measures will be effective and fit for purpose while maintaining Canada's economic competitiveness. And we look forward to hearing from Canadian consumers, businesses, and other stakeholders through the consultation process earlier this fall and to moving forward once their voices have been heard. Madam Speaker, the government is committed to protecting labour rights and promoting responsible business practices in Canada's international supply chains. And I know that all members of the House share these goals, including the eradication of forced labour in Canadian supply chains. The government looks forward to working with members of this House to adopt legislation to strengthen the ban and to give Canadians greater confidence that goods imported into Canada are not tainted by forced labour. And my hope is that the Conservatives and the Bloc end their silly tactics to jam this House so that we can bring legislation forward to fight forced labour and support Canadians. Madam Speaker, as we've heard from both the RCMP and the Auditor General, that there's processes in place to bring forward concerns for members of this House. The Speaker has ruled on this as well to further study it at committee. But as we've seen, members opposite rightfully raise concerns of forced labor, I hope that they end their delay tactics here in the House to seize up the floor so we can bring forward legislation on forced labor, which is very, very important. We've mentioned this very clearly in our budget that we want to be able to bring forward legislation to make sure that we eradicate forced labor from our supply chains. We know it impacts Canadian businesses because we want businesses to remain competitive. But again, I think it's very important for those watching at home that we're able to table and introduce this legislation while, hearing the Conservatives and the Bloc concerns, but also I think it's important that we bring forward legislation that supports Canadians and ends forced labor in our supply chains. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, my colleague started his speech by claiming that it's because the Conservatives are blocking the House that they can't do anything. But this promise wasn't made a month ago, since the beginning of the blockade. This was a promise made in 2023. They said they would adopt it by the end of 2023. It was re-promised in 2024 in the budget, not in September, but in the budget, which is tabled in March, and nothing has been done since. So these excuses are useless. My question is as follows. He says it's because of the opposition that the government can't move. At the end of the question of privilege, is there a bill ready to be tabled before Christmas? Because 2025 is quickly on its way. Is a bill ready to table the second business resumes?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Sure, I hope to answer the question in French. I'm working on my French, but thank you to that very important question from that member opposite. Madam Speaker, when we're talking about forced labor, this is something that has come up in our International Trade Committee from the Bloc member himself about the importance of this legislation. And I asked during committee, and I asked the member outside as well to say, well, if this is very important, it's a high priority for you, will you commit to ending what's happening in the House of Commons of the delay tactics so we can ensure that we're bringing this important legislation forward? And while there's more to do, Madam Speaker, our government already has a number of measures in place to address forced labor, including enforceable labor provisions in free trade agreements and providing assistance to partner countries. We all know this is a very complex issue that transcends international borders, and we'll continue to work with all colleagues here and, of course, abroad to introduce new requirements and enforce the existing bans on goods made with forced labor. And as I said in my speech, there's consultations going on over the last couple of months with businesses, with industry, with stakeholders that have a very important role to play in this conversation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, there is a provision to prevent the use of forced labor in supply chains. And the United States enacted strict and bold legislation to do this 4 years ago. And they have seized goods worth $3.62 billion because they took it seriously. This Liberal government hasn't. I know the Bloc Québécois cares about it, and I know the NDP cares about it. The Liberals don't care because you know how many goods they've seized? Zero. Not a single dollar worth of goods in 4 years. And they talk about some proposed legislation, we're doing this, we're doing that. It's done nothing what they've done. How can the member stand here and justify the U.S. seizing $3.62 billion worth of goods and this corrupt Liberal government seizing zero?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for that question. I know he and I sat on the Trade Committee together, and I enjoy working with him, but I think it's important to note that CBSA has intercepted shipments. They've done due diligence. Of course, there's always more to do. Nothing is ever perfect. But I think it's very important that, in addition to shipment interceptions, we withdraw Trade Commissioner services that support businesses in trading should they be found to be using forced labor. When awarding contracts, the Department of Public Services and Procurement Canada requires suppliers to agree to terms and conditions prohibiting the use of forced laborers. And as I said, Madam Speaker, we are working across government and with international partners that ensure that Canadian businesses at home and abroad are not involved in supply chains involving forced laborers. And of course, we expect Canadian companies around the world to respect human rights and operate at the highest ethical standards. And so I think it's very important to go back to the question is that we continue working with our partners, including CBSA, so we can eradicate forced laborers through our supply chain.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. I've enjoyed working with him on the International Trade Committee for the past while, and I know he's in favor of this motion here today because he voted for the original letter that we sent to the government. But I just wanted to ask him, he mentioned responsible enterprise in his speech, and I just wonder if he could comment on the fact that we've had the Commissioner on Responsible Enterprise before us in committee twice, and both times she has said she needs more power to do her job. Nobody is sending her work because she can't do it. She needs the power to get documents, to get testimony from companies, and she doesn't have that power. And I just wanted to know if he supports giving her that power so that we can have responsible enterprise from Canadians around the world.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the respected honourable member across the ways for that very important question. I do miss seeing him at Trade Committee, but it's a very important question when he mentions CORE and the mandate that we've given. I know that the ombudsperson has active investigations going on with companies that are operating around the world. But again, as I said, we expect Canadian enterprises and businesses that are operating anywhere in the world to make sure that they respect human rights, respect environmental and labor practices. And I know that the ombudsperson is looking into many different matters involving that. So I think, yes, we do have a standard to keep here in this House, but we also expect our businesses and enterprises that operate around the world to respect that standard and ensure that Canadian labor, environmental, and other processes are followed.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened intently to the comments that the Parliamentary Secretary was able to share, and I appreciated the approach that he was taking, because I do believe within this House of Commons we have important work to do, and that to me includes government legislation as well as private members' legislation. And something that we've not been able to see advance is PMBs, because the Conservatives refuse to put our country and our communities first. The Leader of the Official Opposition actually has silenced 18 Conservative members from even advancing housing issues and supporting municipalities. And I'm talking about less than 15% of their benches actually supporting municipalities, ensuring that their communities have adequate housing. But they will choose Conservative partisan politics before they will choose Canada. And that's an approach we saw under Prime Minister Stephen Harper. And we will see it happen again. So I hope Canadians are paying attention. Today, the Bloc is defending the Conservative approach, which I find disappointing. And, you know, I do usually appreciate the approach the Bloc takes because they tend to advance policy rather than partisan politics, but I know they want to divide our country. I do not stand for that. And the NDP showed clearly in the by-elections that they will choose partisan politics. So I would like to ask the member, why is it that we're not actually able to advance legislation on this really important topic? I believe it's an important topic, so I would like to hear the member's comments on that.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the respected honourable member for that very important question in terms of, you know, she mentioned private members' bills, and, you know, Bill S-211, which was brought forward to this House, brought up this very important issue about forced labour from my colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood. And, you know, with the Conservatives, you know, teaming up with other opposition parties gumming up this House, through you, Madam Speaker, the member has a very good point that we're not able to bring forward important private member bills to ensure that we're able to support Canadians. And even speaking of legislation that can be tabled in this House, should the Conservatives end their delayed taxes and filibusters and wasting millions of dollars by gumming up this House and delivering the same speech over and over and over again. For those watching at home, I get these emails saying, I heard that speech already. Why are we still talking about that? And so I think it's important that, you know, the Conservatives follow the RCMP, follow the Auditor General's recommendations. There's a process in place. The Speaker has ruled on this, so we can continue bringing forward legislation and members can bring forward their private members' bills.
We have time for a brief question. Honourable Member Tarban. I'd like to thank my colleague for Waterloo for having reminded us that if you really want to protect Quebecers, well, it's through independence. It's the best solution. But in the meantime, when I was listening to my colleague, I think it's ill-will to pretend that this government, well, or to rather overlook that this government still hasn't fulfilled its promise of introducing legislation to deal with forced labor, and that's because the House is blocked, and it's because the government is refusing to submit document. What does my colleague think on that?
Well, we're ready to get to work for Canadians, Madam Speaker. It's just, I hope, as I said before, that the Conservatives end their delay tactics, you know, and follow the processes in place. It's not up to MPs to you know, talk down the RCMP or the Auditor General. I think it's important that we follow the process brought forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. If people want to have discussions, maybe you can go outside the chamber.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member for Prince Albert. After hearing the Parliamentary Secretary's speech on this, I thought it would be fun for us to take a little trip back in time to understand how we're here and why Canada has such an abysmal track record on stopping goods made with forced labour entering into Canada as a result of this corrupt Liberal government. So, I have the mandate letter for the Minister of Labour from 2021, a mere 3+, almost 4 years ago. And in that mandate letter to the Minister of Labour, it says, with the support of the Public Safety Minister, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business, and Economic Development, introduce legislation to eradicate forced labour from Canadian supply chains. 2021. I just checked, Madam Speaker, it's actually the year 2024, and no, we haven't been asleep for these past 3 years. We've just watched this corrupt, incompetent Liberal government do absolutely nothing on this file. And you have to ask yourself, why wouldn't they do it? Our largest trading partner, the United States, they took bold action right away. And they have had a remarkable success in seizing goods made with forced labor. Canada, on the other hand, seized one shipment and then released it. That's this Liberal track record on forced labor. And you have to ask yourself the question, why? Why have they not done anything about it? Is it because perhaps that Beijing-controlled companies donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Trudeau Foundation? Maybe that's a reason why. That could be it. Could it be that, according to journalist Sam Cooper, members of the Liberal cabinet have been co-opted by Beijing influence? Maybe that's one of the reasons. But the result of this has been an embarrassment, and our trading partners are taking notice, including the United States. Now, what we have here is an issue that has not gone away. In fact, in October of 2022, a mere 2 years ago, I had the Minister of Labour at committee, and I presented to her what was going on, that the United States had taken bold action. They had published an entities list. It listed dozens and dozens and dozens of Chinese corporations that they knew were engaging in the use of Uyghur forced labor. And those entities were banned from goods being brought into the United States. So I posed to the minister, why don't you just copy it? If you can't do this work yourself, why don't you just take it? I offered to hand it to her. I said, here's the entities list. We could cut down on goods coming in with forced labor right now. It would take you 5 minutes. Did they do it? No, of course they did not. They did not use the United States entities list. And so what's been the result? The United States has now seized, get ready for this, $3.62 billion, with a capital B, dollars worth of goods that were made with forced labor. Over the same period of time, how many goods has this corrupt Liberal government seized that was made with forced labor? Anyone want to hazard a guess? Does anyone? Any of the Liberal members want to hazard a guess? I'll tell you how much. 0. Nothing. They seized one shipment and they had to turn it back. Now you might ask, if they went to the step of seizing these goods, why would they ship them back? That's also an interesting question. It comes down to the rules that Canada adopted to allow CBSA to seize the goods. Now, the United States, they know this is a tough one, so what they said is, if a shipment is suspected of being made with forced labor, whoever is importing those goods or shipping those goods, they have to prove that those goods were not made with forced labor. So the onus, the burden, goes back to those companies, which of course many of them could not, or most of them could not, and so they seized $3.62 billion worth of goods. Now, what did this corrupt Liberal government do for the standard, right? They set the standard that CBSA has to prove that the goods were made with forced labor, which the resources that CBSA has, they can't do it. So they seized one shipment, couldn't prove that it was made with forced labor, so it was actually allowed to come into the country. So they're actively allowing this to happen. They've taken no steps. The minister was obligated in his mandate letter to introduce legislation. It's been almost 4 years. They have not introduced, the minister has not introduced a single piece of legislation to cut down on this. They have not changed the standard that they forced CBSA to adopt that would make it easier to seize goods made with forced labor. As a result, they've seized nothing. So we know that goods are coming into Canada that are made with forced labor. And you know what? I think Canadians are outraged to think that they might be buying goods that were made with forced labor. Forced labor is a despicable way to produce goods. And there have been videos and exposés on how this is happening, particularly in the Xinjiang region of China. And for these Liberals to have done nothing, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, it's disgusting. And they now stand here and hide behind their refusal to provide documents from the Green Slush Fund as this is the problem. They've had 4 years to do something. The debate on their failure to produce documents to show their corruption has been going on for 4 weeks, but that's suddenly the problem. That is how bereft of a moral compass this government is. So I go back to, why has this happened? Why is Canada not doing anything under these Liberals to seize these goods? Is it because Beijing-controlled companies donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Trudeau Foundation. I don't know, but it looks a little fishy. Is it because there have been exposés by journalists who have made it very clear that there's a lot of influence from Beijing in this Liberal Party's cabinet? When you look at the results of this, you have to be led to the conclusion, to quote in Macbeth, there's something rotten in Denmark. Madam Speaker, there is something rotten in this Liberal government that they have been so woefully inadequate in the response to the forced labor issue. And there are serious consequences to this. The United States is our largest trading partner. So, Canada is a trading nation. It is actually in our free trade agreement with the United States that we have to eliminate forced labor from our supply chains. They haven't done it. They haven't done a single thing in 4 years. And there's going to be consequences because a giant report was just delivered to the United States Senate on forced labor in supply chains. And guess where they're pointing the finger? At Canada and Mexico. So not only is it despicable that they've done nothing to crack down on this, so these Chinese corporations can abuse Uyghurs in these forced labor camps, send the goods to Canada with no fear of consequence. I mean, that's disgusting enough. Their lack of action is disgusting enough. Now they're putting our trading relationship with the United States in jeopardy. Why are they doing it? There is something very, very rotten going on with this Liberal government on this issue. And as I said at committee to the minister, they could take quick steps right away. They could adopt the entities list that the United States has published. The United States government did their due diligence. They looked into companies that are known to produce things in the Xinjiang region of China or have supply chains that have goods that come from there. And they said, these entities cannot export goods to the United States. They could just copy paste. Look, I know this government has a hard time doing anything, and copy and pasting, that's so much work. But that would be a simple way to right away crack down on it. They haven't, they've refused to, and Canadians should wonder why.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, talk about misleading. The member is just full of, well, I can't say it, Madam Speaker, because it would be unparliamentary. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, when the member tries to give the false impression that the government has done nothing, what do you call the passing of S-211? As a direct result of that legislation, thousands, not hundreds, but thousands of companies are now registered and raised the profile of the issue so that we can bring forward legislation that's coming before the end of the year. Contrast that to Stephen Harper, his idol, Madam Speaker, did zippo, nothing. Oh, I'm sorry. They signed a secret trade agreement with China. Wow. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the member would have the intestinal fortitude to apologize for misleading the House.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, the one who should apologize is the unhinged rant that was just delivered. So, yes, a private member's bill was passed that requires a voluntary website where they have to maybe disclose whether or not they think they might have forced labor in their supply chains. Look, I'm sorry, the bill is a joke.
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Point of order. Madam Speaker, he called the legislation a joke.
I'm sorry, this is a point of debate and not a point of order. The Honourable Member Dufferin-Caledon has about 30 seconds to wrap up for that one.
Yeah, so look, they passed a terrible piece of legislation. And I voted for it because at least it's better than the garbage you've delivered for these years. I don't know how that member sits there. You've allowed billions of dollars of goods to come into Canada made with forced labor, and you stand there and laugh. Your government is corrupt. It's a disgrace.
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, he's pointing directly to me and saying that and I can assure the member that I do nothing at the border In fact, I support good legislation.
Again, there was a point of order. I'll entertain that point of order, but then it became a point of debate. So I just want to indicate to the honourable member, I was going to let him finish wrapping up because that's where we were at. So the honourable member knows full well that he's not to address questions and comments through the chair. But the honourable parliamentary secretary also knows that he had an opportunity to ask a question, and then he kept interrupting the member while he was speaking. So he knows full well that if he isn't recognized, that he's not to respond until it's time to ask for questions and comments. And guess what? Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. Honourable member for La Salle Verdun. Madam Speaker.
La Salle est mort.
La Salle est mort, Verdun. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the people of La Salle est mort, Verdun, I would like to thank you for being very specific. So I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, conservative colleague, for his Shakespearean speech. While we have been able to see that the Liberal government will continue to engage to work towards, but my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue asked the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord if an eventual Conservative government would engage itself, would make the promise to bring forward this House legislation on forced labor, and he did not get an answer. So I'd like to hear from my honourable Conservative colleague if whether yes or no, the Conservative Party of Canada, if they form the next government, will they make the promise of tabling legislation on this question?
Yes, we will absolutely eliminate forced labor from our supply chains, as opposed to this government that pretends that they're going to, that had a minister charged in their mandate letter to introduce legislation to get forced labor out of our supply chains. No minister has done that. Instead, they rely on some private member's bill from a random backbench Liberal and say they've actually done something. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, while we're talking about forced labor in Canada's supply chains, I want to talk about what's happening here at home. We had the UN Special Rapporteur on the Contemporary Forms of Slavery comment, Madam Speaker. She highlighted that the temporary foreign worker program in Canada by some bad players is being used as modern-day slavery. Now, Madam Speaker, in my hometown of Port Alberni, where I live, 15 temporary foreign workers came forward, and they had the courage to do so after working long hours, not getting paid overtime, not getting paid the wages they were promised, having no running water, 15 men living in a trailer. There was initially 30 of them, Madam Speaker, exposed to unsafe working conditions. Madam Speaker, this was a company that the Conservative leader went and cozied up to, did a big photo shoot with, Madam Speaker. But guess what, Madam Speaker? When this became public, he was nowhere to be found to stand up for these workers. Nowhere. So, Madam Speaker, through you to my colleague, will he condemn the SAN Group for what they did and how they mistreated these workers? We stand in this House and condemn what they did to those workers.
The honourable for Dufferin-Caledon.
You know, Madam Speaker, it's well known how the temporary foreign worker program has been turned into a disaster by this NDP Liberal government. What's amazing to me is the member from the NDP and all the other NDP members, they could actually bring the abuse of this program to a halt. They could stop all of the corruption that's going on if only they had the guts to vote no confidence in this government. Instead, they continue to prop up this moribund, corrupt Liberal government every chance they get.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni had an opportunity to ask a question. If he has any more to add, he needs to wait till the appropriate time. It's not respectful to be trying to interject while someone else has the floor. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can see, Madam Speaker, you're upset there today, and I don't blame you. Canadians are upset with this actual debate we're having today. The fact that we're having this debate has Canadians upset because they thought this was being taken care of. They thought this issue was something that was being addressed by pieces of legislation. They wouldn't believe what's going on and what's been going on our borders and how this government has broken our border system and broken our systems altogether. You know, Madam Speaker, I guess I'll rise today and speak to this very important issue on forced and child labour in our supply chains and why this government must do more to rid the country of this problem. Before I begin, I'll give you a bit of history, Madam Speaker. On January 1st, 2024, Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor and Supply Chain Act, known as Supply Chains Act, came into effect. Well, not a great bill, but at least it was something. And I was happy to see this private member's bill pass as I voted for it, along with nearly everyone in this House. That bill was the first step in Canada's long road to ridding our supply chains out of forced labor and child labor. By asking the government departments and private businesses if their supply chains carry a risk of forced or child labor, we can begin to properly measure the size of the problem and take steps towards a solution. You know, Madam Speaker, in this scenario, we're just talking about finding a benchmark. We're just trying to see how big the problem possibly could be. I'll compare to what my friend from Caledon, the Shadow Minister for Labor, talked about in regards to what's been going on in the U.S. They're not just identifying, they're actually taking action, but we're at least identifying the issue. In the case of the Supply Chain Act, by identifying a risk of forced labor, it's meant that the government, department, or business determine there is some possibility that forced or child labor might have been used. However, Madam Speaker, what was learned by our implementing the Supply Chain Act is that Canada was late to the table. Numerous other jurisdictions have already implemented forced labor laws. This list includes the United Kingdom, Modern Slavery Act, California's Transparency and Supply Chain Act, the Australian Modern Slavery Act. Many of our closest allies and trading partners drew the world's attention to the problem of modern slavery in supply chains and passed meaningful legislation to work towards a solution. But this government took nearly 6 years to finally pass legislation and still fails to meaningfully enact it. Canada's Supply Chain Act took numerous years to become law. First proposed in 2021, only receiving guerrilla assent in January 1st of 2024. This government was well aware of its pending implementation. In fact, Madam Speaker, many of them voted for this bill, including the Prime Minister himself. With the near unanimous consent by members of the government, support by His Majesty's loyal opposition, and 3 committee hearings at the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs and International Development, this government cannot play ignorant to the issue of forced labor in the supply chains. That then leads me to the matter we are debating here today. Madam Speaker, the government's failure to propose meaningful legislation that rids our supply chains of forced labor once and for all. Today's motion that the 21st report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, presented on Wednesday, October 30, 2024, be concurred in, is an embarrassment for this Liberal government. What we are debating here today is for the government to acknowledge that it has been dragging its heels in implementing meaningful legislation that combats forced labor. Unfortunately, Bill S-211, while a positive step forward, is a limited step forward and limited in its mandate through the reporting submitted by the Department of Public Safety, we have learned the Government of Canada and private business have a glaring problem. It wasn't as if the government wasn't aware of this bill. In their budget presented in March of 2023, the Liberal government indicated its intention to introduce an anti-forced labor legislation by the end of 2024. They then followed up this spring this statement by repeating themselves in the latest budget presentation in March of 2024, again indicating they wish to present anti-forced labor legislation by the end of 2024. It is now November 19th, 2024. Madam Speaker, there is no legislation in sight. This is a grave dereliction of duty, and as it is the government's legislation that is required to fix this problem. Ignorance of the problem here is no excuse. It is simply laziness and incompetence. The Liberal government has been aware of the problem for years. Their own ministers voted on the topic in 2 budgets, 2023 and 2024. It was indicated that it was a priority for this government, and yet nothing has happened. In the meantime, we have received government reports from the Department of Public Safety demonstrating the scale of the issue and the number of government departments that have identified a risk of forced or child labor in their supply chains. This is unacceptable. Madam Speaker, I'd like to make clear just how significant the problem of forced labor in our Canadian supply chains, and to do this, I think it is important to look at the statistics on the matter. But Madam Speaker, before I jump into those, I would like to ask my colleagues around the House to remember what we're really discussing here today. Modern slavery is not a singular problem. These are individuals, and in many cases, they are children who are victims of abusive system. The Supply Chain Act, known as S-211, mandates the Government of Canada to prepare an annual report highlighting the prevalence of forced and child labor in the supply chain. With responsive government departments, agencies, and private business, the Minister of Public Safety is responsible for tabling an annual report to Parliament. This past September 30th, we received the government's inaugural report, and it was not positive, Madam Speaker. In the report titled 2024 Annual Report to Parliament on Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains Act, the Minister of Public Safety outlined the degree to which this government sourced supplies that carry on the risk of forced labor. Madam Speaker, this is actually the report, and it is actually a very damning report, to use my language, to the government, as you'll tell you in the stats. In 2024, 17.2%, almost 20% of the government institutions had identified parts of their activities and supply chains that they carry on had a risk of forced labor or child labor being used in. 20% of government's own departments identified the possibility of child or slavery being used in their supply chains, the people they buy from. 37.9% of the government institutions had started the process and identified the risk, but highlighted that there were still gaps in the assessment. So that tells you a good chunk of the departments still haven't done a full assessment at this point in time. Yet we still have almost 20% of those supply chains at risk of forced or child labor. 44.8% had not started the process of identifying risks at all. 44% of government departments have not even gone through the process that they're mandated to do. They haven't started the process. So we're getting stats of 17.2% of all of the supply chains for government without 44% of them even reporting. What is the actual number, Madam Speaker? It's disgusting. It's declaringly horrible. And yet this government has done nothing to fix it. To remedy the glaring issue, the 17.2% of government departments identified risk of forced labor in their supply chains. Only 2 government institutions indicated that they had implementation actions to prevent forced or child labor and associated harms from reoccurring. Only 2 departments are actually taking this and actually doing something about it, with all the government departments that we have? Only 2. Meaning there are numerous government institutions who are aware that they have forced or child labor problems and haven't done anything. However, Madam Speaker, what I find even more concerning is while responding to the question mandatory, again, only 44.8% of the government institutions didn't even start the process of identifying risks in their supply chain. Ignorance of the law excuse to no one. Government institutions must, on or before May of 31st of each year, report to the Minister the steps the government institutions has taken in its previous fiscal year to prevent and reduce the risk of forced labor or child labor used at any step of production of goods purchased or distributed by the government institutions. Madam Speaker, this is a direct quote from Bill S-211. That's why the Minister of Public Safety himself voted for. Why hasn't he enforced the law he mandated to enforce? To conclude, Madam Speaker, it is beyond acceptable that this Liberal government isn't giving the attention that is required to remove forced labor from our supply chains. It is beyond acceptable that this government continues to drag its heels on meaningful legislation that will rid our supply chains of forced labor. It is beyond unacceptable that 70% of government institutions had identified parts of their activities and supply chains that carry a risk of forced labor or child labor being used. It is beyond unacceptable that only 2 government institutions are trying to do something about it. The fact that 44% of the government institutions could just opt out of reporting is also horrible. And it is ridiculous that the minister failed to do his job. In fact, it is quite telling how little this government cares about removing forced and child labor that its own ministers and departments miss mandatory deadlines and fail to report information they are required to do. Forced and child labor in our supply chains has been identified as a leading issue by our allies. It is time we take it serious. The impact this has on those who are exploited is unimaginable. Vulnerable people and children are victims of this government's inattentiveness, and claiming that they did not know is inexcusable and frankly untrue. It is time the government take issue of forced labor and child labor seriously, remove it from the government procurement process, and remove it from our store shelves. Madam Speaker, you can see there's lots of things to talk about in this issue. 10 minutes isn't enough time. I haven't even talked about the implications in trade and how it means to our allies when we're laggards. And again, going around the world preaching to everybody about something and doing nothing about it here at home. This is another example of this government saying they're going to do something, but never actually accomplishing anything.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Now, this is a major issue, and it's making Canada a laughingstock. And so will a future Conservative government pledge to pass a bill addressing this issue because the Liberals have failed to do so far? So will the Conservatives pledge to table such a bill?
For Prince Albert.
I thank the member for speaking. It's not just passing legislation, it's actually having the ability to enact the legislation. We've got a piece of legislation right now that's already passed, and they're not even acting on it, and it's sitting there. So that's one thing that's different between Conservatives and Liberals. Liberals talk. They'll talk and talk and talk. We take action. When we say we're going to do something, we're going to do it. We stand behind our words. And when it comes to forced labor, yes, you will see legislation brought in on forced labor. But not only that, you'll see action to get it out of our supply chains.
Comments? The Honourable for Victoria.
Speaker, I'm disappointed to hear the member talk about the piece of legislation that the Liberals already passed, and I was disappointed to see the Conservatives vote in favor of it. S211 was an empty bill, and it was criticized by Amnesty International. It was criticized by Human Rights Watch. It was criticized by the international organizations who are working on the ground to try and end forced labor and to ensure that human rights are upheld around the world. But I want to ask about contemporary slavery here at home. The United Nations Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Slavery has called the Temporary Foreign Workers Program a breeding ground for this kind of abuse. Wage theft, excessive work hours, limited breaks, and physical abuse. Can the member speak to the urgency of not only addressing the horrific violations around the world, but also addressing it here at home in Canada?
The Honourable for Prince Albert.
Well, those are two great questions. I thank the member for both the questions. And I'll start off with the first one on S211. It is not a great piece of legislation. We agree with you on that. Reality is, though, it is a piece of legislation that gives us some benchmarks and some reporting tools to get a sense of how bad the identity or the problem is here in Canada. And what we've seen is in the government's own department, 17.2% of them have child or forced labor part of their supply chain. We wouldn't have known that without Bill S211. They wouldn't report it. They wouldn't have been forced to report it. So while not perfect, it at least gives us some data that we can move forward with and actually put more accountability on the minister to see the results. In regards to the temporary foreign workers programs, I got many examples of businesses that are using the program that have been model students, it's worked for both the employee and the employer, and it's been good for everybody involved. There always is some bad actors. There's always some bad examples, and you got to put in place the appropriate rules to get rid of those bad apples so it doesn't happen again.
And comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I want to pick up on the S211 legislation because it was legislation in which both the government and the Conservatives actually saw the merit in terms of passing. And today we actually see many fruits from that. We're literally talking about literally thousands of companies, because of that legislation, that now have reported in. And through that, we have a very good sense in terms of just to the degree of the depth of the issue. As a result, the discussions that preempted the writing of the bill that we will be seeing before the end of the year were well informed. And I'm wondering if he can provide his thoughts in regards to the important role that S211 actually did play in terms of helping Canadians better understanding the situation, and there are going to be ramifications.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert has 1 minute to respond.
1 minute. Madam Speaker, the reality is they knew it was a problem a long time ago. They didn't need S211 to bring in legislation that actually would have done something to reduce the problem of forced labor. They could have done actions similar to what the U.S. has done, similar to what Australia has done, similar to what the U.K. has done, but they chose not to. And then when they bring in S211 and they start looking at the benchmarks, 44% of the government departments don't even report. 44%. Tell me why that is. That's not acceptable. It's in legislation. They have to report, yet they haven't. 17.2% of all our supply chains out of the, 56% that reported, have forced labor in it. They know they've had a problem. They've had a problem within their own government institutions and their own procurement process, and they've done nothing to fix it. Only 2 departments has actually taken actions to try to curb this. The rest have put their head in the sand, and the ministers have done nothing. In reality, though, they've done nothing to fix this problem. They've got the data in front of them. They've had it for years. Where's the legislation? It's November. I still don't see it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I must admit I was a bit surprised that this is on the floor of the House today. I would have liked to have prepared a bit more, but here we are. I am the obscure backbencher that put forward S211, surprise, surprise. And I thought I'd share with honourable members and the public at large the journey, the 4 or 5 year journey to this point where we are saying whatever it is we're saying. So the bill was, the concept was introduced to me, at least 4 or 5 years ago when World Vision sponsored some British legislators to come over to Canada and talk about their version of this kind of bill, a transparency bill. And I was kind of attracted to the idea. I thought it was a good idea. And so I thought, well, let's put together a piece of legislation. So we put together a piece of legislation, and of course, the process being the process around here, the legislation died on the order paper, and we had an election. And so that went nowhere. And then I did it again in the interregnum between 2019 2021, and it too went nowhere. So meanwhile, both the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party decided that this was something that should be in a platform. And if you read the platforms of the both parties, the commitment, if you will, mirrors the bill S211 in some considerable measure. So both the Conservatives and the Liberals thought that transparency legislation would be good. So by this time, Madam Speaker, we thought maybe we should get a little bit smarter and introduce the legislation in the Senate. We wouldn't be then hampered by the peculiar rules of the House of Commons, where you go on an order of precedence, and if you are unlucky, your legislation is at the bottom of the order of precedence. But if you're lucky, you are at the top, and you get a chance to actually run a piece of legislation through the House during a mandate. So 2021 comes along. It's in both parties' platforms. We have a draft bill on order, ready to go. And indeed, cabinet ministers, 4 cabinet ministers have this kind of legislation in their mandate. And arguably, this kind of legislation would have fulfilled their mandate obligations in their mandate letters. So we take the bill and actually make it a stronger piece of legislation than England's or Australia's or California's, and it's really how should we say, Canada goes from laggard to leader in the process. So we start the bill in the Senate this time, and as I say, Senate doesn't have the peculiar rules of this place, and we're fortunate to be able to get the bill dealt with in an expeditious manner, virtually without amendment, and then it comes here. And when it came up on the order paper, we had virtually unanimous consent by members, and I think it was a unanimous vote, to move the bill from the floor of the House and into committee. And then, Madam Speaker, we had other parties, particularly the Bloc and the NDP, wanted to bolt onto the bill a whole bunch of things which broadly could be described as due diligence. And in simple language, due diligence essentially means that not only if you discover the supply chain flaw, you actually have to fix it. And that's the legislation that is in Germany and in France. And it's an appearance of a good idea without actually being a good idea. So what the immediate consequence in comparing due diligence in France with Canadian transparency legislation is that you eliminate 98% of Canadian companies, because the threshold for the French legislation is at least 5,000 employees. And Canada doesn't have that many companies with 5,000 employees. So all the companies that are below that threshold don't have any obligation to comply with anything. So you have, as I say, an appearance of doing something good when the reality is something else. So we resisted the notion that you could bolt on due diligence legislation to this transparency bill. We did make it kind of a transparency bill on steroids because we brought in, unlike, say, Australian or English legislation, we brought in obligations to government entities, the theory being that you can't tell people what to do and then not do it yourself. And if I have a disappointment, as my friend previous alluded, I wish that in the final report, the government entities, and that's not just federal government entities, but that's Canadian government entities, would have complied at a more vigorous rate than they actually ended up doing. But so we put that into the bill. The other thing that was really unique about this bill and gave it some more teeth was that we obligated the senior leadership of the entity to sign the report. So when your CEO or CFO is signing a report, it becomes a public document. The consequence of becoming a public document is that various other entities read it. So suddenly, if you're borrowing $100 million, the bank is reading your supply chain legislation, which, if we hadn't put that in, well, then you could say what you wanted to say. Now you basically have to have a sign-off from the CEO or CFO, and it becomes a board obligation. The same way in which if you file a prospectus, you have to say that the legislation, say that the statements in your prospectus are true, and you have to swear that those statements are true. So in the ultimate implementation of the legislation, Madam Speaker, which was over 6,000 entities, you had a lot of lawyers and a lot of compliance officers reviewing these statements for their truthfulness and their accuracy. And it actually became a pretty interesting disclosure of a significant amount of data. So, Madam Speaker, we get into the committee. We lose the support of the Bloc and the NDP, who, in my judgment, make foolish decisions about bolting on to a piece of legislation, something that the legislation is not designed for, in the enthusiasm to run before you walk, or the enthusiasm for the perfection before you get to the good. So we then get it out of the House, or out of the report, into the House, final debate. The Conservative Party and the Liberal Party support the bill. The Cabinet supports the bill, and it becomes royal assent in May of 2023. So then there's a period of time from May 2023 to the first implementation date of January 1st, 2024, or the coming into force date of January 1st, 2024, where the guidance is written on how to report. And there was extensive consultations with the industry writ large, the entities that would be caught by this legislation. And I attended a number of seminars. I know that Public Safety gave a number of seminars. The information was collated. and the drafting of the expectations of the report was put together somewhere about this time last year is probably where it ultimately landed. Then it came into force in January of, came into force on January 1st of this year. The first reporting period was May of this year, and frankly, to my surprise, Mr. Speaker, we had over 6,000 entities actually respond. And the trouble is, Mr. Speaker, is that I don't know whether it's 6,000 entities of how many. Maybe there's 10,000 entities should have responded, whatever. And that's one of the flaws in the report. So then they responded, the report was tabled in September of this year, and I have on my table here, Mr. Speaker, the actual report itself. One of the things that is disturbing about this report is that 38% of the entities that responded said that they confirmed that they had identified parts of their activities and supply chains that carry the risk of forced labor. 38% of 6,000 filing entities say they think they have a problem. And these are the entities that responded. Not necessarily the response. We have no information on those that didn't respond. So, Mr. Speaker, you and I have spoken personally about this before. Canada has a significant problem with slave products in our supply chains. And we are all members of a larger Canadian society, and we do need to deal with this issue. But I would urge colleagues to urge the government to disaggregate this data so that we know what problem we do have. We also, and members have alluded to this, we have a problem at the border. And it is a real problem. And it is not only a problem of our personal problem, but it is becoming an international trade problem. And one can be reasonably assured that this will come up in future negotiations with on CUSMA or USMCA and various other trade agreements. So thank you for your time and attention. I look forward to colleagues.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time to put forthwith a question on the motion now before the House, and the honourable member will have 7 minutes, a little bit over. Oh, vous êtes terminé. Mais voilà.
The question is as follows. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Rogers, move that this question be now put. If a member participating in person would like the motion to be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognised party participating in person wishes to request, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary who has stood.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. I am now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on November 18, 2024 by the member for Edmonton Strathcona regarding the wearing of lapel pins in the House. During oral questions that day, the chair cautioned all members to be mindful in this regard. The member for Edmonton Strathcona argued that pins are regularly worn in the House without them being considered props. The chair undertook to consider the matter and returned to the House. Other members also intervened briefly on this matter. Using visual displays of any kind to illustrate remarks or to emphasize positions in the House is normally considered a breach of decorum. Typically, members are called to order by the chair when they use displays that cause disorder, no matter what message is conveyed. This extends to the wearing of buttons and lapel pins.
As stated in House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition at page 618, quote, while political buttons and lapel pins have not been considered exhibits as long as they do not cause disorder, the Speaker has interrupted a division to request that certain members remove props from their lapels, unquote.
Ruling on a similar matter, Deputy Speaker Savoy stated on June 23, 2011, at page 980 of debates, quote, we are in a gray zone because in many cases some buttons or scarves have been allowed. It seems to me from reading the precedents that the test is whether they cause disorder, and apparently they have this evening. I would ask that the buttons be removed, unquote. Comme plusieurs députés.
As several members pointed out, including the members for Edmonton Strathcona and Kitchener Centre, there are sometimes situations where members of all parties wear pins, ribbons, or displays to show their support for a particular cause, and this elicits no reaction. In other cases, objections are raised as some feel they are being used as props to emphasize a political point about which there is some disagreement.
The Chair is in no way commenting on the worthiness of any particular cause, as I know members, as do all Canadians in general, hold strong views on a variety of subjects. However, our practice in this place is that members express their points of view through their words and their votes rather than through displays. Therefore, the litmus test just described, that is, whether a button or a pin causes disorder, will continue to guide the Chair in enforcing this rule of decorum. Now, given the wide scope of interpretation involved, the Chair seeks the cooperation of all members to be judicious in choosing to wear buttons or pins, and to be equally judicious in choosing to raise their concern with the Chair. I ask all members for their cooperation in this regard. Orders of the day.
Point of order, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Is there a quorum, Mr. Speaker?
Je vois quorum.
I see a quorum.
Quorum est là.
Quorum is established.
I see the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm gravely concerned because your ruling makes it very, very difficult for members in this House to know how to act going forward. And my worry is that you are being ruled or taking direction from those who are loudest, who are most obnoxiously loud sitting right next to you, rather than from all of those in the House equally. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker,
so I'm I'm going to ask the honourable member is entering into debate, and I'm going to ask the honourable member to read carefully my ruling, as she will discover that I think the normal procedures and practices of this place will continue, and I ask members, of course, to be judicious in what they do, and in either wearing pins or in raising them with the Chair. I hope this is not an issue raising about the ruling which I just issued, and I just asked. Well, the honourable member has the right to raise a point of order, but the Chair also has the right to stand up and to point out if this is with regard to the ruling which I just gave. The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, clarification. I wear, for example, a red dress pin to signify the ongoing genocide against Indigenous women.
Can I ask the member to can I ask the member to get the Can I ask the honourable member, please, to the honourable member, the honourable member is engaging now in a debate on the ruling that I had just given. I'll ask and invite the honourable member, as well as all honourable members, to please read the ruling carefully. The House will now resume. The honourable member from Victoria is rising on a point of order, and I hope this is not with regard to the same issues which have been raised before.
It's not to do with the pins, but it's actually a point of order to ask clarification about my colleague from Winnipeg who just rose to add new and pertinent information to you. And so I'm getting clarity if you will allow her to speak to actually give her point of order.
I'm afraid that is not in order. The Speaker has made a ruling. The honourable member, I invite her to take a look at that and not engage in the debate of the ruling. There are avenues that she could proceed at that point. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric motion. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's very gracious of colleagues to finally give me the time I need to table a sufficient number of petitions. Chair, the first petition highlights the horrific persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in the People's Republic of China. We table these petitions regularly, but there are a number of practitioners and leaders in the Falun Gong community on the Hill today, and I think all members would join me in welcoming them. In tabling this petition on the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners, I want to highlight three specific cases of practitioners who are imprisoned in China. Sun Qian, a Canadian citizen from Vancouver, illegally sentenced to prison for 8 years simply because of being a Falun Gong practitioner. Shi Mingguang, who is the father of a permanent resident living in Regina, also imprisoned for being a Falun Gong practitioner and facing torture as a result. And then H.E. Lizhong is the brother of a Canadian citizen from Mississauga who has also been illegally arrested simply for being a Falun Gong practitioner. These and other cases of Canadian citizens or people with close ties to Canada who face persecution in the PRC because they are Falun Gong practitioners need to be highlighted. And I join colleagues in highlighting these specific cases, as well as calling for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in general. And petitioners want to see the House take strong, clear action opposing the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners and to explicitly continue to call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong. Madam Speaker, the next petition that I'm tabling highlights the situation in Ukraine. On this 1,000 days since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, I join colleagues in deploring that invasion and calling for strong action to deliver the support to Ukraine, weapons and other forms of support that it urgently needs. And to do so without delay. Petitioners are further highlighting some of the inconsistencies with respect to the immigration regime involving Ukrainians who have come to Canada, and they call on the government to allow Ukrainian youth under the Canada-Ukraine authorization.
Unfortunately, I have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I do not, and my apologies to the member opposite, but typically what we've witnessed in the past from the Speaker is this particular member has a number of petitions that he likes to be able to present. If there's other members that have presentation of petitions, I think it would be kind of the member. Yeah. We can always go back to the member, but I do understand there are other members that do want to present a petition. So I just just say it for what it's worth. The member has in the past been very generous by allowing other members to do their petitions before he does his, because he has a series of petitions. If we can get the unanimous consent to allow the member to continue. Okay.
So just again, you know, I was going to advise the honourable member at some point that he needs to wrap it up. So petitions are supposed to be summarized. So briefly, there are a number of individuals who do want to table petitions as well. And so, I just want to remind members that, you know, to be respectful of others who also want to table petitions. I do have the procedures who also, which also specifies the ability to end or stop members from continuing to table petitions when others want to table. So the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The point of order took much more time than I was intending on taking. The petition I was just tabling, it highlights a call for Ukrainian youth to be able to access the Canada Summer Jobs Program. And I'll conclude with the petition in support of Bill C-257, which bans discrimination on the basis of political belief or activity. Petitioners want to see the House support Bill C-257 to protect Canadians from political discrimination. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, I rise to table the petition E-Petition 5137. The petition gathered 3,497 signatures, and in addition, on the previous occasion, I tabled a similar petition that had 152 signatures on it, and then there are another 1,717 that is to be certified from Toronto, another 247 to be certified from Vancouver, for a total of 4,613. The petitioner notes that on August 12, 2024, Hong Kong's top court upheld the convictions of 7 of Hong Kong's most prominent pro-democracy activists, including 82-year-old Martin Lee and 76-year-old Jimmy Lai, for participating in a peaceful demonstration on August 18th of 2019. The group of 47, which includes legislators, were found guilty on May 30th, 2024 in the exercise of their democratic rights for participating in the election primaries. Chow Heng-tung and former leaders of the Hong Kong Alliance have been arrested for holding annual candlelight vigils in remembrance of the 1989 Tiananmen massacre. And given the extraterritorial reach of the national security law in Article 23, there's ongoing fear of surveillance amongst the Hong Kong diaspora, and in light of the recent spying charges laid against staff at the Hong Kong Economic Trade Office in the United Kingdom, Hong Kongers want to be reassured that this is not happening in Canada. And therefore, they're calling the Government of Canada to call on Hong Kong and the People's Republic of China to release Jimmy Lai, Chow Heng-tung, and the Group of 47 and others whose only crime was to exercise their rights and freedoms as prescribed by the United Nations Human Rights Declaration, and to stop according any special rights of diplomatic status to the Hong Kong Economic Trade Office, and finally, to proactively apply sanctions under the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act against Chinese and Hong Kong officials.
And the petitions, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre. I'll come back to you.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present a petition on behalf of folks who note that residents from across Waterloo Region have long expressed frustration with the unreliability and lack of access to GO Transit, particularly GO Train service between Kitchener and Toronto. Petitioners also note that our community has been promised two-way, all-day GO Train service every 15 minutes for over 10 years. They note that there is plenty of demand for this service, and that research has showed that that demand would increase 400% by 2031. Petitioners go on to note that the federal government committed 40% of the project cost, $752 million back in 2017, and that as of today, there are no timelines to complete the project, leaving folks on overcrowded buses. Petitioners call on a number of items from the Government of Canada, most notably to demand timelines for project completion from the province and to report back to our community on those timelines.
Presenting petitions, the honour for Regina Wescana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present two petitions today, both signed by the Pakistani community in Regina, Saskatchewan, and both concerning the well-being of former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan, who is currently imprisoned in that country for reasons that the United Nations have found to be an arbitrary detention and a violation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The first petition calls on the Government of Canada to direct the High Commissioner of Canada in Pakistan to visit Imran Khan in prison and report back on his treatment and condition. The second petition calls on the Government of Canada to use diplomacy to call on the Government of Pakistan to release Imran Khan from prison altogether. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present these petitions here today. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, it's a privilege today to table petition E5126, which has over 1,000 signatures, and it's particularly timing given that the peace train is arriving in Ottawa tomorrow, and many of them are signatories of this petition. Madam Speaker, they're calling on the Government of Canada to establish and fund a centre of excellence for peace and justice focused on research, education and training in conflict resolution, diplomacy and peace operations for Canadian civilians, police, military personnel and the international community. And Madam Speaker, they highlight that with the closing of the Pearson Peace Centre, Canada lost an important civilian-led, independent institutional structure that supported effective research, policy and training in peace operations and conflict resolution, and that an open society and an informed public and Parliament is essential for the understanding of complex issues of violent conflict and for the achieving of lasting peace and disarmament, and that the lack of universal respect for an observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms is the underlying cause of violent conflict, and that upholding the basics of justice, equality, freedom, security, and well-being for all is essential for preventing conflict and war and for Canada's own security and stability. And they highlight that Canada signed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, pledging itself to achieve its cooperation with the United Nations, the promotion of universal respect, and for observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms. And lastly, that Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission and Canada's adoption of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples reflect our commitment to the principles of justice, equality, and freedom. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Parliamentary the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Madam Speaker, it's with pleasure I table today a petition signed by many constituents and others dealing with the growth of the Canadian, Indo-Canadian community has been absolutely wonderful to see. And as one of the direct results of that is the demand to be able to have international flights, not only from that particular community, but other communities that would see more international flights taking place between Canada and Europe, in particular, in this petition to India. And so it's with pleasure that I table this petition, and ultimately they would love to see one going directly from the city of Winnipeg into New Delhi. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. 3003, 3010, 3019, 3024, 3026, 3031, 3033, and 3036. And furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 299, try that again, 2999 to 3002, 3004 to 3009, 3011 to 3018, 3020 to 3023, 3025, 3027 to 3030, 3032, 3034, 3035, 3037, and 3038 could be made for orders for return. These returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed, agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, privilege, consideration of a motion on the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and resuming debate on the amendment as amended of Mr. Berthold.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are getting poorer while Liberal insiders are getting richer. That's not my opinion, that's a fact. Per capita GDP is declining. It's lower now than it was 9 years ago when this government was first elected. The total value of all the goods and services produced in Canada divided by all of the people in Canada is shrinking. It's not shrinking in the United States. It's not shrinking in the rest of the G7 or the G20, but it's shrinking in Canada. It's a fact that Canadians are getting poorer under this government. But well-connected Liberal insiders have been getting richer over the last 9 years under this Liberal government. That's also a fact. Not an opinion, that's a fact. Canadians are getting poorer while well-connected Liberal insiders are getting richer. So I rise again to speak about this government's refusal to comply with an order of this House to deliver unredacted documents to the RCMP related to the $400 million that Liberal insiders misappropriated and, in a staggering number of cases, voted to give money to themselves. It's true, Madam Speaker, that while we're debating Liberal corruption, we're no longer, we are not moving forward on solutions for Canadians like axing the tax, building the homes, fixing the budget, and stopping the crime. But if this government will continue and insist on acting in contempt of Parliament by ignoring a vote of Parliament, there can be no other business of Parliament. It's a matter of basic democratic accountability. So I continue to demand that this government comply with the order of Parliament and release the documents. And if they will not do so, to call an election. That way Canadians can decide whether or not these documents should be released and whether or not they should choose a common-sense Conservative government to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. But until then, we continue to debate this motion. And we need look no further on this government's agenda or lack thereof about the business proposed if we suddenly just allowed them to get away without tabling the documents and shuffle the problem off to a committee to languish there. One of the things that they have planned in their legislative calendar was to introduce a motion, not a bill, but a motion, to further implement their long-announced but not actually legislated capital gains tax increase. So, Mr. Speaker, we've had expert testimony at the Finance Committee, witness after witness, that has said all this tax will do is drive away investment, kill jobs, stifle innovation, and further reduce productivity, and will not actually result in further revenue for the government because it will suppress Canadian GDP and reduce income taxes collected by the government. So every day that this NDP Liberal government is unable to implement this tax is a good day. A good day for Canadian workers, a good day for Canadian entrepreneurs, a good day for Canadian investors, and a good day for Canadians who rely on the services supplied by Canadian governments and who rely on the tax base and an increasingly productive economy rather than the one that is shrinking per capita under this government. We've heard testimony thoroughly debunk the government's claim that this tax would only affect the 0.13% of the population. We heard expert testimony that hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of small businesses would be adversely affected. We heard expert testimony at the Finance Committee confirming that this tax they want to propose would kill 400,000 jobs. We heard expert testimony that this tax would reduce Canadian GDP by $90 billion. That's billion with a B, Madam Speaker. How much tax revenue do they lose in suppressing $90 billion of economic activity? So we are not interested in allowing this government to simply move on, not disclose the documents that have been voted on, the production order which was supported by this House of Commons, and move on to this rest of their so-called agenda. We've watched as the middle-class aspiration of home ownership has come to an end under this government. We've watched under this government how rents and mortgage payments have more than doubled. And under this government's watch, how tent cities have proliferated in every major city and town. So no, this government has had over 9 years to deal with Canada's problems, and they have only made things worse. So we're not going to keep debating, we are going to keep debating this motion until the government releases the documents to account for the $400 million that this government's friends squandered and gave to themselves. We know that this government won't fix the budget. We know that Liberal insiders voted to give money to their own companies right under the nose of the minister. Navdeep Bains went out of his way to appoint a new board of insiders, and then he sent his own senior staff to be present in the room when they voted to give themselves money. What kind of governance is this, Madam Speaker? It is amazing the level of mismanagement and lack of proper governance that took place under Navdeep Bains and also under the current minister. We heard testimony at the Public Accounts Committee yesterday, excuse-making by officials who didn't know that this was happening right under their noses. It's nonsense, Madam Speaker. These were concrete choices and decisions made by this government. And Madam Speaker, I will insist that we continue to raise these points in the House of Commons until we get answers from this government and until they table the documents. So we will continue with this, Madam Speaker, and I see that I'm running out of time before question period is going to begin. So I've got a minute or two. Well, I move, seconded by the member for Provencher, that the amendment be amended by adding the following. Except that the order for the committee to report back to the House within 30 sitting days shall be discharged if the Speaker has sooner laid upon the table a notice from the law clerk and parliamentary council confirming that all government institutions have fully complied with the order adopted on June 10th, 2024 by depositing all of their responsive records in an unredacted form. Hear, 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 hear.
Order. There is quite a bit of a buzz going on in the room there, so I would hope that members will keep their voices down. Mr. Kelly, seconded by Mr. Falk, Provencher, moves the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding the following. Except that the order for the committee to report back to the House within 30 sitting days shall be discharged if the Speaker has sooner laid upon the table a notice from the law clerk and Parliamentary Council confirming that all government institutions have fully complied with the order adopted on June 10, 2024 by depositing all of their responsive records in an unredacted form. The sub-amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Oh, sorry. Oh, we'll have to get the questions and comments after. We are now... Yes, we're now at the time for statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Speaker, today marks 1,000 days since Russia began its further invasion of Ukraine. This is much longer than the 3 days Vladimir Putin thought it would take, but frankly, it's 1,000 days too long. It should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened if the world had stood up to Russia when it invaded Georgia or when it invaded Ukraine in 2014. It should not have lasted this long. It wouldn't have lasted this long if the world provided Ukraine with the aid it needs to win this war. Our government has said that Canada will stand with the Ukrainian people until they win, and that victory is the only option. Victory is the only option because Ukraine's victory is essential to Canada's security. If Russia wins, it will not stop at Ukraine, and we know that because Vladimir Putin has told us so. If Russia wins, Canadians will be next in defending ourselves against Russian aggression, whether that's in Europe or the Canadian Arctic or somewhere else. So on this anniversary, I urge MPs of all parties to ensure Canada provides the help needed to ensure Ukraine's victory so that we stop commemorating the days of Ukrainian courage and start commemorating the days since Ukraine's victory, since it regained its freedom, its security, and since we regained ours. Slava Ukraini!
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
I rise to recognize Barbara McNish, who retires from her role as Executive Director of Samaritan House Ministries next month. For 28 years, Barbara has served in some way, shape, or form with Samaritan House. Originally joining the organization in 1989 as a women's counselor and coordinator, Barbara worked to support women and children escaping domestic violence. Over the years, she continued to serve in a variety of ways, ultimately becoming Executive Director in 2020. Under Barbara's guidance, Samaritan House grew to meet the rising needs of our community, from providing thousands of food hampers to offering critical services that empower individuals toward independence and hope. As Barbara steps into the well-earned retirement, her legacy of compassion and community advocacy is an inspiration to many. Barbara, thank you for your remarkable service. Best wishes for rest, joy, and new adventures in this new chapter.
The honourable member from St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the tireless work of the Crow's Nest Officers Club in downtown St. John's. It is a living museum that overlooks the National War Memorial where Newfoundland's unknown soldier was recently laid to rest. The Crow's Nest is sharing stories and artifacts on the role that St. John's played in the Battle of the Atlantic, the victory, the longest continuous battle of the Second World War, beginning at the opening days of the war in 1939 and ending almost 6 years later with Germany's surrender. The struggle for control of the North Atlantic came at a cost of over 1,600 Canadian and Newfoundland lives lost. The Crow's Nest is preserving and promoting the history of those brave men and women who fought so valiantly to defend and preserve freedom, all while remaining a welcoming place for all and a safe haven for Allied navies. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pointe-de-L'Île. I would like to honour the memory of former slaves who went on to fight in the Battle of Vertières in 1803. This was a major event in the history of resistance to colonial oppression, yet it has never been acknowledged in this House. On November 18, 1803, the Battle of Vertières in northern Haiti dealt the final blow to Napoleon Bonaparte's army. It was the final battle of the Haitian Revolution. To this day, it remains the only example of abolition of slavery achieved by an uprising of former slaves themselves. On January 1, 1804, shortly after the mobilization of the troops and the outcome of the battle, Haitian independence was proclaimed. Thus, the whole world witnessed the founding of a new state, Haiti. On this 221st anniversary of the Battle of Vertières, let us offer the Haitian community all our respect and applause. Thank you.
The honourable member from Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to welcome the Canadian Construction Association to the House today. Canada's construction industry is widely known to be about building structures and developing critical infrastructure. But it's important to recognize construction is at the heart of our nation's economic strength, shaping communities like my hometown, Richmond, British Columbia, and building the foundation of our nation's future. The sector employs 1.6 million people nationwide and contributes approximately $164 billion to the economy annually, accounting for 7.5% of Canada's GDP. With over 18,000 member firms across the country, the Canadian Construction Association is the national voice for the construction industry on public policy, legal, and standards development goals and contractors. suppliers, and allied business professionals working in or with the sector. I ask all members to find some time to meet with the CCA and discuss the future of construction in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member from Calgary Heritage.
The NDP Liberal job-killing oil and gas cap is a war on energy workers and powerful paychecks. This radical Prime Minister has failed every climate target. He wants to shut down Canadian resources, trillions of resources that would fuel, feed, and secure the world and bring home paychecks for our people. The EU, Germany, Japan all want more Canada. Our allies are forced to spend billions overseas on dirty dictator oil from the Kremlin and the genocidal, theocratic, unstable regime in Iran. And here at home, the worst per-person income drop in the G7. 1 in 4 skipping meals, 2 million at food banks. With NDP Liberals, it's chicken today, feathers tomorrow. They scrape our cupboards bare. Conservatives will axe the cap, will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and restore the promise.
The honourable member from Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to commemorate the World Day for Prevention of Abuse and Violence Against Children, a day that demands our unwavering commitment to protecting the most vulnerable in our communities. As a member of the Subcommittee for International Human Rights, I heard devastating testimonies from hundreds of NGOs. These organizations are working in over 190 countries and territories worldwide, and they revealed the brutal realities that children face in conflict zones. Today, we continue working together to advocate for children facing crisis around the world, including in Sudan, in Palestine, in Ukraine, and too many more. Since 2016, Canada has contributed millions in humanitarian funding, but financial support alone is not enough. We must strengthen international protocols, enhance legal protections, and create better support systems for children at risk. Every child in Canada and across the world deserves safety, dignity, and an opportunity to dream. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, since 2015, I've had the privilege of working closely with the Canadian Credit Union Association and its members, including IC Savings and Meridian Credit Union with locations in Vaughan. Credit unions are a cornerstone of Canada's economy. These 100% Canadian-owned institutions contribute $8 billion annually and employ over 60,000 hardworking Canadians. Today I rise to welcome over 40 credit union leaders to Parliament Hill for their annual Advocacy Day. Serving more than 11 million Canadians, credit unions are transforming communities, making home ownership attainable, empowering small businesses, and making life more affordable for Canadians. Through Bill C-59, we're supporting credit unions by modernizing the Income Tax Act, saving them hundreds of millions of dollars in future tax liabilities. We're also expanding membership eligibility in Payments Canada to better integrate credit union locals. United by their values, Mr. Speaker, credit unions are driving economic growth and empowering Canadians. Thank you to Canada's credit unions.
The honourable member from Salkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
For 1,000 days, we've witnessed Russia's unprovoked and unjust invasion of Ukraine. For 1,000 days, we've witnessed horrific war crimes and atrocities committed by Russian soldiers. For 1,000 days, Ukrainian civilians have been subjected to indiscriminate attacks by Putin's war machine and forced to endure violence and fear. And for 1,000 days, our hearts have been broken by all the innocent blood that has been spilled on Ukraine's fertile lands. But over these 1,000 days, we've seen the incredible resilience and bravery of the Ukrainian people. For over 1,000 days, Ukraine's armed forces have violently outperformed all expectations as they stood firm, defending their homeland and Ukraine's very identity. For 1,000 days, they have bravely fought for human rights, the rule of law, liberty, and their right to self-determination. As Canadians and as Conservatives, we stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. Ukraine's future is at stake. We must continue to support them. Slava Ukraini!
The honourable member from Whitby.
after hearing the outcry about his plan to cut billions in funding for more housing and silencing his Conservative MPs from advocating for their communities, we know the Conservative leader had a rough week last week. It's hard to believe he is barring his own MPs from doing the most foundational part of their jobs, which is advocating for their communities. MPs should be representing their communities in Ottawa, not imposing their leader's agenda back at home. But the Conservative leader won't even let his MPs do their job that they were elected to do. One Conservative MP even told CBC that MPs are being stopped from helping their cities for partisan reasons. It's clear he has no confidence in them, and they have no confidence in his leadership. So when will they do the right thing? Stand up for their communities, stand up to their leader, and tell him he's not fit to lead.
Order. The honourable member from Medicine Hat, Cardston Ward.
Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal government has made Canadians unsafe. Their catch and release policies have caused violent crime to increase by 50%. Legislation like Bill C-83 makes life even easier for violent offenders in prison, where they must now be incarcerated in the least restrictive environment. What that means is that an individual who abducted and then assisted her boyfriend in the sexually motivated killing of an 8-year-old girl in 2009 is now allowed to be in the presence of children through a mother-child program in a federal prison. The Liberals have broken our justice system so thoroughly that sex offenders and killers, including those who are serving sentences for killing children, now have access to children in prison. Think about that. This government must be held accountable for their egregious failures, Mr. Speaker. A common-sense Conservative government will prioritize the rights of victims and the safety of Canadians for all Canadians.
The honourable member from Oxford.
After 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, they have broken our immigration system. They ignored warnings from their own government officials. They dropped security checks, and they even skipped vetting, causing chaos. We have seen the fastest population growth since the 1950s that the Liberals now admit has put pressure on housing, healthcare, and jobs. We have seen the highest surge in refugee claims ever. We have seen tens of thousands of fake acceptance letters, and they even let an alleged ISIS terrorist twice. The Prime Minister has made immigration a playground for fraud and abuse. Even his own ministers admit the system is now out of control. Yet he blames everyone but himself. He calls them bad actors. Maybe he's experiencing it differently. But after 9 years, it is this Prime Minister who is the bad actor. He is in charge. He is responsible. He has caused this chaos in our immigration system, and only common sense Conservatives will fix what he broke.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. We know that the Conservative leader has had a difficult week because of the scandal over his plan to scrap the housing agreement between the Government of Canada and Quebec. Yesterday, we announced a major new housing investment through the agreement. These investments will make it possible to carry out a number of building projects over the next few years. These investments will make it possible to add 8,000 affordable and social housing units to the existing supply in Quebec. Quebecers cannot afford the Conservative leader's irresponsible plan to cut the housing agreement with Quebec. In my riding, people understand that we need to do everything we can to build the housing units we so desperately need, and I will continue to fight for that. Thank you.
The honourable member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, November 20th, is Universal Children's Day. This is a day we recognize annually to promote and celebrate children's rights in Canada and worldwide. On this day, we recognize the Declaration of the Rights of the Child and the Convention of Children's Rights. These rights include the right to be protected from violence and discrimination and the right to life, health, and education. Today, there are delegations from UNICEF visiting parliamentarians, and I would like to salute the work of UNICEF UNICEF, and all child-focused organizations who take the time to educate us as parliamentarians about how to meaningfully improve children's lives. And over the last several years, we've seen absolute devastation for children worldwide in conflicts including Ukraine, Palestine, and Sudan, and now in Lebanon. International law and human rights are under attack, and children bear the brunt of these conflicts. As New Democrats, we will always stand for the rights of children, and will make space for children and young people to raise their voices on the issues that matter to them. Happy Universal Children's Day.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Jacques Brel once sang, "We don't forget a thing, we just get used to things, that's all." After 1,000 days, unfortunately, it seems that we are getting too used to this horrible war that is decimating Ukraine. We have not forgotten the Bucha massacre. We've not forgotten the bodies of civilians littering the streets. We have not forgotten the bombing of the Mariupol Children's Hospital. We've not forgotten a thing. And yet, while terror continues to haunt the streets of Ukraine, while no civilian is safe, as women are being raped and children are being nonchalantly killed by an army that has forsaken its humanity and that uses every possible means to incite horror. As the words Third World War become real once again, alas, we seem to be getting used to it. We don't forget a thing, we just get used to things, that's all. Those are the Jacques Brel lyrics. Well, not forgetting is not enough. We need to refuse to get used to it. Let's salute the extraordinary courage of Ukrainians, let's support them, and let's repeat today with the same conviction as we did 1,000 days ago. Slava Ukraina.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Nose Hill.
Today, Cree lawyer Leah Ballantyne, who is a survivor of the 60 scoop, was quoted as saying, "Identity fraud is fraud. I think someone who has taken an oath of office to represent people in a level of government has an ethical duty to be honest with all constituents and all people in Canada, in which case the Minister of Employment has not done." She's right. That Liberal minister falsely claimed Indigenous identity. His company received government contracts using that stolen identity, apparently while consorting with cocaine dealers, and all while he was a sitting Minister of the Crown. What kind of a message is the government sending by allowing him to sit in cabinet? As Jody Wilson-Raybould said today, the Prime Minister is making a mockery of reconciliation and is enabling, quote, white people playing ancestry wheel of fortune. That fraudulent minister must resign, or the Prime Minister must fire him.
I was listening very carefully to the listening very carefully to the Honourable Member, and it is order, please. I was listening very attentively to the Honourable Member's statement, and for most of the statement, it was within the bounds. The last sentence, by impugning a member directly, is not permitted in this place. I'm going to ask the Honourable Member just to withdraw that word so that we can move on.
Mr. Speaker, I was quoting a Cree lawyer who called the minister a fraud. He is a fraud, and I don't withdraw.
I'm going to invite the Honourable Member. Order. I'm going to invite the Honourable Member to reflect on this. I see that she doesn't have questions coming up, and I will come back to the Honourable Member immediately following question period so that we can start this on time. Colleagues, also in an extraordinary situation, when the Honourable Member from Brandon Souris made his declaration at the front end, About a quarter of his declaration was not captured on cameras. Members know the opportunity to make declarations and Standing Order 31s are very important for our constituents, so I'm inviting the honourable member to be recognized again to give a statement once again. The honourable member from Brandon Source.
I rise to recognize Barbara McNish, who retires from her role as Executive Director of Samaritan House Ministries next month. For 28 years, Barbara has served in some way, shape, or form with Samaritan House. Originally joining the organization in 1989 as a women's counselor and coordinator, Barbara worked to support women and children escaping domestic violence. Over the years, she continued to serve in a variety of ways, ultimately becoming the Executive Director in 2020. Under Barbara's guidance, Samaritan House grew to meet the rising needs of our community, from providing thousands of food hampers to offering critical services that empower individuals toward independence and hope. As Barbara steps into the well-earned retirement, her legacy of compassion and community advocacy is an inspiration to many. Barbara, thank you for your remarkable service. Best wishes for rest, joy, and new adventures in this next chapter.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the Conservative leader had a rough week, Mr. Speaker. While he's busy defending his plan to cut housing funds, Conservative members got an earful from their mayors and their constituents about their leader's reckless plan. How do we know, Mr. Speaker? We spent the whole week reading about it in the media. It's no wonder Conservative MPs are going behind their leader's back to plead for funding and complain to the CBC about their gag order he has imposed on them when it comes to representing their communities. Meanwhile, in London, we added an extra 638 units for the people of London West who need it most. Conservative MPs are elected to represent those who sent them here, Mr. Speaker. They have a responsibility to stand up to their leader and to do it right in this House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions et oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member from Regina Capel.
Day after day brings new sordid details about the employment minister's scandal. And yesterday we learned that his company shares a mailing address with an international drug trafficker who's been busted for cocaine not once, but twice. He's been caught out in falsehoods, caught faking Indigenous identity to try to secure government contracts meant for real Indigenous people, and his company is under investigation for 9 fraud-related counts. Why on earth has the Prime Minister not fired this man?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, I don't know the person referred to in that article. I've never met that person. It's stated in the article, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
Let's recap the scandal so far. He said he was Indigenous, even though he wasn't. He said his great-grandmother was Cree, even though she wasn't. He said there was another Randy working at the company, even though there wasn't, that he had nothing to do with the company while he was in cabinet, even though he was, and his company got a contract while he was sitting around the cabinet table. In a normal government, any one of those scandals would be cause for dismissal.
Yeah, that's right.
So why in this wacko Liberal government does this man still sit in cabinet?
And ask members to be very judicious in their use of words. The
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has already answered this question many times. The question that we still haven't had an answer for is why the Conservative leader's scandal, who refuses to seek his security clearance and protect himself and his future members during the next election, what is he hiding? When he refuses to get information about the risks of foreign interference for the upcoming elections. Thank you. I would ask the honourable member to not speak until the chair recognizes him.
Regina Capel.
Well, we don't know what it'll take for this guy to get fired from this Prime Minister. We do know what will get you fired. Remember Jody Wilson-Raybould? Oh, yeah. She was fired for telling the truth about the Prime Minister's attempts to interfere in a criminal case. Here's what she had to say. A Prime Minister committed to true reconciliation would have removed this minister and the other Randy from cabinet long ago. Instead, we get to watch white people play Ancestry Wheel of Fortune. Ouch. How come under this Prime Minister, a strong Indigenous woman gets fired for telling the truth when a weak, fake Indigenous man gets to keep his job after lying?
Again, I'm going to ask the honourable member from Regina Capel, who once sat in this chair, to withdraw that one word which was directly used to another member, which would not be considered parliamentary. I'm going to ask the honourable member to do so.
I'll withdraw the word lying and replace it with telling falsehoods.
The actual word. The word which was being used. I'm going to ask the honourable member to withdraw the word fake, please.
Sorry, just for the Speaker to clarify, the word fake, but the Minister did...
He faked all those things.
The Minister is now admitting that he's not Indigenous, so he pretended to be something that he wasn't.
Colleagues, yesterday there were members who were asked to withdraw that very same word, and the member did. And so I'm going to ask the honourable member if he could please do so.
I will withdraw the word fake and replace it with either sham, imitation, counterfeit.
The honourable member. Colleagues, I've always insisted, I'm going to ask all members please not to take the floor while the Speaker is addressing Parliament. When it has been a tradition of this place to ask very tough questions, to keep government accountable. It's important for government, of course, to provide very clear answers. But we try to do this in a way that allows people to treat each other with decorum and respect. And so the honourable member has sat in this chair in this position once before. Yesterday we asked a number of members to, when it was referring to a particular member, to withdraw that same word that I'm just asking for today. I just asked the honourable member just to withdraw that word so we could just move on.
Mr. Speaker, when I sat in that chair, I heard the word fake being used many, many times.
I will come back to this issue later on. I will come back to this issue near the end of the question period. Will the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I think that little display of disrespect for that place is ubiquitous of how Conservative members treat this place. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, it is the very fact that they are trying to distract and make a mockery.
Colleagues. I'm going to ask the honourable member. The honourable members need I'm going to ask the honourable member from Lanark, Hastings, Addington to please. Sorry, forgive me. Lanark, Frontenac. Forgive me, the honourable member from Lanark, Frontenac and Kingston to please not take the floor when he is not recognized to do so. Now, colleagues, I do not know if the honourable minister had finished her answer because I was not able to hear her. So I'm going to ask the honourable minister. I'm going to ask the honourable minister to start from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this shameful display of disrespect from the Conservative members of Parliament for this place is on display today, and it is exactly how they have been operating for the past couple of weeks. Mr. Speaker, it is time for them to stop filibustering and obstructing the work of Parliament. It is time for them to start respecting this place, respecting the work we do here on behalf of Canadians. We have deposited up to 29,000 pages worth of documents. They need to stop these games and let everybody get back to work on behalf of Canadians. Thank you.
I'm going to ask the honourable member from St. Margaret, South Shore, to please not take the floor. And to all colleagues, we are wasting a fair bit of time. And to making sure that members get going, we might have to cut a couple of questions from today. So let us make sure that we follow up very carefully and we listen to the instructions. The
Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. What time is it for? It's time for the Minister to fire the Minister of Official Languages. He says he's an Indigenous person, even though he's not. He claims his great-grandmother is Cree, and that's false. He's not the Randy from the texts who runs GHI, but we now know that there's only one Randy in the company. Worse still, the company in which he's a shareholder received government contracts while he was in cabinet. The Minister of Official Languages must do the only honourable thing, resign in shame. Will the Prime Minister fire his imposter of a minister? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has answered this question. He has said what he said at committee, and this is absolutely false, what they're saying. The Conservatives need to stop these partisan and political games. They don't lead us anywhere. They need to respect this place and allow it to return to work and to make sure we can all do the work that Canadians have sent us here for. I would ask everyone once again to be very judicious in the choice of the words they use. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Official Languages is not only an imposter, he's a chameleon. He will stop at nothing to advance his own interests. Suddenly, he's the journalist and political commentator at Radio-Canada and Les Affaires, even though he's never written a single article. Then there's all the other Randys. The Indigenous Randy, the Randy who isn't him, the business partner Randy, the text message Randy. Sorry. I keep interrupting the member, but now he's skating on the other side of the line. He's referring to the first name of a minister, and, well, regardless, He's made 5 references to this, and this is not okay. So I ask the honourable member to find another way of asking his question, and I ask him to start his question again, please. Mr. Speaker, there's a quite simple way to end the use of the name Randy in this House, to use the name of the other Randy. It's if the Prime Minister would fire the Minister of Official Languages. When will the Prime Minister end this big masquerade and fire all the Randys? He could even hit a home run by just firing the Minister of Official Languages. Will the Prime Minister fire this imposter of a Minister of Official Languages? Truly, you have put me in a very uncomfortable situation. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, this is unbelievable what the Conservative members are doing today. They are showing they have no respect for this place, for democracy in Canada, or as what you're saying as Speaker of this House. There are Canadians who are watching the circus that they are doing on the other side, and the Conservative members are making a joke of this place. It is the seat of our democracy, and this is really shameful. Thank you.
Bonne réponse.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Radio Canada has obtained documents proving that the CRA has known for months that it is a veritable sieve when it comes to fraud. Since November 2023, it has known that fraudsters were receiving fake tax refunds. But instead of sounding the alarm, the CRA is covering it up. It hides from taxpayers the fact that over $100 million has been stolen from them this year. It hides from them the fact that 31,000 of them have had their personal information stolen. And instead of trying to fix this, it has decided to hunt down their employees to silence whistleblowers. Will the minister clean house as necessary? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What my colleague is saying is false. We've hidden nothing. As soon as there is information that is learned about potential fraud, I can assure you that we take this situation very seriously, that the persons involved are immediately questioned, their accounts are blocked. We identify the fraudsters, and there are other consequences. And we report to the Treasury Board and to the privacy commissioners, among others. Thank you. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Impressive. When it comes to crisis management, the CRA is an example not to be followed. Here's how they don't deal with fraud. 1. Hide the crisis until it ends up in the newspaper. 2. Hide the theft of personal information from the privacy commissioner. And 3. Hunt whistleblowers instead of fraudsters. In short, CRA executives don't want to solve the problem. They just don't want to be blamed for it. Their top priority is to protect their own backs. Will the minister get her priorities straight? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm ready to do what we have to, and I'm already doing it because what my colleague is saying is false. It's completely untrue. We've hidden nothing. As soon as we see there's a potential fraud, we block accounts, we seek out the fraudsters, we make reports. Yes, we report according to the processes. We do it quarterly. We do it to the Treasury Board, to the AG, and to public accounts. The Honourable Member for Rosemount-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living is up, rents are up, groceries are up, and the Liberals have turned their backs on everyone. The Conservatives are going to be cutting everywhere, and it's going to make people's lives even more expensive. Quebecers need better than this. They deserve a break. The NDP is proposing to remove the GST on groceries, on heating bills, internet, cell phones, and for once, we're going to make big, rich CEOs pay. Will the Liberals to have the courage to do this? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we agree for once with the NDP. It's true the Conservatives don't have a plan. They just want to cut. They want to cut health care, cut daycare. They want to cut to other assistance. We know what the Conservative plan is, but if there's one thing that people who are watching us at home know, on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we believe in investing in Canadians. We believe of investing in families and in health. Because countries that are sure of themselves invest in their citizens. Thank you.
Member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, Manitoba families are paying more and getting less at grocery stores. Prices are going up on everyday items and the size of the packaging is getting smaller. Families need a break. They need relief now.
That's right.
The Liberals are letting people down, and people in my riding know that Conservatives will cut and gut the important things we need, costing families thousands of dollars. The NDP will help families by removing GST off essentials like groceries, kids' clothing, and diapers. Why won't this government give families the break they need and remove the GST now?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Our Liberal government has been working to help families put food on the table and in their kids' lunch boxes. We know the Conservative leader will pursue dangerous cuts. The difference couldn't be more stark, Mr. Speaker. While Liberals work to ensure kids have food, Conservatives will cut these programs that Canadian families are relying on. I don't know what the Conservative leader's obsession is with these dangerous cuts, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, it seems that either the Employment Minister or the other Randy actually might also be moonlighting as a magician. We know he says he's Indigenous, even though he's not. We know he stole from Indigenous Canadians. We know he said he wasn't involved in the company when he was in cabinet, but he was. But today, perhaps as a magician, he has made his business partners disappear. Shauna Parker and Felix Papineau have disconnected their phone numbers, they deactivated their emails, and they are nowhere to be found to avoid the scrutiny of this Parliament. So will the minister stand up, wave his magic wand, and tell his business partners to show up here?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. It's really unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, to hear so many falsehoods and so little time in this House. It's really unfortunate that the Conservatives are investing all of their energy in falsehoods that are derailing the House and detract from the work of the House, from what's important, and that is working for Quebecers and Canadians. But one thing that we still don't know the answer to is why the Conservative leader, who sits next to the member, has not sought his security clearance so they can protect all members during the next election.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
If the minister doesn't know where to find these individuals, perhaps he can ask the other Randy, who's still very much in contact with those partners. But even the Liberals are taking note of this humiliating and fraudulent affair. Liberals like Jody Wilson-Raybould, who called it, quote, so shameful and extremely destructive. The Prime Minister fires the first Indigenous Attorney General, but keeps the first fake Indigenous Employment Minister. That's some version of reconciliation. When is the Prime Minister going to fire the Employment Minister and the other Randy?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has addressed those issues. He has stated that what the member opposite said is false. But, Mr. Speaker, what we want to know is why is the leader of the opposition silencing his members of parliament? Why won't he allow his members of parliament to speak on behalf of their constituents and advocate for their communities? Mr. Speaker, all we hear from the leader of the opposition is silencing his own members of parliament, Mr. Speaker. Why won't he just let them speak? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Employment is embroiled in allegations of fraud. He almost certainly violated the Conflict of Interest Act. He got caught pretending to be Indigenous in an effort to steal government contracts from legitimately owned Indigenous businesses, and we now learn that the minister has a business connection to a cocaine trafficker. In the face of all of that, why is he still in cabinet?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. The member has once again combined all sorts of falsehoods to make some sense of the story, but the minister has answered these questions on several opportunities. All of this is false, and we still don't know, however, how the member who asked the question will protect himself against foreign interference during the upcoming election if his Conservative leader refuses to seek his security clearance. How will he know if he's protected from foreign interference under the next election?
Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, one must ask why the Prime Minister hasn't seen fit to fire this minister. Could it be that the Prime Minister violated the Conflict of Interest Act not once, but twice? Could it be that the Prime Minister is a cultural appropriator, having worn blackface more times than he can remember? Isn't it the case that if the Prime Minister were to fire the minister, he'd have to fire himself?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians are witnessing today is very disturbing, Mr. Speaker. On many occasions, you had questions that were asked and answers that was provided, Mr. Speaker. But the real issue that Canadians are asking at home is why the leader of the Conservative would not get the security clearance, would not get the briefing, and would not do his job, Mr. Speaker. That's what Canadians are concerned about. Get the clearance, get the briefing, and do your job, man.
I invite all members to ensure that they ask their questions through the Speaker. That they speak through the Speaker, whether or not they ask questions or give answers. The
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. The Minister of Official Languages said he was Indigenous so he can get money for Indigenous companies, even though he's not. Also, the famous Randy, he says isn't him, even though we know there's only one Randy there. He's an imposter and a charlatan. He's corrupt. On several occasions, I have asked all members to be very cautious in terms of the language that they are using. This time, the language that is being used directly impugns another member of this place, and I would ask the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles to ask his question again and to retract his comments and to re-ask his question. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Official Languages has said he's Indigenous. I would ask you to remove your comments first, retract them, and then start your question again. The Honourable Member for Saint-Charles. I'd like to retract that he's a fraudster and corrupt, and I will say instead that he has committed fraud and corruption. Is that okay? No. That won't work. I would ask members to follow the members of other who asked the question yesterday, and their retraction was acceptable. So I'd ask the member once again, please, to retract his comments and then ask his question again. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next question. We can't say the minister is a fraudster and corrupt. Instead, there are allegations of fraud and corruption with respect to this minister, and I would ask the Prime Minister to remove him from cabinet. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Our colleague from Charlebourg-Saint-Charles is obviously just having a hard time expressing himself today, but one thing we do agree on is that the whole story of his Conservative leader who saying that the agreement we have with the government of Quebec is to build 8,000 housing units, but he said there are none, but there are dozens in his own riding. So these units are being built. So when will he ask his Conservative leader to go himself and see that there are truly projects in his riding? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. The minister is trying to divert from the question, but the Minister of Official Languages in 2015 said that he was a journalist and even worked for Radio Canada and Les Affaires. We know it's not true, Mr. Speaker. He also led people to believe he was Indigenous to get funds for Indigenous companies. He no longer deserves to be in cabinet. Will the Prime Minister show him the door? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. The Minister has already answered these questions, but what we still haven't heard, Mr. Speaker, is the opinion of the Conservative member for Charlebourg in terms of his riding and the projects that are being built. There are dozens of affordable housing units that have been built with the agreement with the Quebec government that we signed. But his Conservative leader is saying that these units don't exist. When he show all of us, ask his leader to go visit these wonderful housing units that his leader says don't exist.
I'm going to member from St. Margaret's, South Shore St. Margaret's, for the second time today to not take the floor when not recognized. I would not like to remind him a third time.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Matisse, Matane, Matapedia. The federal government has once again made a clean getaway on passports, while the federal government is being questioned about its border plan in the face of Donald Trump's deportation threats. Radio Canada reveals that the federal government issued a passport to a criminal smuggler known to authorities, a repeat human trafficker, a man implicated in the deaths of 9 migrants in the river last spring. This man was given a passport by Service Canada. How is it possible to be so dangerously incompetent? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Mr. Speaker, if what she's alleging is true, I will do verifications with Service Canada and other safety agencies, and I'd be happy to report back to the House then when the time comes. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Do you understand why we're worried about the federal government's lack of preparation for Trump's deportations? While the feds are telling us that everything's okay at the borders, we're learning that they're giving a passport to a notorious criminal smuggler. Once again, when it comes to border management, the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing in Ottawa. It's a madhouse. Are there any more criminal smugglers out there with brand new passports to cross borders as they please? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Mr. Speaker, as I clearly said during my previous answer, I'd be happy to come back to the House to present exactly what happened. If the alleged facts are true and this passport should not have been issued, we will check into this. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. The criminal smuggler in question was arrested in 2008 for possession of 2 passports in other names. Then he was arrested again in 2017 for human trafficking, and once again in 2021, following which the federal government confiscated his passport. And after all that, he reapplied for a passport, and the federal authorities delivered another one to him in 2023. How can we ignore the fact that criminal smugglers are running the show at the borders right under the federal government's nose? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, our government has invested greatly and will continue to do so in protecting our borders. we reversed the cuts that the previous Conservative government applied to Canada Border Services, and we gave RCMP the necessary tools to obviously work with their American partners to ensure the safety of our border. And I was very proud a few weeks ago of RCMP operation with our U.S. partners to ensure that many human smugglers and drug smugglers are now charged and facing criminal prosecution.
The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Vito Lakes.
To get government contracts, the Liberal minister from Edmonton said that he was Indigenous, but he's not. He said that he wasn't the Randy who was involved in the ongoing operations of the company that was applying for government contracts, but text messages show that he was. Now, he also said he wasn't directing his company from the cabinet table, but we know that that's also not true. Not true, not true, and not true. So we don't know which minister they're going to stand up, but what we want to know from that minister is, do they think that that behavior is appropriate, and do they think that he should remain in cabinet?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister has already responded to those questions. But what I find really interesting is that today marks 1,000 days since Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, and we have not heard a single question about this from the Conservative members of Parliament. This is unsurprising for them, given the fact that when it comes to their support for Ukraine, it has been wavering over the past year. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we stand for Ukraine. Do the Conservative members of Parliament?
Exactly. Question.
The Honourable Member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Vito Lakes.
Well, I'm glad that the minister showed up for work, but she must have been late enough to not hear our statement where we expressed, of course, our support for Ukraine. But let's focus on the facts. The facts are that their cabinet colleague is involved with cocaine traffickers. Their cabinet colleague is pretending to be Indigenous in order to disenfranchise Indigenous-owned companies and Indigenous people. That's who they're in league with. That minister can't seem to tell the truth to save his own life. So Randy or other Randy or pretend Indigenous Randy, none of them should be in cabinet. Why won't they fire this fraudster?
Again, for the second day in a row, I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from Leeds Grenville to, on the very last part of this question, using language which just can't pass in this place. The Honourable Member, will he just simply withdraw that question, and then we can move on? Withdraw that word, and then we could just simply move on.
The word fraudster is withdrawn.
I thank the Honourable Member. The Honourable Leader of the Government of the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I guess the member opposite wasn't paying attention to my answer because I said we were halfway through question period and I had yet to hear a question from the members opposite about the war of aggression by Russia on Ukraine. And Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts. This time last year, they were holding up and voting against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, an agreement that Ukraine had asked us for as an ally. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to meaningful action, they do everything they can to hold back support from Ukraine, and we're seeing that today too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from Battle River Crowfoot, please, to not take the floor when not recognized by the Chair. The Honourable Member from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Peterborough. Brock.
Speaker, reports continue to reveal one false statement after another about the employment minister's claim of Indigenous heritage. The fact he is still in cabinet has laid bare the reality that truth and reconciliation mean nothing to Liberals. We found out today the company co-owned by the minister, GHI, is in fact green-lit to bid on government contracts. Wow. This is the same company that falsely claimed to be wholly Indigenous-owned while inventing this fictional other Randy and sharing a mailbox with an alleged cocaine smuggler. Will the Prime Minister just end the charade and fire the minister?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It only seems apparent that the Conservatives want to talk about reconciliation when it's allegation, but rather they don't want to talk about reconciliation when we're talking about investing in First Nations housing or helping Indigenous people ensure their opportunities to have economic success or procure from the government of Canada. They don't want to talk about that, Mr. Speaker, because you know why? Their record is shameful, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they have continually cut services for Indigenous people. When they were in power, we will do the opposite.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, during committee and just now, the Minister of Indigenous Services refused to defend her colleague, the pretend Indigenous Minister of Employment. The Minister of Employment pretended to be Indigenous so that his company could steal contracts from Indigenous communities and businesses. While the Prime Minister continues to be the defender of the pretender, even his cabinet colleagues are losing face. Now, this question is for the Minister of Indigenous Services. Will she stand up and defend her cabinet colleague, or should he be fired?
Good.
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
You know, Mr. Speaker, just moments ago, I was speaking with the National Chief about the shenanigans that are happening at 9-9 Committee as the Conservatives attempt to undermine the study of the water legislation that so many First Nations have poured their heart and soul into, Mr. Speaker, preventing it from actually getting to this place and hopefully eventually to Senate. They talk about standing up for First Nations people, but when they have the chance to be allies, they completely drop the ball.
The honourable member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of living is up and Canadians can't keep up. Meanwhile, oil and gas CEOs pollute our planet. They gouge Canadians, all while raking in billions in profits. The Liberals have let Canadians down. This past week in Victoria, Common Horizon hosted a Make Them Pay town hall, calling on this government to make rich CEOs pay what they owe. So will the Liberals listen to Canadians and finally put an excess profits tax on big oil and gas?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say that this government has been listening to the voices of Canadians who are concerned about climate change, are also concerned about building an economy that will thrive in a low-carbon future. We have put into place a plan that is cutting carbon emissions that were accelerating under the Harper government. It is just a shame that the NDP has abandoned its commitment on climate change, walking away from the price on pollution, over 100 million tons of excess emissions because of a decision they made to collaborate with the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. On this side of the House, we believe climate change is real, and we are going to...
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, nobody believes this progressive Liberal government because they bought a pipeline. But back to the question at hand. Just 10 kilometres from this place, the Ottawa Food Bank is overwhelmed. And last month, like food banks across the country, it saw the highest number of visits than ever before. The cost of living is up, and more people who never thought they would need a food bank need one now. The Liberals have let people down, and the Conservative cuts are only going to make things worse. It is our NDP plan to remove the tax on grocery items, diapers, and food clothing that will finally bring some relief. So will they finally act for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Workforce Development.
When I visit food banks and I speak to volunteers here in Ottawa and across the country, they share with me not only the pride and the importance of what they're doing, but they also share with me the importance of the Canada Child Benefit and how it impacts the families that they serve. Not only the Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker, but also moving forward with the National School Food Programming, ensuring that kids at school have access to food when they need it. I won't be lectured by the Conservative MPs when time after time...
The honourable member from Kings Hants.
It has been widely reported that Conservative MPs have written to the Minister of Housing advocating for their communities to receive federal funding for new housing. And that's exactly what MPs should do. But what is shocking is that the Conservative...
I'm going to ask the honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake, please, not to take the floor unless recognized. I'm going to ask the honourable member from Kings Hants to start again.
Speaker, it has widely been reported that Conservative MPs have written to the Minister of Housing advocating for their communities to receive federal housing money, and that's exactly what MPs should do. But what is shocking is that the Conservative leader has banned them from advocating for their communities and imposed a gag order from them even talking about these initiatives just because he wants to cut housing funding. Can the Minister of Housing encourage Conservative MPs to find their voice or provide them a witness protection program so they can keep communicating? And can he explain what the Conservative leader's cuts would do to home building in this country, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Let me start by thanking my honourable colleague for advocating on behalf of his communities, because that is indeed the role that members of Parliament play. In fact, his advocacy has helped secure millions of dollars for communities like Wolfville, East Hants, West Hants, Kings County. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to learn that the Conservative leader planned to cut these investments when they were going towards building more homes in my province of Nova Scotia. By the way, it's working with a 23% increase in home starts this year. But I was more stunned to see the Conservative members of Parliament abiding by their leader's instruction, refusing to advocate for their communities. If they need witness protection, I'd be happy to speak to the Minister of Public Safety on their behalf.
The honourable member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Order.
Speaker, 8-year-old Tori Stafford was brutally and viciously murdered by Terry Lynn McClintock and her boyfriend in a sexually motivated killing. Currently, McClintock lives in a townhouse-style jail in Ontario in medium security. That jail also houses a mother-child program. When I visited there, I was appalled to see that there were children in that jail at that security level in the townhouse-style complex. How could this Liberal government allow child killers in the same jail as children?
The Honourable Minister for Public Security.
Mr. Speaker, the safety of children who participate in this long-standing mother-child program is obviously a top priority for the Correctional Service. There are rigorous eligibility criteria in place to participate in this program. It includes child welfare screening completed by Provincial Family Services, as well as ensuring that people residing in the mother-child living unit have not been convicted of any offense against a child. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows this program has been in existence for 24 years, and no child has ever been harmed in any way during this program's implementation.
The honourable member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, these living units are townhouses literally right next to each other. And if they're going to screen people, why aren't they screening the sex offender killer that lives next door? Mr. Speaker, this is the time to show courage and not cowardice, and this minister is doing the complete opposite. This comes back to Bill C-83 that allowed people like McClintock, Bernardo, and Rafferty to serve their sentences in the least restrictive measure. Victims are owed an apology. Is this minister going to reverse these failed policies and get rid of children with sex offenders?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, this member does a disservice and is disrespectful to the victims of these very people he keeps naming in this House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, the persons he just named are inmates in federal correctional facilities. He pretends that the most important criteria for their incarceration is not the public safety of Canadians. He knows that that's false, and he does a disservice to continually name these people in the House of Commons. We're thinking of the victims of these horrible people and don't think that he should continually drag their names out in this effort.
The honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
Tori Stafford was 8 years old when she was lured from school by a monster. Tori never made it home. She was beaten, tortured, sexually assaulted, and murdered by Terry Lynn McClintock and Michael Rafferty. Today, Terry Lynn McClintock lives in a cozy townhouse with free access to the mother-child program. Yes, you heard that correctly. A child killer has free access to children in prison. In what universe is this okay?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member knows that the facts that she just alleged are entirely fabricated. She says, Mr. Speaker, in what universe would that
I'm going to invite the honourable minister to withdraw that comment because saying that someone has told a deliberate falsehood in this place is not considered parliamentary. So I'll ask the honourable member to order. I'll invite the honourable minister to withdraw those comments and to start from the top.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to withdraw those words. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for honourable members in this House that allege a series of circumstances to be sure that they're accurate. And when the honourable member says, in what scenario would that particular conduct that she alleges be appropriate, the answer, Mr. Speaker, is in no scenario in Canada. So she can wonder why she keeps talking about issues that she knows are entirely inaccurate, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to ask the honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou to please not take this is for the second time today, and I'd ask him not to take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker, which he has been for questions. L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Étremins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is rewarding criminals and turning its back on victims. Bail and house arrest for dangerous criminals is beyond comprehension. The latest discouraging indication of a broken system, the case of a woman who sexually abused and killed an 8-year-old girl who can now have access to children in prison, courtesy of this government, which has passed laws that make life easy for dangerous people. Why does the Liberal government let child killers have contact with kids in prison, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, at no time will the government allow that type of scenario to occur. My colleague knows full well that the program she referred to has been around since 2001, Mr. Speaker. So all the years under the former Harper government, that program was in existence. The top priority, of course, is the safety of the children, and I have full confidence that the Correctional Service will apply that criterion seriously. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump has doubled down on his plan to deport millions of people. Yesterday, he talked about declaring a national state of emergency to free up the necessary resources. Once again, there's every reason to fear a wave of migrants at our borders. And once again, we get the sense that the criminal trafficking networks are one step ahead of the federal government. The government says, they keep saying they're ready for it, that they have a plan. But until we get a peek at it, how are we supposed to take their word for it? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we clearly share the concerns of all Canadians to make sure the border is safe. This is a commitment we've made from the outset. We've invested significantly in making sure that the CBSA and the RCMP have the funding they need to ensure that the border is indeed safe. Mr. Speaker, good news. The RCMP Commissioner has reaffirmed that they have everything they need to do their job, and we have full confidence in their work. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. That's interesting, Mr. Speaker. As we ponder whether the federal government has enough resources to deal with a wave of migrants and whether the human trafficking networks are one step ahead of them, yesterday the government announced a reduction in hours of operation at 35 border crossings, including 10 in Quebec. So they say that they have all the necessary resources in place, but at the same time, they're cutting hours of operation. This is obviously contradictory and worrisome. Are they aware of the message they're now sending to human traffickers? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, this is precisely why we harmonized our hours of operation with our U.S. counterparts. That will enable us to reassign resources as needed in other places where they're needed, where there's pressures. This is a discussion that's been ongoing for years with the U.S. government. We're working together, and it will also enable us to apply the Safe Third Country Agreement if, for example, the border is closed on one side and not on the other. By harmonizing our hours, we'll be able to send people back to the U.S.
The Prime Minister said paying his carbon tax is more important than buying groceries or paying rent. He obviously believes that feeding his obese bureaucracy is more important than Canadians feeding their family. Documents reveal just to administer the carbon tax will cost Canadians more than $800 million by 2030, an increase of 163%. This is at a time when more than 2 million Canadians were forced to a food bank in a single month. If the Prime Minister really believes that Canadians, it's more important to pay the carbon tax than feed their families, call a carbon tax now, and let's find out.
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, every time the Conservative Party of Canada talks about the issue of climate change, they never talk about how it's costing Canadians, just for the month of July and August of this year, $7 billion in climate damages, Mr. Speaker. A record, and the year is not yet over. They may have decided to let Canadians down and let the planet burn, but on this side of the House, we're here for Canadians, we're here to fight climate change, and we're here to build the economy of the 21st century.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
The documents reveal just as much pain that the carbon tax inflicts on Canadians. They will be paying more than $800 million just to administer the carbon tax. Not only have the costs skyrocketed, but the number of bureaucrats just to manage this scam has doubled. Let's put that in perspective. Farmers will pay $1 billion in carbon taxes by 2030. So the Prime Minister is putting the family farm at risk just to feed his bloated bureaucracy. If he really feels that Canadian families want to pay the carbon tax over feeding their own kids, call a carbon tax election and let's find out.
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, but it's important to note when he and the Conservative Party of Canada was in power, the way they dealt with agriculture was slashed $500 million from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. They slashed $200 million from the Business Risk Management Program. If that's the track you want to be on, it's a track of destruction, and we are not on that path as a government, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from South Shore St. Margaret's.
The Radical Environment Minister continues to hold financial interest in Cycle Capital, which benefited the most from the billion-dollar Liberal Green Slush Fund. And today, once again, the Liberals are refusing to produce the uncensored documents for the House and the RCMP on the slush fund. The Liberal cover-up, the obstruction of justice, has been going on for 6 months. Wow. When will the Prime Minister come clean? Send the uncensored documents to the RCMP, and including everything that this corrupt Environment Minister is involved in.
This is not going to be a surprise to members. I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from South Shore St. Margaret's to remove that word, which he knows, into talking about the Honourable Minister. And I'm going to ask the Honourable Member to simply withdraw those words.
I'll withdraw those words that stuffed his pockets with.
I thank the... I'm going to ask the honourable member just to simply withdraw the words, and we will move on.
He stuffed his pockets with the money. I'm sorry, he's not corrupt. He stuffed his pockets.
It's been delayed too long. The honourable the honourable leader of the government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, the level of disrespect that Conservative members of Parliament are not just showing this place, but are also showing to you is completely unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, we, as of November 8th, have deposited nearly 29,000 pages of documents in regard to this matter. Mr. Speaker, it is only Conservative members of Parliament that are filibustering and obstructing this place. They are not standing on moral, they are not standing on principle, they are simply trying to hold back the good work that we need to do for Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, their disrespectful behavior is just one more example of their inappropriate behavior here in this place. Thank you.
The honourable member from Don Valley East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week we found out the Conservative leader was silencing his members from supporting any federal funding for housing in their communities. It must have been very difficult for Conservatives to oppose funding for much-needed housing projects in the communities that actually sent them here to advocate for housing, not to do the opposite. Imagine how difficult, Mr. Speaker, it must have been for the member for Toronto St. Paul's, who represents a city that received $471 million just because he was being muzzled. Can the minister responsible for housing please update this House on what could happen if the leader of the Conservatives actually got his way?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague not only for his question, but for his tremendous advocacy for the city that he calls home. Now, he's asked a question about the member for Toronto St. Paul's, who I will acknowledge is a new member. But I've watched him in question period, and when you review the tapes, you're going to see he seems to believe the role of a member of Parliament is to mimic the slogans and talking points that he hears his leader put on the floor of the House of Commons. Well, we believe the role of a member of Parliament is to advocate for their communities, and he will sit idly by supporting his leader's position to cut hundreds of millions of dollars from his city. His constituents deserve an MP who will stand up to his leader and stand up for his city.
The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
After 9 years, these NDP Liberals aren't worth the cost of housing. In December of 2023, these incompetent Liberals gave the City of Toronto $471 million in the so-called Housing Accelerator. The result? In October of 2024, housing starts versus October of 2023 are down 33%. The only thing this Housing Accelerator is accelerating is bureaucracy. When will these NDP Liberals get it through their thick heads? We actually need to build houses for Canadians, not bureaucracy.
So I encourage all members to be all members can be more judicious in the words that they choose. The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Something's interesting. Over the course of the last couple of days, the few times the Conservatives have actually shown any interest in the housing file, they've manipulated statistics to try to paint a false picture. Mr. Speaker, if you actually look at the report from CMHC that came out this week, you'll see that housing starts are up this month. They are up this year, and partially due to the investments that we're making directly in communities. What's fascinating, Mr. Speaker, is that member has been banned by his leader from actually advocating for his community. His constituents have sent him to this House, and his response is to ignore their needs and instead do whatever his leader asks him. That's not representation, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon.
Canadians actually need a minister who will build housing. Despite what he's saying, the facts are very clear. The Housing Accelerator doesn't accelerate anything but bureaucracy. Here are some stats. Housing starts in Nova Scotia down 54%, October of 2024 to 2023. In Ontario, same period, 35% down. British Columbia, same period, 30% down. Halifax, same period, 75% down. The Housing Accelerator is a scam. They know it. When will they actually get the houses built that Canadians need?
Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
In the spirit of many of the conversations that have taken place today, Mr. Speaker, I will not impugn the motivations of any particular member, but I'm reminded of a famous quote attributed to former British Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli, who supposedly had said there are three kinds of lies: lies, damn lies, and statistics. The statistics that he is using right now dramatically misrepresent the situation. This year, compared to last year, my home province of Nova Scotia is up 23%. This year, compared to last year, the city of Halifax is on pace to build more homes than it ever has in our history. Mr. Speaker, the plan is working. They are advocating for cuts. We will make investments.
Greg, that comment has been...
Again, I'm going to invite all members. Today has been a particularly tough day in terms of members using language which would not be very judicious. I hope this is just an anomaly for what's going to be happening. And the Speaker will come back to the House later on some of these issues. The Honourable Member from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last weekend it was reported that David Lavery from Perth, Ontario had been detained by the Taliban in Afghanistan. Mr. Lavery is the hero known as Canadian Dave, who rescued hundreds during the fall of Kabul. After all other Canadian officials had already been evacuated, Canadian Dave and his team stayed on in Kabul to ensure the safe passage of Canadians and others on the final flights out of the country. Now he is in Taliban custody, and we worry for his well-being. What steps is the government taking to bring Dave Lavery home?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his very important question. Of course, we're very aware of his case, and I can't give more information due to confidential issues, but what I would like to suggest to him is to work with him to make sure that Mr. Lavery comes back home. We will take every single measures to bring him home. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, today marks 1,000 days since Russia began its unprovoked, illegal, full-scale aggression against Ukraine. Since then, we've seen the heroism and resilience of the Ukrainian people on full display as they face Russia's repeated, brutal, and criminal attacks. Canada has committed over $4.5 billion to support Ukraine, and we stand steadfast with Ukraine until its victory. As we mark 1,000 days of this war, can the Minister of National Defence please tell this House what we can do to help Ukraine win?
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is an excellent and a very important question. For 1,000 days, the Ukrainian people have paid a terrible price for brutal Russian aggression. And throughout that time, Canada has been steadfast in our support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in the face of Russia's unjustified and illegal invasion. And just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the supplementary estimates were tabled in this House. And these supplementary estimates contain $763 million in military aid to Ukraine. That's money for munitions, for training, and the tools that Ukrainians desperately require in order to win. Mr. Speaker, this year, unlike last year, I hope that every member of this House can find the courage to support this desperately required funding.
The Honourable Member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, mental health care is health care. But the Canadian Mental Health Association tells us over 2.5 million Canadians can't get the help they need while others are forced to use their credit card to get it. The Liberals have let people and families struggling with mental health down. And the Conservatives will cut health care and mental health supports. Canadians will have to pay more or be left behind. When will the Liberals finally make mental health care a true part of Canada's universal health care system so no one has to use a credit card to get the care they need?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member across the way. Mental health is in fact health, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, we made sure to put $200 billion worth of agreements with every province and territory in this country where mental health and substance use services were a key principal priority, Mr. Speaker. It's time for the provinces and territories to step up. It's time for them to work with us. That is exactly why we announced yesterday the opening of the Youth Mental Health Fund, $500 million to invest in young Canadians and their mental health. We are here doing the work, Mr. Speaker. We're happy to have the provinces and territories step up with us.
The honourable member from Timmins, James Bay.
Remembrance Day is a sacred day. It's the one time we put aside our differences to pay tribute to our veterans. We mourn, we celebrate, and yes, we pray for the fallen. This past week, the Conservative leader whipped up misinformation and rage for political gain by falsely claiming that prayers have been banned at the Cenotaphs. So on the one hand, we have the Conservatives who will exploit Remembrance Day and cut veteran services, and on the other hand, we have the Liberals who continue to fail veterans. When will these two tired old parties actually stand up for the men and women who have served our country?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for raising this important issue, because I think there is no greater obligation for all of us than to express our solemn remembrance and our respect for the service of all members of the Canadian Armed Forces who have sacrificed so much, many of whom have lost their life, and others who chose to serve but survived. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it is shameful that the opportunity on that particular day to someone to try to score some cheap political points with a deliberate falsehood is, in fact, a real shame.
So I'm going to ask the honourable member, because he has mentioned a particular member and saying that there was a deliberate falsehood, that is not acceptable. So I'm going to ask the honourable minister to withdraw that language for its unparliamentary nature.
Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw the fact that the falsehood was perhaps not deliberate.
I thank the honourable minister. Chers collègues,
Colleagues, after discussions amongst all representatives of this House, I understand that there is consent to observe a moment of silence to observe the 1,000 days since the start of Ukraine's invasion by Russia.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in commemoration of the 1,000 days since the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I now invite honourable members to rise et invite les honorables députés à se lever. Thank all honourable members. Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
I see rising on a point of order the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations among the parties, and I believe you would find unanimous consent for the following motion, which has been seconded by the member for Montreville. Given that the House unanimously adopted the motions of April 27, 2022, on the recognition of the fact that the Russian Federation is committing acts of genocide against the Ukrainian people, of September 21, 2023, to condemn the forced deportation of Ukrainian children to the Russian Federation, and of February 15, 2024, on the condemnation of the continuation of Russia's unjustified, massive aggression against Ukraine. Given that 1,000 days after Russia's unjustified aggression against Ukraine, there is clear and abundant evidence of the continuation of the crime of genocide against the Ukrainian people on the territory of Ukraine by the armed forces of the Russian Federation under the leadership of President Putin and others in the Russian government and parliament, that the House, A, condemn Russia's continuing massive and unjustified aggression against Ukraine and recognizes that Ukraine is on the front line of the free world defending the values of freedom, democracy, global security, and human rights. B, honor those who have given their lives in defense of these shared values and reaffirm Canada's unwavering commitment to the sovereignty of Ukraine. C, recognize that Putin has launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine resulting in daily atrocities against the Ukrainian people, including genocide, crimes against humanity, and violent crimes of aggression. D, call on Russia to completely cease hostilities against Ukraine and to withdraw all its troops and armed forces from the territory of Ukraine. E, call on the federal government to continue to provide substantial military and humanitarian support to Ukraine in order to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace. Call for a ban on all forms of Russian state media in Canada. Support Ukraine's future membership of NATO. Call for the strengthening of sanctions against Russia, including accountability for the circumvention of sanctions in the energy, military, and technology sectors. Call for all possible efforts to be made to ensure the return of Ukrainian prisoners of war, illegally detained civilians, and children forcibly deported to Russia, and to support efforts to bring justice to those responsible for crimes of aggression and war crimes. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. I see that the Honourable Minister for Justice and Attorney General is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill S-13, an act to amend the Interpretation Act and to make related amendments to other acts, be disposed of as follows. A, the bill be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights immediately after the adoption of this order. B, a minister be ordered to appear before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to the bill for 1 hour, no later than Friday, November 29th, 2024, and immediately after, the bill shall be deemed considered and reported without amendment. And C, at the opening of the next sitting day following the minister's appearance at the committee, the bill shall be deemed concurred in without amendment at report stage and deemed read a third time and passed.
All those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. Carried. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Accordingly, pursuant to the order made earlier today, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Colleagues, I was coming to the point. The Honourable Member from Calgary Nose Hill is rising on a point of order. The Honourable Member.
Speaker, earlier you issued an admonishment stemming from a quote in the National Post from a Cree lawyer who noted that the Minister of Employment committed identity fraud when he falsely claimed Indigenous heritage. The Minister's company falsely claimed Indigenous ownership and subsequently received government contracts. What word would you suggest Indigenous persons use to describe the Minister?
That's I'm not certain if that's a point of order. The point of order which I was going to be coming to the Honourable Member of Calgary Nose Hill was that she had used the term, which is not appropriate in this place, to call another honourable member fraudulent. As it happened during question period, another honourable member did the same thing and withdrew the comment. I invite the honourable member from Calgary Nose Hill to please simply withdraw the use of that word in reference to a specific member of Parliament, a colleague of all of ours.
As recorded in the Hansard on February 9th, 2023, the member from Mirabel referred to the Prime Minister as a fraud. No admonishment was issued. Why are you admonishing me today?
This is not a debate. I'm asking the honourable member if she would please please withdraw the simple comment on the use of that word in reference to another honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I was quoting an Indigenous person as it pertained to identity fraud by the Minister.
One last time, I'm going to ask the honourable member if she would please withdraw the use of that word in reference to a particular member. I do not see the honourable member rising. Ms. Rempel-Garner, I have to name you for disregarding the authority of the chair. Pursuant to the authority granted to me by Standing Order 11, I order you now to withdraw from the House from any participation by video conference or by electronic voting system for the remainder of this day's sitting. The chair also said they would come back to it. I want to also refer to an issue which was raised earlier today by the chair when the member from Regina Capel had used the words weak, fake Indigenous man gets to keep his job after lying. Upon reflection and after some research, I am prepared to let fake slide, but will insist, as I did during QP, to not allow lying to be used. So I invite, and the honourable member from Regina Capel, did you already withdrew? Yeah. And I thank the honourable member for having done that, and we'll move on from there. I wish to return to a point of order raised yesterday concerning language that was alleged to be used by the member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. While the comment doesn't apply in yesterday's debates, the member seemed to acknowledge having made the remark in response to his point of order. Again, it is possible to ask pointed questions and to criticize the government's actions without resorting to personal insults. I would then therefore ask the honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes to please withdraw that comment. The honourable member.
Speaker, the Minister for Employment has said there's more than one Randy, and I maintain that that I was referring to the other Randy as Cocaine Randy.
Except that we're not the whole lead up to that point would not lend credence to that, and the chair interpreted it as being referenced to a particular member. Out of respect to this chair, and by extension to all members of this House, I'm going to ask the honourable member from Leeds Grenville to please withdraw that comment. I'll ask the honourable member once again for a third time if you would please do the honourable thing and withdraw that comment in reference to an honourable member. Mr. Barrett, I have to name you for disregarding the authority of the chair. Pursuant to the authority granted to me under Standing Order 11, I order you to withdraw from the House and from any participation by video conference or by electronic voting systems for the remainder of this day's sitting. I have one more issue to raise from question period, and it is regarding, colleagues, I'm not certain if this is the level and standard of behavior that Canadians expect us to have. It is important for us to respect this place, to respect the Speaker on behalf of yourselves, and to make sure that we do this in an appropriate fashion. So I'm going to ask the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's, who earlier today had used the word corrupt in regarding to a particular member. I'd ask the member if he would please withdraw that comment and rephrase his question. He partially did that, and I would like to invite the honourable member if he would just make a simple withdrawal of that comment so that we can proceed with the rest of the day.
I rephrased my question. Can I ask him again?
I ask the honourable member if he would please stand in this place to rephrase the question, just withdraw the word so that we can move on and continue with the day thing. I'll ask the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's if you would do so. Mr. Perkins, I have to name you for disregarding the authority of the chair. Pursuant to the authority granted to me by Standing Order 11, I order you to withdraw from the House and from any participation by video conference or by electronic voting system for the remainder of this day's sitting. I see that the Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, it's not time for me to be able to raise on this point of order due to the lack of respect that I've been witnessing. You had indicated members to show respect. The member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake, loudly heckled to you, Mr. Speaker, saying you need to show respect. I clearly heard that, Mr. Speaker, and I think that is very disrespectful for members to be doing that and reflecting on you as Speaker. Whether we agree or disagree, it is disrespectful. I believe she should be apologizing, not to you, but to the House, Mr. Speaker.
Right, to the House. I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I did not hear that comment, and I will take a look at the Hansard and come back to the House if necessary. I see that the Honourable Member from Yorkton Melville is rising on her feet on a point of order. The Honourable Member.
Speaker, I do want to go home tonight as well. When the member from Calgary Nose Hill indicated that it was a quote, that was something that has happened in this House before, and in that circumstance you ruled that in light of the fact that it was within a quote, that it needed, no, it's not debate, it's comparison of his behavior. And so he needs to go back and look, Speaker, at whether or not that was done in the past, because it did happen in this House where he made a different ruling on this same issue.
Well done.
So I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Yorkton Melville for raising this point of order. This point of order, matter of fact, was raised before the break to one of the assistant speakers, and there was a ruling that came out from that. Of course, members can't do indirectly what they should not do indirectly what they cannot do directly, and that was a ruling which came from this chair at the time, just very recently. And so, as members know, even when quoting from stories, is that members still has to make sure that they don't do directly. For example, and I'll just give this as an example to the Honourable Member, is that if the member were to get up and to cite a newspaper quotation which would refer to a member by name, even though it's in a quotation, members have to use the name of their riding and not the name of the person. So the point that I'm trying to make, even quoting that, you have to be careful that the language that you use still falls within parliamentary standards. So I thank the honourable member for raising that point, and it gives me an opportunity to explain why we were trying to move on this way. It being 3:50, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division of the sub-amendment of Mr. Lloyd to the motion to concur in the second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Call on the members.
Merci. Just making sure, Chalamon, you're there. We're good to go. The question is as follows. Mr. Schmale, appuyé par Madame Gladue.
Mr. Schmale, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moves that the second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, presented on Monday, April 25th, 2022, be concurred in.
Anna, seconded by Mr. Couric, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. The second, may I dispense? Thank you very much. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically. No, we got one more. All right. There it is. Sub-amendment, Mr. Lloyd, seconded by Mr. Couric, move the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding in paragraph C the following. May I dispense? Thank you. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed for the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Lemire. De retour à Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Dance.
Ms. Dance.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Madame Bérubé.
De retour à Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazic.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Rabillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members are unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote nay.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, nay contre.
Mr. Zuberi.
I vote nay, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Zuberi, nay contre.
Monsieur Godin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais voter en faveur.
Monsieur Godin, yé pour.
Monsieur Arsenault. Okay. Monsieur Arsenault, ton... OK, non, ton vote était déjà commun, non?
Parfait, c'est parce que on reconnaît pas, on ne semble pas reconnaître ma photo, donc...
OK, merci. Anyone else from the chamber? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 172, 172. Nays contre 146, 146.
I declare the sub-amendment carried. The next question is on the amendment as amended. The question is as follows. Mr. Schmale, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moves the second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs presented on Monday, April 25, 2022, be concurred in. As amended, Mr. Jennis, seconded by Mr. Couric, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. The second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, presented on Monday, April 25, 2022, now not concurred in, but it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration. May I dispense? Thank you. If a member participating in person wishes the amendment be carried, amendment as amended be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them now to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I request a recorded division, please.
La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the amendment as amended will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Liepert.
Mr. Liepert.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Dance.
Ms. Dance.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the amendment as amended will please rise.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members are unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote nay.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, nay, Cone.
And in the chamber, Ms. Kara.
Speaker, I'd like to vote no.
Anybody else? Challenge? Questions? There we go. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 145, 145.
I declare the amendment as amended carried. The next question is on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows. Mr. Schmale, seconded by Ms. Gladu, moves the second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, presented on Monday, April 25th, 2022, be not now concurred in, but be recommitted to the committee. May I dispense? Thank you very much. If a member participating in person wishes the motion to be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a recorded division, please. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the motion as amended will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Kana.
Mr. Kana.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Dance.
Ms. Dance.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion as amended will please rise.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazic.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. The electronic period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, may I use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I vote nay.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, nay count.
Nobody came running in. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 173, 173. Nays contre 144, 144.
I declare the motion as amended, carried. Order. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The
Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, Correctional Service of Canada.
For Kitchener Centre, oil and gas industry. Hold on a second. Oh, which one's that? That's the... Okay, oh.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the previous question to the motion to concur in the 21st report of the Standing Committee on International Trade. La mise aux voix porte...
The question is on the previous question. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Rogers, moved.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazic.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Aboultaif.
Mr. Aboultaif.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Dance.
Ms. Dance.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
electronic voting period has ended, and the House will now await the end. No, the broadcasting has. Okay. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
I vote yay.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, yay.
Anyone know of Le Bureau va
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 317, 317. Nays contre, 0, none.
I declare the motion adopted. La prochaine question.
The next question is the following one. Mr. Savard-Tremblay, seconded by Mr. Perron, moved that the 21st report, shall I dispense? May I dispense?
Si un député participant en
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or, yes, Madam Speaker, the block requests a recorded division.
Période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has begun, and the House will now proceed to taking the vote for members in person. All those in favor will please rise.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazur.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Dance.
Ms. Dance.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Rabia.
Monsieur Rabia.
Miss Hefner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu...
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
I vote nay.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, nay contre.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 171, 171. Nays contre 145, 145.
I declare the motion adopted. Je désire informer la Chambre qu'en raison...
I wish to inform the House that due to deferred recorded divisions, there will be a time extension of 62 minutes.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. I have the honor to inform the House that the message has been received from the Senate, informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S-276, an act respecting Ukrainian Heritage Month. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, resuming consideration of a privilege motion concerning failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and of a sub-amendment standing in the name of Mr. Kelly.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge has 10 minutes of questions and comments. So questions and comments, the Honourable Member for St. John's Rothsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly want to thank and acknowledge my good friend across the House on his speech, although we must have drew the short straw to have to get up there and do that for 10 minutes. But I do have a question for him with respect to what the Commissioner of the RCMP said. And I'm going to quote, "The RCMP's ability to receive and use information obtained through this production order and under the compulsory powers afforded by the Auditor General Act in the course of a criminal investigation could give rise to concerns under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It is therefore highly unlikely that any information obtained by the RCMP under the motion where privacy interests exist could be used to support a criminal prosecution or further a criminal investigation. There is significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative process in charter protections." Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know my friend opposite knows that what's happening in the House right now is a debacle. It's a waste of all of our time. We come up here to do good things for our ridings. So I'd like my friend opposite to respond to that quote. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend, and indeed he's my friend from St. John Rothsay's. And the argument that he is making, I guess I'll start, he asked me to comment on the Commissioner's views. I disagree with the Commissioner, but that's not the point. The time to make that argument was back in June when we voted on the motion. This is no longer a debate about whether the House should request the documents. The House has requested the documents. So complying with the order of the House is what this government has failed to do. And I don't agree with him, though, that that this is a debacle, only to the extent that then yes, the House is paralyzed because the government won't table the documents, and there are several remedies available to the government. The first remedy, and the most important one, would be to call an election. If this place is not functional, we need to elect a new government that can earnestly deal with the important problems facing this country. And I think this member is well on the record agreeing that the Prime Minister ought to step down. He ought to step down and call an election.
Good answer. Good answer.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask a colleague of mine who's from the opposite side of the city of Calgary You know, we're talking about close to $400 million that was corruptly spent by at least 9 directors that the Auditor General has identified as having participated in at least 186 corrupt decisions out of a sample size of about 400 that were looked at. But I'm wondering if my colleague could perhaps describe what could we have done with the close to $400 million that was corruptly spent? Could we have cut taxes? Could we have reduced the national debt? Could we have put it towards other uses that his constituents would like to see?
For Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, the member is absolutely right. $400 million could have been that was misallocated by Liberal insiders that were deliberately appointed by the previous minister. That the misappropriation of that money could have gone to any of a number of things, including housing our troops, where we have a base housing problem, where our men and women in the armed forces don't have access to housing. That's just one thing that would instantly leap out at me, because we've debated that in the House. So there are any of a number of things. He's right. They could have lowered taxes by $400 million. They could have not incurred another $400 million in debt. Instead, under this government's watch, in front with the minister's own senior officials present, these Liberal insiders chose to give the money to themselves.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, as the member likely knows, Greens supported the original motion back in June. We support the documents being provided as the House has called for. We also want to see the House operate. This is a significant amount of money. It's $400 million, but so too is the operations of this place. The math I have is recent as of the beginning of this week. We've now had 160 Conservatives speak to this motion. If you assume it takes about $70,000 or so per hour that this House operates to operate the House of Commons, that adds up to 80 hours. It's $5.6 million spent speaking about the same motion, when many of us, myself included, would like to vote on the motion, to send it to committee, to have committee report to us on doing exactly as I understand the Conservatives want to do, which is to get back to that original motion in June. Can the member speak to any concerns he has with using this amount of taxpayer money to continue talking about the exact same motion when we could just vote on it?
Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
I'd be delighted to comment on those things. I would say that the cost to operate this Parliament is a small price to pay if we are debating a motion that goes to the actual democratic accountability of this government, but also that has the side benefit, Madam Speaker, of preventing this government from introducing more bad laws that will harm Canadians. I talked about that in my speech, Madam Speaker. I noted that on the legislative calendar of the government is the imposition of a new destructive tax that expert testimony at the Finance Committee has said will further erode Canadian productivity and result in less taxes collected for the Crown. So I have no problem with using the tools available to us as parliamentarians to force this government to do what this House has ordered it to do, and that is to produce the documents so that we can absolutely get to the bottom of this $400 million debacle.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I cannot believe the member's defense by saying it's too late. We found out too late that what the Conservatives are asking for goes against what the RCMP want, go against what the provincial auditor or Canada's Auditor General want, goes against what other legal experts are saying. We can't do it. We still should do it anyway. Who cares what they say? Here is what Stephen Chaplin, who is a former senior legal counsel of the Office of the House Law Clerk in the Parliament Council. This is what he says. Quote, "It is time for the House to admit its overreach before the matter inevitably finds its way to the courts, which do have the ability to determine the limit of the House's powers, often beyond what the House may like." Whether the member likes it or not, Madam Speaker, they are borderline in contempt of Parliament by continuing on this issue, Madam Speaker. That is something in which all Canadians should be concerned with. It is not too late to listen to what the RCMP and the Auditor General and other law experts are saying. When will they start to listen to those experts as opposed to the leader of the self-serving Conservative Party?
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
There's a little bit to unpack there, Madam Speaker, but I will start with if the votes in this chamber are to mean anything, they have to be respected. So it is to, I'm being heckled right now, Madam Speaker. This is amazing. I'm being heckled by the parliamentary secretary to the government house leader who is chirping from the sidelines telling me, oh, no, we don't have to follow the votes of the House of Commons. The votes in the House of Commons don't need to mean anything. That's amazing. That might have been what the Prime Minister was getting at when he admired the dictatorship of the PRC. That parliaments don't matter, that their votes don't matter, that the government can act with impunity. Is that really what the member for Winnipeg North believes? That the votes of this parliament should be just disregarded if the government doesn't like them? That's not how democracy works. And yes, he's put forward a couple of fairly tired at this point arguments against the disclosure of these documents. The time for that argument was in the spring. The ship has sailed. The RCMP are welcome to make no use or any use of these documents. But the House has pronounced on this matter, and it's about time the government listened to the people who were elected in this House of Commons and their vote.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am honoured to rise, as always, on behalf of the good people of Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, in my part of Eastern Ontario. And here we are nearing the 2-month mark now of the Liberals' refusal to adhere to what they told Canadians when they came in after 9 long years ago, that they were going to be sunny ways. But the number one line that I remember them saying, open by default. They were going to be the most open and transparent government that Canadians have ever seen. After 9 years, here we are. Rather than listen to the will, the vote, the majority vote of the House of Commons, the Speaker has found the Liberals in contempt for refusing to turn over all the documents in their latest spending and corruption scandal. It makes you wonder, Madam Speaker, as I've said a few times here now, and as Canadians see this go on and on and on, a stubbornness, a refusal, just to be open by default, to provide the RCMP with full, unredacted access to the documents so they can continue and complete a full criminal investigation into this specific case of insiders getting ahead. It makes you wonder what exactly are in those documents that they're refusing to provide, that they are redacting, that they don't want the RCMP to see. The facts are simple. If there's nothing to hide, as they claim, if they want to be fully cooperative, if they want Canadians to be assured that the RCMP cannot be stonewalled, that they don't want to act as gatekeepers to information and documents and evidence of their own corruption and spending scandal, they would be open by default as they promised and just provide the documents. It is incredible that a government is here in the House of Commons refusing to do so. And by the consequence of that, nearly 2 months now, 25, 26 House days of the parliamentary calendar, at least you lose track. That's how long it has been that they don't care about their government business and their government agenda. Private members' bills are not advancing. It just makes you wonder how desperate they are to drag this out and avoid accountability. Because what we do know, and what Canadians do know from the Auditor General herself and her multiple reports into this issue, is that there is a massive, massive amount of corrupt, inappropriate behavior. Think about this when we go back a generation. When I first started getting interested in following federal politics, a little political junkie in my teen years back in the early 2000s, it was the sponsorship scandal. Think of where we're at. The definition of insanity. We've heard that expression before. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Well, this is what happens when you elect Liberals. It was 20 years ago, the sponsorship scandal came up. $40 million, not an insignificant amount of taxpayers' money back then. But what happened? There had to be a public inquiry. People went to jail for criminal intent of stealing taxpayers' money for Liberal insiders getting ahead. It was one of the main reasons the Liberal Party of Canada back in 2006 was defeated, and the Conservative government came in with the Accountability Act to clean up the unethical mess. The Accountability Act was a cornerstone of the Harper Conservative government that was necessary after 13 years of Liberals in office. And here we are, flash forward here now. $400 million. 10 times the size, confirmed by the Auditor General. Projects over $50 million. Ineligible projects were awarded by Liberal insiders to each other in the Green Slush Fund. 186 cases of conflict of interest. That's not an accident. That's not, oh, I didn't know the rules. That is blatant, blatant corruption. I've gone back and explained before. I served in municipal politics. I enjoyed my 12 years in my hometown of North Dundas, serving as a councillor, a mayor, and then a warden. The number one thing when it comes to governance of a municipality, on charities, if you're on a board of directors, on anything, you learn about conflicts of interest. We call them pecuniary interest as well. You can't advance your own personal agenda and financial benefit on the board that you serve. You have to declare a conflict. You have to step away. You can't put yourself in those situations to benefit yourself. 101 of ethical behavior, of board governance, and particularly in a fund, the SDTC fund, the program has existed for nearly a quarter century. And it wasn't until this Prime Minister and his then Minister of Industry started changing the players and appointing Liberal insiders that problems started. And here we are. Talk about frustrated. Canadians are frustrated. The House of Commons is extremely frustrated because they refuse to take seriously the magnitude and the level of corruption and bad behavior. Here's some examples. Not only is the House paralyzed for the last 2 months because they refuse to provide the documents, but, Madam Speaker, the other part is, let's take a look. There's been several committees. I'm looking at my colleague in front of me from Brantford Brant. He's on a few different committees, asks a few different questions, does a lot of digging. We've asked repeatedly officials, since this came out about the Green Slush Fund, $400 million in inappropriate payments, where there were conflict of interest into the hundreds of millions of dollars. Projects that weren't eligible. How many dollars so far since the Auditor General's first report and second report have come back to the federal treasury? Not a dollar, not a penny. The Auditor General made it very clear. Projects were ineligible, conflicts of interest in 186 cases, and everybody in this House and in this country knows when you do 186 conflict of interest cases, it's not an accident. Oh, whoops, we didn't know. They knew exactly what they were doing. And here we are, years after brave whistleblowers came forward and broke the news. Couldn't take it anymore, this blatant corruption and inappropriate behavior coming from these Liberal-appointed insiders. It was an incestuous thing of giving money to each other left, right, and centre. Whistleblowers came forward, and we've gone on there. Madam Speaker, what has to happen at the end of the day is we need the RCMP to get full access to these documents. If we go back, I mentioned the sponsorship scandal before, in a history and a record after 9 years. The sponsorship scandal was the story and the issue that brought down the last Liberal government, and it is going to be just a continued stacking that made the sponsorship scandal look like pocket change compared when you add things up. Think about it. The $60 million ArriveCan program, where experts said, many people said, it could have been done for about $250,000 or $80,000 on one weekend. $60 million later went to one company, couple people working in somebody's basement here in Ottawa, and they got funneled millions of dollars in sole source contracts, had nice little whiskey tasting and parties, and it's all about who you knew. And they did little to no work for any of it. How much of that's been returned? Nothing. You have the We Charity scandal and what happened there, where the Prime Minister's family was benefiting from there, and they tried to give the We Charity friends of the Prime Minister hundreds of millions of dollars during COVID in the name of helping young people get employed and be connected with jobs. It was an absolute farce and a scandal once again. And when it comes to the production of documents, there's the waste, there's the corruption, there's the inappropriate use of taxpayers' money. The list goes on in the last 9 years of many of those examples. But we have, when it comes to document production, which is at the heart of this matter, Parliament has voted and said, Parliament reigns supreme. Parliament has the right to ask and order the production of documents. That's what we did. And again, what did we do it for, and why did we do it? Because we want the RCMP to have unfettered access to all of the documents. And here's the thing that's interesting, Madam Speaker. Why is that so important? Look back again at the behavior of this Liberal government. It was the Prime Minister, when he fired the first Indigenous female Attorney General in this country on the SNC-Lavalin scandal. The RCMP said the case was closed, we're not proceeding, no charges. Why? Because the Prime Minister blocked getting access to cabinet documents. The heart of the matter, the heart of the scandal. The RCMP said they closed the case and they did not proceed with the possibility of, because they did not have all the information that they needed or wanted. And here's the thing. It goes on, the Winnipeg lab documents. In the midst of COVID, we had to call someone to the bar here, a very, very rare use of discipline in the House of Commons, because the Liberals refused to provide the documents about how they allowed such a national security breach at the Winnipeg labs in a time of crisis. I already mentioned the We Charity scandal. We got another question of privilege now with the Minister of Employment. I got to be so careful here now. He faked being Indigenous, but I don't know if we can say that or not. He pretended to be, and did all these words that we go on here now. We're playing word salad in the House of Commons today about what we can and can't say about some of the most preposterous, shameful behavior from the Minister of Employment and Official Languages, the member for Edmonton Centre, the first person to lecture anybody about their morals and integrities. Holy mackerel, the confidence of that man to stand before, lecture anybody, when he himself, you should have seen the look of the Liberal members behind them. They are just utterly ashamed at the number of examples. Another example in 9 years of unethical behavior, not following the wills of committee, of this Parliament, and obstructing the truth and access for information for Canadians to get to the bottom of all of these Liberal scandals. It goes on and on and on. And I see my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton here. He and I have a good time on the House and Procedural Affairs Committee at PROC. Talk about blocking the production of documents. Here we are today at the PROC Committee trying to get to another question of privilege. And what happens? Oh, Liberals want to send it to committee. Send this issue just to committee, and they can bury it under the rug. And here's what we have now. We have a question of privilege that was referred to PROC about members from multiple parties, all parties, where had cyber attacks by the PRC and nefarious actors, foreign interference, attacking members of Parliament in their personal email accounts and their attempts. And we learned today, as we were talking about motions and how to move forward on the issue, we casually find out that after the communications security establishment, the CSE, said, well, we're not going to come back to committee. We've given you everything we need. Oh, by the way, we've got a substantial amount of documents left, and we're not sure when we're going to get them to you. The document production order of the House was due in the middle of August. They ignored that. They started dropping documents in September, and they quietly dropped about 7 more sets of documents. And then they only say today, months after the deadline, months after they came back to answer questions at committee so we can try to wrap up and come to some conclusions, oh, by the way, there's a substantial trove of additional documents that we haven't given yet, and we'll let you know. We'll let you know by the end of the week when we might be able to give you a timeline for that. That's how serious the Liberals take document production. Accountability, open by default. Just at the very committee that now we stand here and they say 2 months, they shut down, they want to move this to committee, they want to sweep it under the rug. And I would say to any Canadian, just watch what happened today at the House of Procedural Affairs Committee. It's exactly what they did on the very similar question of privilege. The House of Commons, the committee ordered the production of documents. Set a deadline of mid-August, provide all of them. They didn't. And then we only learned today, months and months after the deadline, well, we got a bunch more coming, but we're going to redact them. We're not sure if we're not sure what we're going to give you. So now they want to trust and say, just take this issue on this $400 million green slush fund. They've provided all the documents that they think the RCMP should have. They've redacted what they think should be redacted. No, they've lost the trust of Canadians. They have lost the right to pretend to have any sort of maturity or trust or judgment when it comes in. This is like somebody being in a courtroom, accused of a crime, and then getting to decide what information the jury sees. People laugh. They shake their head. This is exactly what is happening here. And let's be clear, the behavior in asking the RCMP to look at criminal intent and to do a criminal investigation, which they said is open and ongoing, by the way, is into their behavior. So, yep, it is absolutely right. We look at the history and the conduct of this Liberal government for the last 9 years. Canadians do not trust them. So the House of Commons has stepped in, which it has the absolute right to do, and said provide all the documents, unredacted, all of them to the RCMP. They could take a look at them and make the determination, and Canadians can know. Only then can they know. Once we know all the documents they've given there, full access, not what they want to give, not what's unredacted, only then can Canadians maybe start to feel like justice is being done in this country. Full investigations into criminal intent. Because why, Madam Speaker? Corruption, putting insiders ahead of each other, 186 cases of conflict of interest, $50 million in projects that were ineligible. For a country who had money growing on trees, that still would not be appropriate. But here we are now, massive, endless deficits in this country. Food bank use at a record high, 2 million visits to food banks every month. Housing costs have doubled. Our immigration system is in shambles. People are finding it harder than ever before to make ends meet. Have a little bit of money left over at the end of the day for Christmas presents. Homelessness, tent encampments by the thousands have exploded in this country. Canadians are worse off undoubtedly after 9 years. But Madam Speaker, what I'll tell you is, for all that ache and all that pain and all that strain that millions of Canadians are under already, simply by their inflationary policies of doubling the national debt, 40-year high inflation, record high rent, mortgages, housing costs, down payments, you name it. To have a Canadian anywhere in this country hurting, struggling under the weight and the record of this Liberal NDP government, to see them sit there and take $400 million of money that is sent by Canadians to Ottawa, not to help get people food on their own table without needing to go to a food bank, without addressing healthcare lineups and the crisis that's in there, our mental health and addictions crisis this country's facing. Housing, nope. $400 million went to Liberal insider friends to benefit them. We see companies, including the Environment Minister and a very company he worked for, and getting board appointments into the company, giving themselves money in all these conflict of interest cases, and then seeing the value of their companies increase by tens, if not hundreds, of millions of dollars, putting themselves ahead. Canadians are frustrated at what has happened under this record, the cost of living that they face in there, and when they see the books and when they see the finances and they see the little regard the Liberals have for taxpayers' money, and instead putting Liberal insiders first, they are disgusted and they're ashamed of the conduct of their government. They are already hurting, and it is another jab, another kick when Canadians are already down, that they go and just blow a casual $400 million. Auditor General Report 1, Auditor General Report number 2, and guess what? How many committee meetings over and over and over again, demanding accountability, demanding this money that never should have been out the door in the first place, never should have been out in the first place. Any of it coming back. Years later, multiple whistleblowers. We've been talking about this for a month and a half, nearly 2 months in the House of Commons, and not a single dollar has even come back yet. Madam Speaker, I am proud to stand on behalf of the people of Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry to say again, the Liberals, be the open by default you promised to Canadians 9 years ago. Give all the documents unredacted to the RCMP. It's time for accountability, and it's time to put the trust not in them, but in law enforcement in this country to look into their conduct. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's heartening to hear the honourable member talk about, some of the problems that the nation is facing. But if people are tuning in at home, most of what they see are Conservatives talking and talking and talking. We're going through a round again. I hope they've all got their second speeches all lined up, or maybe the third one. But the fact is that the RCMP has said they would not want to get documents from the House of Commons because it could easily compromise their investigation. They have received thousands upon thousands of documents, and they're not asking for any more. And if they want more, they know how to get them. So why doesn't the honourable member and his party trust the RCMP to know how to do their job?
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Canadians can trust Conservative members of Parliament to hold the Liberals to account and make sure the RCMP has every single document that they should have unredacted for a full investigation. That is completely reasonable in making sure, because Canadians do not trust this government. They do not trust the Liberals anymore. But I'm just going to read an editorial from the Globe and Mail today. We talk about the stalling that's happening here and the stonewalling. It is the Liberal government that is causing this. The Globe and Mail editorial called "A Parliament That Is Dead on the Inside." It's a farce that needs to end for the good of the country, and there are a few ways this could end, but there's only one right way, and that is for the Liberal government to respect the will of the House and hand over the documents. Anything else would be a disgraceful blow to Parliament's ability to hold governments to account. It is no way to run a country, they say. Only the Liberal government, with its refusal to respect the will of the House, is responsible for Parliament's paralysis. I could not agree more.
Questions and comments. The honourable member St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the government House Leader went on CBC and purported that the government had handed over all of the documents to the parliamentary law clerk, and that therefore this matter be simply referred to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Today, the member, my colleague on Proc, will recall that the law clerk, the parliamentary law clerk, appeared before a committee, and I asked him whether the minister's representations were accurate, and he confirmed that they were not. He confirmed that the government continues to withhold documents and have submitted other documents that have been redacted. So what does it say about this government, not only that they are obstructing the will of this House, but the government House Leader is actively and willfully misrepresenting the facts.
The honourable member Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
I could not agree with my colleague more. I was at the meeting today where the law clerk did confirm exactly that what the government House Leader told the CBC yesterday and told media was absolutely inaccurate and not. And here's the thing. Don't take my word for it. Don't take my colleague's word for it. Take the words of the Speaker himself. Think what you want of the Speaker. Here he said, quote, the Speaker ruled in September that the government, quote, clearly did not fully comply, unquote, with the House order. Even the Speaker has said the government did not provide all the documents as they should have. And again, we are not on board with what the Liberals love to do and what we've seen at our committee. Send it to committee so they can just push it and shove it under the rug, and then when we have document productions, they might get around to it months later after deadlines. Enough of the games. Get the information to the RCMP. Canadians expect no less.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, what the member doesn't say is the Speaker was also very clear that the matter should go to Procedures and House Affairs Committee. I find it a bit hypocritical, Madam Speaker, when you in fact take a look at the many scandals and power corruption of Stephen Harper, and I want to go to one of a booklet and quote from it. For refusing to disclose information on the costing of programs to Parliament, which Parliament was entitled to receive, the Harper government became the first in Canadian history to be found in contempt of Parliament. Gee whiz, not giving information. And guess who his parliamentary secretary was? No other than the leader of the Conservative Party today. The difference is we're listening to the RCMP, the Auditor General of Canada, and other legal experts that say that this is not right. What the Conservatives are in fact doing. Who am I to listen to? The Conservative Party or the experts, Madam Speaker? Well, excuse me, I am going to listen to the experts. I am not going to follow the recommendations and this multi-million-dollar game that the Conservatives are playing. Whatever happened to Stephen Harper on the contempt charge?
For Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Wow, that Kool-Aid over there must taste really, really good for that member. Holy mackerel. Again, I will put the words of the Speaker right here before you on the order of what Parliament had said. The Speaker himself said, quote, clearly did not fully comply with the House order. They did not on the thing. And here's the thing. I sit on the House and Procedural Affairs Committee. I will tell Canadians. I don't need to tell Canadians that they shouldn't trust this Liberal government. They already don't. But do not, because I'm out in that very committee that he thinks just push it over to the Proc Committee. It'll be fine. And what's going to happen is the Liberals are going to bury it like they did. We saw today, right at the very committee he says send it to, it was one national security organization 5 months after they were ordered to provide a deadline of all the documents, casually dropped to the clerk today and just said, oh, we got a substantial amount more. We're not sure. We'll let you know by the end of the week when we might get that to you. Enough of these games. Just listen to the House order. Give everything to the RCMP. Be open by default, if that sounds familiar to that member.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm concerned that the Conservatives have spent way too much time inside of the House of Commons and not enough time in their communities listening to their constituents. In committee today, Madam Speaker, we heard from seasonal workers, fishers that are about to start the lobster season. And we heard from a woman who is desperately trying to pay bills and make ends meet. But with climate change, they're finding it more and more difficult to find lobster, and they're finding it more and more difficult to make a living. And I just think about, how do the Conservatives think that people are supposed to make a living when their government is being held hostage by their desire to listen to themselves speak instead of getting those documents to committee, as the Speaker has said needs to happen?
Honourable Member Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
I think the NDP needs to take a little more time door knocking and listening to Canadians, because trust me, I have spent a lot of time this year in many parts of the province of Ontario alone, and I don't know where the NDP gets the idea that they should be propping the Liberals up for the last number of years and delaying what Canadians want, and that's a carbon tax election. It is so rich for that NDP member to stand up and lecture Conservatives. There's a reason. We've said it a bit before, and we're going to keep repeating it because this is what Canadians want. They want a carbon tax election. They want to get rid of this tired and corrupt Liberal government, and they want Canadians want an election so they can axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. I could assure the member of the NDP they do not want the NDP to continue to prop up this tired and out of touch and unpopular Prime Minister. She should take no lessons and maybe talk to some more real people at the doors in her riding and across the country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So one of the primary responsibilities of Parliament is to hold the government to account, and that's exactly what we did as the official opposition of his loyal opposition of his Royal Highness, working together with the other opposition parties, when we passed an order of this House compelling the government to produce documents relating to their most recent scandal, the Green Slush Fund. And just a little while ago, we heard from the Parliamentary Secretary of the House, Government House Leader, that in his opinion, they don't have to comply with an order that they don't like or that they don't agree with. So I would like to ask my honourable colleague from member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, if he could comment on the future of parliamentary democracy in Canada if this government stays in power for much longer.
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry has just left.
I am honoured to serve in this House of Commons and have done so for the last 5 years. And the thing that we know and what Canadians know is that Parliament reigns supreme. When Parliament speaks, it has the right to order persons and papers. And in this case, it's the production of documents. We have the right. We've exercised that right. Multiple parties have voted in favour of doing this. The Speaker has ruled that the Liberals are in contempt for ignoring that. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the thing that matters the most is they've lost the trust of Canadians after 9 years and multiple scandals. There should be no reason. It should be common sense that the RCMP should have all of the documents unredacted for a full criminal investigation. The Liberals have used for the last 2 months every excuse in the book and have failed miserably. Be open by default, give the transparency, and for once, own up for their own corruption and waste.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a privilege to stand in this House to speak on important matters to not only my constituents but to all Canadians. And it's always good to be able to do so in great detail, delving into the various areas of importance of a given issue. Clearly, the House has not yet had ample time to consider this matter of privilege set before us and full ramifications of this government's failures. So we're happy to continue in our quest to help the government understand this issue, to give them the opportunity to consider, perhaps even reconsider, their position and take the steps that the House has been requesting for some time now, to stop holding up the House business and that the nation turn over, and that of the nation, and to turn over the documents so we can get back to the pressing issues concerning Canadians, rather than the political issues that appear to be so concerning to this Liberal government. You know, this passion for secrecy and cover-ups that define this government is deeply troubling. When we look at the scandals of this government, this failed and corrupt Prime Minister, it's really quite astounding. The Alpha Con Island scandal, SNC Lavalin, the We Charity, billions in so-called COVID spending that found its way into the pockets of Liberal insiders, Arrive Can scam, McKinsey, the Green Slush Fund, foreign interference, and the degree to which China has been allowed to infiltrate this country and put our citizens at risk. The list goes on, and most of that's just the Prime Minister. Throw in a few of his ministers and the list gets exponentially longer. Every time they seek to cover up the truth from Canadians, they refuse to produce documents, refuse to be transparent, refuse to answer the most basic questions, and they can't even bring themselves to tell us who the real Randy is. It's just sad. Small wonder a growing majority of Canadians no longer trust them and are champing at a bit to throw them out of office. You know, I had to laugh the other week. The Minister of Innovation, the same minister, by the way, who was in charge of overseeing the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or also known as the SDTC, this Green Slush Fund that we're going to keep talking about. He's a nice guy, but he said the other week, the question being asked on every street corner in Canada is, why won't the Leader of the Opposition get his security clearance? Well, that just shows how out of touch with Canadians this government is. It tells me that this minister hasn't even ventured very, very far beyond the Wellington in recent months. Because I can tell them that is not the question that Canadians are asking. They're not asking that of me in my riding, and I'm there talking to my constituents. This is the question that I'm being asked. You want to know what I hear every single day, Madam Speaker? And often multiple times in a day, it's when can we get rid of this Prime Minister? We need to get rid of this Prime Minister. We need to get rid of those corrupt Liberals who are destroying our country. It doesn't matter if I'm at a community event, a high school, a farm, a church event, or even at Remembrance Day events. I've had the opportunity, as I'm sure all of my colleagues have, to attend those Remembrance Day services during our constituency week, and it's always a privilege to participate and particularly to meet our veterans and their family members. But you know, it's always the same, and even at Remembrance Day events, the question is the same. How and when are you getting rid of this Prime Minister? These Liberals are destroying the Canada that we knew, that we loved, and that we fought for. It's a sad indictment of this failed government and their radical woke policies. On the other hand, they do like our leader, and there's a reason for that. You see, the difference is the leader of the opposition is listening to Canadians. He's not lecturing. You watch the leader of the opposition at a rally or an event with staff, he will stand there sometimes for hours and meet every single person, take the time to talk to them, to ask them about themselves and their concerns, and he takes the time to listen to Canadians. I've seen him go for 3 hours plus at events. He's not telling people what to think, to feel, and to believe. He's not talking down to them or going after them if they say something that he disagrees with. He's actually listening to Canadians, listening to their concerns and offering up common sense solutions. Canadians are common sense people, and they trust him and our great team over on this side of the House. Canada's common sense Conservatives to fix the problems that this government has created. You know, trust is a big deal. Once that's broken, it's awful hard to win back. And when you break trust, when you get caught often enough, as these Liberals have, it's broken. And when the people can't trust the government, that spells disaster for a country. And in a democracy, when the government doesn't trust the people, that's equally disastrous. And this government doesn't trust the people. They refuse to trust them with the truth. They refuse to listen to the growing majority of Canadians who are begging for this Prime Minister to step down, to give them the election that they're asking for, a carbon tax election, a referendum on their disastrous record. You know, speaking of disaster, the government has often been compared to the Titanic, particularly when it comes to shuffling some of these failed ministers. The ship is plowing straight ahead towards an iceberg, another scandal. And rather than switch course, the Prime Minister is busy rearranging the deck chairs. This combination didn't work for the Titanic, and it's not going to work here neither. But he continues on with that. He shuffles the chairs. He sees a minister failing in one or two or more portfolios, and he promotes them to a third. And then I think there's a secondary way we could look at this comparison, particularly in relation to an iceberg being a scandal, including the scandal of the SDTC. Because when you see an iceberg, 90% of it is underwater. It's hidden from view. And that's often how scandals work. We only see 10%. We only see a small sliver, and there's an indication that there's something going on here. Something doesn't feel right. Something's amiss here. But it's only 10% of the real scandal, the 90% that's hidden from view. So, you know, they want to keep talking about this motion because they want to keep covering it up. They refuse to hand over the documents. And it begs the question, what else are they hiding? What else is that 90% that we have yet not even discovered? So it's dangerous to Canadians, but it's far more dangerous to this government and the Prime Minister to shed the light onto that. And the sad part, Madam Speaker, is that these Liberals are desperately trying to cover up their latest scandal, to protect the Prime Minister who's not worth the cost, the chaos, or the corruption. But Canadians are hurting, and they're afraid. Like I said, I go home every weekend so I can connect to and hear from my constituents. A lot of folks can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves in Canada. Many of these folks have good jobs, and some of them even more than one job. They work hard, they work long hours, but they still can't afford the skyrocketing cost of living under this government. This government who has borrowed, printed, and spent money so recklessly as to double the size of our national debt. This Prime Minister has spent more money than every other Prime Minister and government in our history combined. They are addicted to spending. Madam Speaker, there's solutions for people that are addicted, and that's to get addictions counseling. And I think that's what this government needs. Because of this addiction, everyday Canadians are forced to make sacrifices, and they're getting tired of doing it. They're sick of the corruption that they see happening here in Ottawa. They're sick of this government having their hand in their pocket. Sick of being told what to think, feel, and believe. Sick of the arrogant, I know better than you attitude that pervades from this Liberal government. And they're fed up with seeing their hard-earned money that should be going to feed their kids, fix a house, maybe go into a savings account for a rainy day, go into the pockets of wealthy and well-connected Liberals like what has happened at the SDTC. And here on the opposition benches, at least Conservatives, we're saying we understand, we hear you, we agree, and we're standing up for you and your interests in Ottawa. We're here trying to hold this government accountable for the money that they've stolen. And yes, I mean stolen. They've stolen it from you, the taxpayer. SDTC, this green slush fund, where Liberals took taxpayer dollars and gave them to their own companies, that's theft. ArriveCan was theft. This government, this Prime Minister need to be held accountable. And to that extent, they must be held accountable. To what extent they must be held accountable, we will not know until we actually see the full damage. Until we see the documents, and until we know, Canadians know, what was happening with that 90% under the water. Now, that sad reality, as I mentioned earlier, is while we sit here debating what is really undebatable. I mean, the folks at STC took nearly $400 million of taxpayer dollars and gave it to themselves. That's indefensible. But the sad reality is, while we're here debating this, there's other important issues that we're not able to address. The government's failure to be transparent has bogged us down in process for weeks now. All they need to do, Madam Speaker, all they need to do so that this House can continue with the good work that it should be doing is to come clean, present the documents unredacted as they've been requested to do by the Speaker of this House, and we can all get back to the important issues. But Madam Speaker, they won't do that. They refuse. They are way more concerned with their own plight than that with the people that they're supposed to be serving. But I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about some of the issues folks in my riding of Provencher are bringing to me and saying this is what could have been done with the $400 million. You know, I've already mentioned some of the scandals and the Liberal corruption and the desire for the Prime Minister to finally take a hint and resign. And I've mentioned some of the major issues for my people, but I think really for the country, it's the cost of living. But here's a few more. During COVID and the abuses heaped by the government at all levels on citizens still remains a major issue in my riding. The damage restrictions and vaccine mandates did to the social fabric of our communities and to a generation of young people. 2 years ago, when we were debating Bill C-293 in this House, I raised the troubling reality that some 51,714 documented Canadians had suffered vaccine injuries as a result of their COVID shots. At the time, I reported, based on the numbers available on the government's website, that 10,501 people suffered severe reactions, including 874 anaphylactic reactions, 1,342 cases of myocarditis, 104 thrombosis cases, and 382 reports that had an outcome of death. I also shared that despite all the government's vaccine injury support program had paid out a mere 8 claims. And many Canadians don't know this, but the government does actually have a vaccine injury support program. It's called VISP. It can be found on the Government of Canada website. That was November of 2022. 2 years later, November 2024, where we are today, the number of injuries has risen to 58,712, with 488 reported deaths. And after 2 years, you want to know how many claims have been approved? A mere 183. Thousands of injury, thousands of claims, a mere 183 claims have been approved, and there's still question as to whether or not they've actually issued compensation. And now the truly bizarre thing is back in April, the government added another 36 million to the existing 75 million they had allocated to the vaccine injury support program. So why aren't the folks getting their money? The folks over at SDTC seem to have no problem dispersing nearly 400 million in fairly quick order. These injured folks did what the government told them to do. This Prime Minister and all of his ministers looked down the lens of a camera and told Canadians to get these shots, that they were safe and effective. Every day we heard from the Prime Minister. Every day he came out and he told Canadians, get the shot, it's going to prevent you from getting sick. Well, that didn't work. Well, it's going to prevent you from transmitting COVID to somebody else. Well, that didn't work. Well, it's going to prevent you from going to the hospital. But, Madam Speaker, that didn't work. Well, it's going to prevent you from being in the ICU. Well, that didn't work. Well, it's going to prevent you from dying. Well, you know what, Madam Speaker? It didn't prevent that neither. And in fact, the greatest amount of deaths from COVID are those that are triple vaccinated.
Point of order, the honour for Kitchener Centre.
Just rising, Madam Speaker, to understand the relevancy of the current speech to the motion, which I believe is meant to be about SDTC, and I wonder if you can give a comment on that.
The honourable member, I appreciate the input. There is some latitude, but the honourable member did clearly indicate, did link it to the SDTC in some form, and I'm sure that you know, as he continues his speech, there'll be more relevance as well. So the honourable member for Provencher.
Madam Speaker, you know, the member does ask a very interesting question. I wish he would have been listening to what I was saying, because he would have understood that there was relevance to what I was saying. The relevance was the misinformation and the disinformation provided by this Liberal government, the Prime Minister, to Canadians about the safety and effectiveness of the vaccines. There have been vaccine injury support program claims made by Canadians who have had negative experiences, and I hear from many of them in my constituency office and in my Hill office here. Those claims are not being approved in a judicious manner, and they're not being paid out like they should be. And that's the whole point. SDTC officials had no problem getting $400 million out the door, but the over $100 million that's been ear-tagged for vaccine injuries seems to be lagging significantly. And that's my point, Madam Speaker, that the money isn't getting out the door. It seemed to somehow get out of the door for Liberal insiders, but not for people that did what the government asked them to do and suffered negative consequences for it. Those people are not getting reimbursed, and they should be. You know, in fact, what they are being offered instead of cash, they're being offered MAID. And that's so incredibly sad. And I have stories from the vaccine-injured people in my office of people, instead of being so frustrated with their injuries and failing to be recognized for the hardships that they're going through, have been offered MAID, and some have actually participated in that program. And that's incredibly sad, Madam Speaker. So the message I bring to this government from my constituents is just butt out. Provide the basic services government is supposed to provide, and then back off and let people live their lives. My constituents want the government to axe the tax, stop the reckless deficit spending, stop the alarmist anti-energy crusade, and embrace responsible resource development. Under this Prime Minister, Canada is going through the worst decline in our living standards in 40 years. Worst drop in income per person in the G7, and the worst economic growth in the OECD. But this Prime Minister and his radical woke environmental minister just keep making things worse by attacking Canadian energy and energy workers. Their latest scheme, this emissions cap, they claim it's an emissions cap. It's not really an emissions cap. This is not a cap on emissions. It's a cap on responsible Canadian oil production. It's a cap on jobs. It's a cap on paycheck. And it's a cap on prosperity for Canada. And so let's not label it a cap on emissions. Let's label it for what it is, and that's that this Liberal government wants to cap Canadians. The government's own analysis admits that the cap is going to cost Canada billions of dollars and thousands of jobs. You'd think that they would have learned their lesson from previous failures attacking the energy sector, but it seems as because they've missed every single climate target with their carbon tax, and all they've done is make people exponentially poorer. This Prime Minister and his radical environmental minister refused to accept the Canada's energy sector as the country's single largest private sector investor in clean technology. Canadian oil and gas are the best in the world. The sector has a clear record of reducing emissions and adhering to the highest standards of environmental protection. And not to mention, in 2022, the oil and gas industry provided $45 billion in revenue to Canadian governments, funding schools, hospitals, roads, and other crucial public infrastructure. But instead of celebrating this and working with Canada's energy workers to tackle environmental issues, they want to crush the energy sector, putting hundreds of thousands of jobs at risk at the worst time possible. This ideological crusade against Canadian energy must end. We could be working to fix the budget. We could be working on common sense energy policies to get Canada's economy booming again. But we're stuck here instead talking about another Liberal scandal. And here's a big one, immigration, a significant concern in my riding. My office does a lot of work on immigration files. We help hundreds, if not thousands, of people a year, Canadians and those seeking to become Canadians. But our immigration system is broken. It's out of control. The government finally admitted that a couple of weeks ago, and again, I believe, just recently. And that their radical, reckless, and uncontrolled immigration policies are partly to blame for joblessness, housing crisis, and healthcare crisis that Canadians are facing. The Liberals increased population growth by over 200% the last several years. They did it without ensuring adequate housing, health care, and that jobs are available for newcomers. The government also failed spectacularly to ensure that those flooding into the country were given proper background checks. And to add insult to injury, the Prime Minister called Canadians who questioned his reckless policy, he called them racists. I can just say on behalf of the incredibly diverse group of people and newcomers in my office that my office has helped, and those who have lived here for years, it is not racist to ask why the government is bringing upwards of 1 million new people each year when there aren't even enough home for Canadians, including many new Canadians who are already here. It's not racist to question the wisdom of bringing in more people who will cause additional strain to an already untenable healthcare system and our social safety net. When Canadians are unable to access those programs, when they're forced to wait unacceptably long periods to receive services that they've paid for with their tax dollars. The government's failures on immigration are almost too many to chronicle. Madam Speaker, I've got more that I could say here, but I think I'm going to wrap it up. You've indicated that my time has come to an end. And with that, Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I am confident that you will find unanimous consent to see the clock at 7:32.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la...
This House had heard the terms of the motion. Will all those opposed please say nay? Carried.
Alors, à ce moment-ci, conformément...
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on November the 8th, I raised a question regarding newly unredacted briefing notes. To be fair, they're still only partially unredacted. There's plenty that's still hidden, but less redacted than previously. Notes provided by Corrections Canada officials to the Minister. These are notes from 2015 to 2019, and they were originally sought in 2019. The government managed to delay their release by fighting against efforts to have them made public by a very persistent journalist. But after 5 years, we do have the notes, and they indicate, and this is the point I made on November the 8th, they indicate that Corrections Canada recommended against reopening the Joyceville and Collins Bay prison farms, which had been shut in 2010, because the farms would not reduce recidivism, the labor done by inmates on the farms would not reduce recidivism. They would waste resources, meaning they would cost a great deal of money, and they would lead to worse public safety outcomes than a number of alternatives which were available and which were recommended by Corrections Canada. So I asked that question, and the response of the parliamentary secretary who responded to my question was to say the community supports prison farms. Now, in all fairness, I can't figure out who he's talking about when he says the community supports the continuation of the prison farms. There's a separate issue with regard to the potential opening of the abattoir that the Liberals shut down about a year and a half ago. That I think that does have community support. There's some practical issues making it difficult for that to go forward. The facility is probably not capable of being rehabilitated, but there's support for that because beef farmers have a serious problem finding an outlet for their beef. Slaughter facilities are in very limited supply in Eastern Ontario. But that's not the prison farm we're talking about. The prison farm is a mixed goat and cow dairy operation involving a multi-million-dollar, largely robotic cow milking system for which the government has not acquired milk quota yet, which will cost further millions. It will be manned and observed by people from McGill University. None of this has anything to do with community support, so I wanted to get that on the record. But I want to go back now, and seeing as the assertion here is that everything the government does, so they claim, it's evidence-based, science-based. We look at the experts, take their word on things. But the fact is that there's a very different story. And the documents reveal that CSC indicated in its briefing notes that, let me just read this. Employment programs that target the care of farm animals such as cows will be unlikely to produce significant recidivism reduction, even if the risk, need, responsivity principles of effective corrections can be applied to this type of intervention. Pet therapies, there's a lot of emphasis on people getting more humane skills. Pet therapies, they specifically mention, are highly unlikely to produce results and have never been done with farm animals before. So, Madam Speaker, based on that, I ask why the government is not listening to the advice that it's been given over and over again by Corrections Canada not to reopen the prison farms.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Women, Gender Equality and Youth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the many benefits provided by Correctional Services of Canada Penitentiary Agricultural Program. This government remains committed to the implementation of evidence-based policy informed by experts that contribute to offender rehabilitation and safer communities across Canada. In response to the question from the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, the Government of Canada consulted widely about whether to reinstate the Penitentiary Agriculture Program. In 2016, Correctional Services launched a feasibility study, which included community consultations, an online forum, and a public town hall, which featured the participation of more than 6,000 people. And the majority of participants in both consultations said they wish to bring back the Penitentiary Agriculture Program, noting that the positive impact on employment opportunities for offenders. Since 2017, Correctional Services has engaged a number of internal and external stakeholders, including community organizations, to identify opportunities in the Penitentiary Farm Program to represent a variety of types of agriculture activities during the offender employment training. And this includes the expertise of the Prison Farm Advisory Panel. This is a panel that worked to bring together agricultural and farming leaders to provide informed recommendations on program ideas and how we can better protect our communities through offender rehabilitation. The government will continue to work to protect the safety and security of our employees while also promoting the safety and security of our communities through evidence-backed rehabilitative programming. Speaker, I am proud to highlight that through the programming provided at these farms, Correctional Services is recognized as an international leader in the development and delivery of correctional interventions. Since the reopening in 2018, the Penitentiary Agriculture Program at Joyceville and Collins Bay institutions have provided on-the-job and vocational training that relates to the agricultural industry, allowing federal inmates to gain employment skills that are also transferable to other industries. Inmates at these farms perform activities like building and renovating necessary infrastructure, as well as working to repair and rebuild farmland, in addition to crop production. And these activities mirror those that take place in agricultural lands across the country, which employ tens of thousands of people at any given time. One of the ways that Correctional Services works to provide safer communities from coast to coast to coast is through the provision of these employment programs, which build essential skills that will assist offenders in finding employment in the community after their release. Speaker, there have been several research documents dating back almost a decade that have noted a connection between employment and positive reintegration results. For example, inmates that participate in the CORCAN employment program while incarcerated are more likely to get a job in the community. Offenders under community supervision who find employment in the community have reduced recidivism rates. Inmates that participate in CORCAN employment program while incarcerated are more likely to be granted parole. And furthermore, Madam Speaker, all revenues generated through the penitentiary agriculture programs are reinvested to the Offender Employment and Employability Program, allowing for further programming to aid in offender reintegration. So, Speaker, I would like to thank the members of the advisory panel who have helped to contribute to the success of these farms. Thank you.
The honourable member for, Frontenac, Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the honourable member talks about the success of CORCAN programs. Well, then, if she thinks they're so great, she should listen to what CORCAN said in the briefing note that the government kept hidden for 5 years. I quote, "Based on the empirical evidence accumulated by CSC, Public Safety and International Research, prison industrial farming, even if accommodated to include elements of pet therapy, are unlikely to lower criminality and are also likely to have negative economic bottom lines. The resources allocated to these types of programs would be better directed towards correctional programs, educational programs, and social programs that have proven positive returns on public safety and government investments." That's the advice. It is an advice to focus on re-education and employment that produces results, and the prison farm program and this giant cattle barn they built is not the way to do that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, Correctional Service of Canada will continue to implement evidence-based policies and programming to keep Canadian communities safe, all while providing Canadians good value for money. Programs such as the Penitentiary Agriculture Program help offenders become productive, law-abiding citizens and skilled workers when they return to the community. Speaker, research dating back to 2014 has noted a direct connection between employment and positive reintegration results upon release. In addition to building safer communities by working to provide offenders with skill sets to find employment, community programming such as the Penitentiary Agriculture Program works to save Canadians money. Offenders are better able to financially support themselves when they can find employment upon release to the community, and they're required to pay taxes. So, Correctional Services will continue to work with our various partners to strengthen our farming operations, which promote offender rehabilitation and safer communities for all Canadians to enjoy. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm back tonight to continue calling on this government to get serious about the climate crisis, specifically with respect to investing in public transit, which they could do by taxing the excess profits being made by the oil and gas industry. This is particularly timely because this very specific call could be included in this government's fall economic statement whenever that comes out over the coming weeks. And it's one of the reasons why this is one of 6 calls I've been making to the Minister of Finance over the last number of weeks. The stakes, in my view, really couldn't be higher when it comes to the climate crisis that we are in. First of all, recognizing we are the only G7 country whose emissions have gone up since 1990. It's at a time when we've already reached about 1.3 degrees Celsius of warming compared to pre-industrial times. Back at the 2015 Paris Climate Conference, at that time, world leaders all agreed we would do everything possible to limit to 1.5 degrees Celsius. They did this because climate scientists have told us if we cross that threshold, their words, leading to devastating and potentially irreversible consequences for several vital Earth systems that sustain a hospitable planet. And yet, what are we on track for? As of now, current pledges by countries around the world put us somewhere between 2.6 and 3.1 degrees of global average temperature rise. We must do so much more as a country to do our fair share, to lead, to demonstrate what's possible when it comes to acting on the climate crisis. Yet at the same time, when it comes to proven climate solutions like public transit, well, there's no new funding till 2026. That's after the next election. The funding that is being made available, it's any operations like a mechanic who needs to fix a bus, that's not eligible either. And the funding being provided is pretty much the status quo. At the same time, for proven climate distractions like carbon capture and storage, well, let's roll out the red carpet. This government is giving another tax credit in Bill C-59. That's between $7 to $16 billion. Most of the Canada Growth Fund, $15 billion there. You want to expand a pipeline? Oh, we got $34 billion for you to do that. Meanwhile, the oil and gas industry, well, they're making off like bandits. In 2022 alone, the 5 biggest oil and gas companies operating in this country, they made $38 billion, and that's after the $29 billion of dividends and share repurchases. And they're doing it by gouging Canadians at the pumps to the tune of 18 cents a litre. The solution should be pretty obvious. Number one, stop the subsidies. Number two, tax these excess profits by taking the Canada Recovery dividend that was applied to banks and life insurance companies in the pandemic and applying it to oil and gas, even just 15% of profits over $1 billion. That would generate $4.2 billion a year, all of which could be put into proven solutions like public transit where they could add more funds, they could start this fund sooner, and they could direct it towards operating funds. My question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, will they do it?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. It's nice to be here for a German debate with my friend and colleague from the Green Party in Kitchener Centre to discuss how we fight climate change, not just if we fight climate change, which is the conversation that we always have with the Conservative Party because they want to ignore the impacts of climate change. I'll just say I was a little bit, struck by the fact that my friend didn't mention that Canada is the first oil and gas producing nation to introduce an emissions cap on the oil and gas sector. Madam Chair, this is an essential next step, and yet we've got Premier Danielle Smith spending $7 million of public money. That's money that could have been invested to hire new nurses and teachers in the province of Alberta. Instead, she's actually doing equalization. She's hired a Quebec company to drive trucks around Ottawa with big screens on them that say "scrap the cap." Well, we won't scrap the cap because we believe in climate action. We believe that, oil and gas companies, while essential, we need the energy. The world needs Canadian energy, but they shouldn't be entitled to unlimited pollution, Madam Chair, and that's why we've stepped up to say, okay, guys, you need to invest some of your $66 billion in profits last year into some climate action, into some efficiencies, and making sure that we don't have emissions-intensive barrels of oil. But I'd also like to congratulate the region of Waterloo and certainly the residents of Kitchener Centre because they've been the recipients of an extraordinary amount of public transit funding over the last couple of years, and that's due in part to amazing advocacy from my friends and colleagues here from that region. And I've got a couple of quotes to read. The first is from Mayor Barry Verbanovich, who I've met a couple of times, is a very nice guy. He says, "There is now a stable source of funds to help pay for the extension of the light rail system from Kitchener into Cambridge. It is absolutely transformative." said his worship, Mayor Verbanovich. He was referring to the $30 billion investment that we just recently made into public transit. It's the largest ever investment that the federal government has ever made into public transit in Canada. That's extraordinary. But I've also got to congratulate them on being early winners in the public transit game. My colleague said there was no funding available in until 2026. That's not true. They were recently awarded over $187 million through a $180 billion fund for public transit, green infrastructure, and more social activities and infrastructure in various communities. So we are funding the public transit system that the residents of Kitchener Centre need and use regularly. And like my colleague said, that reduces greenhouse gas emissions, reduces people's reliance on cars, and that's a good thing. And people will say, but don't buses run on diesel? Sometimes, but not the 11 fully electric vehicles that the federal government purchased for the Grand River Transit System with $6 million through our public transit infrastructure stream. Madam Chair, Waterloo Region is extremely well served by our plethora of public transit funding. And I have another quote here to read. It's from an article, actually from the website of the Region of Waterloo. They said that GRT is in collaboration with the cities of Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo, and thanks to $5 million in total federal and municipal project funding through Canada's Public Transit Infrastructure Fund, they are deploying 11 fully electric buses, which is fun. It's great. It's so good for, I'm an electric vehicle enthusiast. I love seeing vehicles on the road that don't need to rely on fossil fuels. And I have a quote here. Quote starts, investing in modern and integrated networks of multi-use trails and pathways that connect to public transit are essential to building healthy and sustainable communities from all Canadians to live, work, and raise their families. That is from one of my favorite members of Parliament, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Waterloo. We've worked together a lot, so I want to congratulate her on the funding for her region and thank her for her advocacy.
Bravo. The Honour for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What the Parliamentary Secretary is quite right on is this government has made investments. In fact, I was at the announcement with respect to the electric buses that he mentioned. But what he needs to also realize is that advocates have been trying to tell this government that if they don't ensure that the funding they've proposed also funds operations, we are not going to see the advances we need to increase service and reduce fares. Because the Permanent Public Transit Fund that doesn't start till 2026, this is the voice of environmental defense, for example. A lack of public transit operating funding means buses don't show up on time, riders spend more time waiting, and fares continue to climb faster than inflation. And so my question for the Parliamentary Secretary is, will he recognize what transit advocates have been calling for to ensure that we roll out the red carpet the way his government has already for carbon capture, where they've given tens of billions for climate distractions, and put that towards the public transit that we need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Chair, I think these are really important issues, but I honestly think that my friend and colleague is conflating two issues. We're taking strong climate action and we're holding big oil and gas companies to account. All of those big profits that I mentioned that he referenced as well, they are taxed and they are funding these programs. And it's important to recognize that, we do travel on modes of transportation that require fossil fuels, and the world needs Canada's energy, and we've got to make sure that it's green, clean, innovative, and efficient, Madam Chair. And that's what we're doing with the cap on emissions, the first ever that, again, I'm surprised my friend and colleague refuses to acknowledge that this government has taken really, really strong action. But we talked earlier today, and I mentioned to him that the city of Burlington, which is a small part of the riding of Milton, not geographically, just from the perspective of population, has made transit free for seniors, transit free for kids under 12, transit is free for teens, and they've done that with help from our government, with support for these initiatives, and I know that the region of Waterloo has that same support. So I congratulate them, and again, thank the member for his advocacy.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stand adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.